It's the CalebDMTG Show.
Yeah, forget him. Yeah, I don't know.
Let folks know that on Twitter that I'm going live.
A Johnny Benjamin.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know, I
Yeah.
love killing Jay.
Yeah.
And he's gold.
Oh yeah.
We can skip this around.
Get gold cards.
This intro is mostly BK and
Berries and things.
John talking about the cube that's going to be drafted. The Eleusis cube, which was created by John. John's a sweetheart. John's a super nice guy. It was cool meeting him in person.
Good.
Also taller than I expected. Him and BK are about the same height, as you can see here. BK is also quite tall. They're both like 6'4", 6'5", or something. Hey Woodrow Hood, hey Beige Labrador, how's it going? Yeah, so the Eleusis cube is the cultic cube, very similar to the cube that was on Moto. So I'd had an experience drafting it for a week, and for the top 64 drafts, we all got randomed. We all got randomed into our pods. And so I would not have chosen his cube. I think I would have chosen the Living the Dream cube, which I've drafted even more. But I think having random pods for the top 64 did favor me, just because I was the only one in the cube that had actually drafted it before. We're getting started here. I'm actually going to pause. I'm going to pause while I say hi to folks. Hey, Thingamabobby, thanks for 52 months. The cube champion of the world. You know it. I got a cube here that says that now. Yeah, it actually says 2022 CubeCon champion on it. And that's a sweet little trophy / murder weapon. This thing is heavy. This thing is incredibly heavy, actually. Like, I don't know how to demonstrate exactly how heavy this is, but you could definitely cave someone's skull in this. This is solid crystal. Anyway, heaviest trophy I've ever held. Yeah, thanks for the congrats. Hey, Oratog, it's the 49 months. Sorry you didn't catch me this weekend. Oh, no worries, no worries. Would have been cool to say hi, but not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. There's so much going on, right? There's so many people, so much going on. I did so much cool shit, met so many cool people, and I still didn't do everything that I wanted. You know, there's like, and it was a smaller convention. We only had like 180 people or something. So much fun. I did win the CubeCon wavelength, yeah. You know it, the Prince. Hey, Logic JB, thanks for 20 months there. This is indeed the CalebDMTG Magic the Gathering show. One of my highlights on the weekend was actually showing up at karaoke and the whole room erupting into "It's the CalebDMTG Magic the Gathering show." Anyway, I say one of the highlights because I did end up winning the event, and that felt pretty great. But yeah, no, that was sweet. I did Bishop, and that's why I've got this fucking this trophy here. Anyway, so we're going to be going over my top 64 and my top 8 drafts here. Am I drinking? I am drinking a Sprecher Fire Brewed root beer that J-Bro dropped off at my place. He loves this stuff. He's always plugging it. It's one of his local companies over there in Milwaukee. And I let him crash at my place this weekend, so he dropped off a case. Very kind of him. Everybody that stayed with me was awesome. Parnell bought me lunch today before his flight took off. The other two people, one bought me a nice bottle of scotch, and the other bought me a couple cases of beer that he knew I would like. And yeah, just awesome. Awesome folks. There was like almost no mess to clean up. J-Bro did my dishes. How many Magic guests are out there doing your dishes without asking or anything? Just fucking up in the morning, bam, did it. Hey, obligatory Rory, thanks for 21 months there. Yeah, thanks for the congrats. J-Bro's pretty great, yeah. So this pack was pretty sick. You see there's like Treachery over on the right there. And then there's also Recurring Nightmare, Grave Titan, Swords to Plowshares.
probably the best, one of the best rule spells in the game.
So those are the cards I've pulled out that I'm all considering here.
Ashiok.
Ashiok, I think, is a little bit less than Grave Titan, Treachery, Recurring Nightmare. One of the issues with taking Recurring Nightmare is a little bit above par with the rest of the cube. Sorry about the glare here. I needed a screen so I could like see how the cards look to the viewer, because I had no idea. I had no idea what angle was producing glare and what wasn't. I could literally only like see my hand and like adjust things and stuff. So yeah, because the Grave Titan was in the same pack as Recurring Nightmare, knowing that I wouldn't be able to combine them, I decided to take one of the other cards. And I'm not super huge on blue in this format. A lot of the blue, I'm not super huge on blue in this cube. A lot of the blue cards are like kind of underpowered counter spells, syncopates, quenches, cards like that. Well, it's like a very specific play experience. It's like not quite my bag. Meanwhile, I love the mid-range decks in this cube, so I'm just gonna grab swords. Swords is good in like any cube, right? It's like just never really a wrong pack one, pick one. Hey, CalebDMTG, thanks for the 42 months there. Appreciate it. Yes, Paladin, all hail CubeCon. You can Airborne Moxon, go ahead. Please do.
I don't remember seeing a lot of lands in that one. Like Glorybringer, Assassin's Trophy, Snapcaster Mage.
That sword that I just went over is the D&D sword that makes 4/4 angels when it connects. Which Sam Black ended up losing to. He got super buried by that card.
That's an Ornithopter, right?
He ended up having to like Duretti and nuke his own board to deal with it. I'm tempted by the Toxic Deluge here. Swords to Plowshare, or the Snapcaster would work really well with the Swords to Plowshares that I have already. I'm tempted by the sword. I end up taking Glorybringer. And the reason I took Glorybringer is I just remember it being really good in this cube. It's good in most cubes. It's good in Vintage Cube, right? But in cubes that are more creature-based, have a lower power level, Glorybringer is just really, really strong. Hey, Oldman Jables, thanks for the 52 months there. And thanks for the congrats. Did I ever roll a 20 to get a second dragon? I was not playing. I was not playing that card, can't I? I just witnessed Sam die to it. I just watched it. Sam was sitting 2 or 3 seats to my right. The fixing is excellent in this cube. Really good fixing. You can play 3 or 4 colors pretty easily. There's like multiples of each shock and fetch and stuff. Really good fixing. I think it's more than doubled up. I think there's like doubles of shocks and triples of fetches or something. It's crazy. My training to hold the crown. Oh, I'll just do my regular. Yeah, Paradise Druid tempting. Not as tempting as Esika's Chariot. Yeah, any cube where Glorybringer is just like a fucking really strong early pick. Esika's Chariot also going to be up there, huh? If I'm really valuing that mid-range trash. Why do people shuffle their pile before passing it? That's a good question. So the reason people shuffle their pile is because here you'll see that I'm pulling all of my prospective picks to the front. Part of the reason I'm doing that here is because I want to show coverage. Like here, this is what I'm looking at. But and then when you do that, you don't want to send signals, right? You don't want to pull all of your prospective cards to the front, take a card, pass that pile. The person across from you sees you do that. They open it up. All of a sudden, they know what colors you're in, right? You want to send signals in drafting. You don't want to be doing like weird communication things. That's a little scummy, right? So people shuffle their packs so they're not giving inadvertent information that way. Hell yeah, Derek.
I love this chariot thing. Like I think he's just going for like just general card advantage power here. He's got that.
BK's nailed it. We're like 3 picks in, and BK's like, "Yep, love this." Going for the mid-range trash, general power. Yep. And I think that's also the sort of deck that BK likes. Just in general, like his play style, his preferences. He doesn't combo very often in constructed or limited. So I'm not surprised that he enjoys this deck so far. I can turn up the video sound some. I was turning it down because I was talking over it. But if you want to hear people, we can.
Cheap
Oh
removal
shit,
spell.
what up?
you know, to help.
Hey, Philip, thanks for
shore up
39 months.
like faster strategies, and then he's gonna
The Thraben Inspector is tempting to
like,
me.
some big boom booms, you know.
Because we have that Swords
So
of
we got
Plowshares.
Karn liberated.
He's going big. Caleb's got. Do you have a lot of ramp in your cube?
Well, in green, there are rocks, but we limit the number of rocks because when I had a bunch, I found that made control oppressive. So
My favorite cube in the room was the old school foil cube. Yeah, that cube ruled. It was basically a pre-modern cube, but it's like all old border foils, and so it had some newer cards. It had like Restoration Angel and Thraben Inspector and stuff. But a lot of those cards like feel old school anyway. Basically things that had old border printing so they could get foil versions of them. And it looked gorgeous. It felt awesome. I got to like pack one, pick one, Decree of Justice. That was amazing. This cube is the Elysius cube. It's a cultic cube made by John Terrell here, and he's one of the commentators. Hey, Benjamin Wheeler, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, go follow Benjamin Wheeler, folks. I did not get to draft the Desert Cube, no. You had the most fun with Turbo? The Turbo Cube was fun. It was taxing. The Turbo Cube was a lot. Yeah. That was a big mental drain.
Oh shit, what up?
The Turbo Cube, every deck was like a fucking lock deck and or a combo deck. And you'd often use your entire deck to combo. Which is, yeah, like I said, taxing. Super cool, though. Hey, Daniel Talk Thigh, thanks for the 27 months there. Yes, I did have a good CubeCon, yep.
So there's a lot of ramp in green. You kind of want to be on, there's a million dorks. So you can be on dorks, but they're pretty susceptible to get
I drafted Vintage Cube twice, and we're going to see that for the top 8.
A favorite of John Brostoff's, as we all know.
Yeah, J-Bro, like that pick.
I think he's going to take this Karn, though.
I don't know.
I think you can. I think any of these cards on the right are justifiable.
I love Inferno Titan, man.
The Inferno Titan would have been justifiable.
So he's staying.
So the cool thing about taking the Karn instead of the Inferno Titan, right now I only have a Glorybringer, right? I'm not locked into red, and there's a chance that I don't play the Glorybringer and don't play red at all. In which case Karn is great, right? If I end up being a green ramp deck, if I end up being like a blue-white control deck, like I just have like a lot more options taking the Karn. And if I am just like Naya mid-range, then the Karn's still like a totally fine card, totally reasonable. But the way that the matches played out, the Inferno Titan would have actually been better, I think.
Staying very open, it feels like, and seeing where these packs lead him.
Okay, got a Shark Typhoon,
Oh my God,
a Goblin
Shark
Rabble
Typhoon.
Master.
Shark Typhoon, one of my favorite cards of late.
Always love taking cards. Always like taking Rabble Master.
A lot of solid picks here. I think Journey to Nowhere would have been reasonable.
Absolutely.
I think I end up taking the Mana Rock.
CubeCon. Jonathan Brostoff dancing
also
for us.
Looks like he's taking Everflowing Chalice. He's gonna get on the ramp.
All right, he's
got some.
Karn.
He's got some expensive stuff, and he knows.
Yeah, Mana Rock into Tree Speaker.
Now we're gonna drag
A little bit of ramp. This Grist is very tempting to me.
Ooh,
Grist is really strong.
Drag a Tree Speaker.
Oh,
is
And a
shit,
li-
what up?
Both of those cards are a little bit above power level in this cube.
You're taking a risk when you start leveling up that guy.
Caleb is taking that risk.
Hey, Next Degree, thanks for the 24 months.
Tree Speaker into his pile. I like taking Tree Speaker.
Yeah.
I love that card in cube. It's like, it's a cheap card. Like often, like they have to kill it, otherwise it's gonna get pretty bad for them.
People call it the Green Soul Ring, right? But it feels real bad when
Here I'm just grabbing the 5-mana walker.
in response to the level up trigger.
It's like he's
He likes
that was
Vivian.
Vivian. Which Vivian? Is
Easy
that?
pick.
5-mana Vivian. What's her name?
So that Vivian spits out 3/3s, and then you choose whether it wants to be Vigilant or Trampley or whatever. I think I like mono chose Vigilant for all of my activations with that card. And I forgot that you could play creatures off the top for a bit. So there's some very long games where it would have been even better than it was if I had remembered all of its abilities. But I mostly played it, spat out 3/3s, and sometimes tutored for cards. I think at one point I tutored for a Glory Bringer, and I tutored for, well, I don't want to spoil anything.
The
I don't want to spoil any picks here.
enchantments and artifacts.
Yeah.
The Wrath is tempting to me. At this point, I could be like a weird tap out control deck, like a blue-white or like a green-white control deck
Is that Arlen Cord?
with some ramp, with some sweepers.
Day of Judgment?
Just play like a ton of planeswalkers.
Wow, he's interested in these big white cards too. Arlen, there.
I end up going for Elishnorn though. Elishnorn's also a sweeper.
All right.
You don't have
It's a
lot of
little.
ways to cheat a giant card into play though with your cube, right? So he's gonna have to just. Is
Yeah.
it?
You can look at the cards you've drafted. You can see me doing that right now. That's what this is.
I have in the past.
Yeah, CubeCon was at regular REL. So at regular REL, I guess you're allowed to look at your picks and stuff in between packs, and so that's what I'm doing here, looking over my picks. The top 8 draft, the judge told us not to. For the top 8 draft, they did a called draft, and we weren't looking at our picks in between packs and stuff. They made that super serious, like it was as though it was like a Pro Tour top 8 draft. You know, everyone like, oh. Anyway, we went serious mode for that one. But this is more casual, and most of the drafts on the weekend were very casual and laid back, and everyone was a good sport. Everyone was awesome. Yeah.
Reed, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, excellent. Vivian Reed.
But Vivian Reed's not
Makes
here.
sense if you're doing random ass
So
cubes,
Vivian
right?
Reed's
Yeah, trying to remember even what you drafted when you have to like read all the cards and stuff.
We got new art for her. Oh, what are we looking at? Oh, there.
Did
here
we,
go.
uh,
Yeah.
Did he take his next card? No, we didn't miss anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just showing off what I've drafted so
Yeah.
far to people.
Right
People
now, you
showing
got
into the
Glory
stream,
Bringer,
right?
Dragatree Speaker, Everflowing Chalice, Asika's Chariot, Vivian.
Tarn
Of the
Liberator.
monster.
Agreed, Airborne Moxen. Agreed, it was great.
Monsters.
The one time I heard of someone like losing a lot of like high value cards, like it had been left behind. Somebody else found them and returned them in, and it was just great.
Yes,
Everyone was
this
awesome.
is his wheel. Biogenic Ooze, Zergo.
I think Ooze would have been fine, but I already have a couple nice 5 drops.
Unexpectedly absent.
Absent's great.
Take that unexpectedly absent.
Instant
It's-
speed
it-
interaction.
Not
and-
Again, if
considering,
a card is good enough in Vintage
draft
Cube,
leaders here.
then you should probably consider drafting it in your like lower powered cube, right?
It's good. He's taken big payoffs here.
I talked to Sam briefly before the draft. He said he thought there were like tons of wraths in your
There
cube.
are bunch of
And
rats.
so that made him like. He said he wasn't a fan of the aggro creatures because he's thought he was just gonna get wrath.
Yeah, that right. So you either get run over by aggro or you
Yeah.
rat the board.
It's looking pretty good. I look.
The event was bigger than you expected. The event was like 100, almost 180 people. It was a little under 180 people. And the flights, not everybody played in every single flight. What they did was for the main event flights, there were 3 each day. Some people didn't even touch them, and some people played in some, but not all of them. And the folks that didn't touch them were just jamming side drafts. And because there were a lot of people that brought cubes that didn't enter them into the main event, and they just like hung out on the side and played other Magic formats and stuff. Someone pointed out to me how crazy it was for the top 8 draft to be going on at an event, and there's still being like 8 drafts going on. I actually took a picture because they were right. It is crazy for like almost everybody at the event to still be there hanging out while the top 8 draft was going on, and still playing Magic. You know, everyone just having a blast. The whole competitive side of this, where you crowned a champion, was almost an afterthought, right? It's not why people were here.
Oh, shit, what up?
Hey, Seth Bling thinks the 55 months there.
Looks like basically a green-white deck. I'm thinking.
Okay.
I would expect the Glorybringer probably not to make the team at this point.
Yeah.
At this point, I was thinking the same as BK. I was thinking there's a good chance the Glorybringer didn't make it.
Really good color picks. You know?
Yeah.
All right, Assassin Trophy,
Oh.
Coercive Portal coming around. That's
That's interesting.
that's a pretty good pickup here. He might be looking at that stomping ground. You know.
I did consider the stomping ground, but I took the portal.
Okay.
That portal was trash for
A
me.
little more
That's good.
card
It's
advantage.
usually very, very good, but it was super bad for me.
Like giant haymakers,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
basically wanted like
This
every
is
single one of
trap,
my
this is
cards to
trap.
impact the
I
board.
was wrong. So it's good to see a player
Alright, I just took the
Caleb's
3 drop.
Power, also
Okay,
Okay,
tireless
that's-
tracker. It looked like.
Was that Tireless Tracker? I thought it was
Was it?
Experiment 1 for a second, but
No, I don't think so.
Thanks, Xeroth. Yeah.
Or it might have been.
This is
was it
indeed the
new one?
Elysius cube.
so it was probably Tireless Tracker. Vorapede. is that what that
Eleusis.
is?
It's the cultic cube.
Late memory deluge.
Vigilance,
Yeah.
Trample, Undying.
There's a-
I saw this late damnation as a signal, and I'm not huge on
Wow.
Vorapede.
That Damnation.
It was Briarbridge tracker. Okay, good. Thank you. Chat, you're awesome.
Wall of Omens
It's
wield.
like a
I actually
Wall
played the Wall of
Blossom, or
Omens.
Wall of Omens.
Okay.
That's gonna
Yeah.
the white Wall of Blossoms.
Even if you're playing like kind of an aggressive deck,
That's a really nice late pickup for his deck.
Wall of Omens, if your curve is high enough, Wall of Omens is going to help you hit those land drops. It's going to smooth things out. It's going to block from your opponent,
Control cards. Oh,
protect your
and
walkers. Late Temple Garden, love it.
What a
Sweet.
pickup here.
Yeah,
Like-
that's perfect.
Exactly what you want is to use your not great picks to fix your mana.
Yeah, I'm surprised that dual land went around so late too.
And then a
Shocked.
Valky.
Okay.
Caleb's gotta be feeling pretty good about this right now, right?
Yeah.
He's got stuff that does.
What if I could just
stuff.
shift forward to
I think
the
that'd be a very
Extort.
reasonable
Extort.
card to
next
wheel.
draft part?
Yeah.
And,
Oh, I missed it. Damn.
I thought it was
Was it?
Experiment 1 for a second.
Damn it.
but-
There needs to be like a skip ahead 30 seconds button.
Interaction.
Oh, this is the next pack. Perfect. Perfect.
All right, now we got
cards that are one
cards
mana,
upside
no-
down. Looks like a Council's Judgment.
Yeah, that
The
could be-
Gilded
ooh,
Goose.
there's a
Yeah, I go all the way around and say Solitude, and it's like, yep, Solitude, bam.
He is.
Those elementals, Solitude and Fury, are just like some of the best picks in any cube you see them in. They're just really, really
the
good.
subtlety behind it. Wow, excellent. Got the new evoke cards.
Yep, those evoke elementals and
So previously, Council's Judgment would be one of the better removal spells that you could get,
amazing wheels.
but it's just very easily
It's
Solitude.
gotta be like, gotta be feeling good.
Yeah,
about
exactly,
that.
Kenixai, yeah. Some good cards in that pack, but none of them are as good as that one. Tap the arrow keys. Ooh, Twitch chat giving me the info.
All right, we got big old Elspeth.
Okay, he's ready for another big finisher. Oh, there's Intrepid Adversary. That's a consideration. He may not have enough.
Adversary is a consideration to just cheat out Elish Norn, but I mean, you can just play 2 ramp spells and cast an Elish Norn, right? So like, why play a 4 mana 3/3
creature
that does that?
cheats things into play. It's,
Oh, that's interesting.
yeah,
So I think
Not
that'd be a very
extort,
reasonable
exert.
card to wheel,
yeah,
and
it would be.
probably very good in its deck.
Is that a
Well,
fucking
he doesn't have
upheaval
a
in
lot of
there?
big creatures right now. He's moving late nature's lore right to the front, get
That's
some
true.
ramp going.
I don't really know what this angel does. It's like some big
Yeah,
angel.
that's a cool,
I'll like read it and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever.
I don't
Look
know
at the
that.
prismatic omen. I'm just taking the nature's lore.
Mhm. It is, and it's from an
Next.
has, when this creature dies, it went away. It comes
Mhm.
back. It comes back is what happens.
This next pack, I see that Ragavan. I'm just like,
Out of your deck, puts into play 2 mana. Yeah, we got a Regavan.
so this Ragavan is like fucking 4th pick or something. This Ragavan is like 4th pick, and I'm just like looking at it like, okay, so I only have a Glorybringer in red, but this is a 4th pick fucking Ragavan, and I think Ragavan is like one of the best cards in the cube, so I just jam it. I'm just like, yep, okay. The rest of this pack's kind of trash. Maybe I am red after all. The fixing in this cube's really good. I already have some fixing. It might just happen, huh? Hey, Dr. Thundercock, thanks for the 56 months there. Woo!
Get your walls out.
Wow, he took the monkey. Wow,
He took the monkey.
that's pretty aggro.
Must be still thinking.
The monkey's a ramp spell. I'm playing a ramp deck.
Keeping his options open.
Yep.
Okay.
Still
No
dreaming
one
of
else-
that Glorybringer. You know.
Okay. Monkey power. All right. Yeah, you think he's just okay? Chat thinks he's just cutting the red player.
I'm not cutting the red player. Chad is very wrong.
I don't know. What do you think about like defensively drafting in a?
You should not defensively draft in an 8-person pod.
I mean, if you're extremely concerned about the deck, I can see it. I'm not usually. Ooh, there's a sweet one. Leonin Stalker is.
Leonin Stalker, it's like a 3-mana thing, and then when your opponent attacks you, you can like exile one of their attackers once, is how it works. It does something different in multiplayer, but
I'd love to read that one too.
Yeah,
Mike.
read it.
Leonin-
Yeah.
Oh, shit,
Leonin
what up?
Stalker.
hey, Malagor TV, thanks for the 18 months
Another
there.
Covent Garden. I think he has all of them.
Absolutely, Malagor, absolutely.
It is.
That was a Tumble Garden. I recognize
Nice.
that. Gil's Ravnica artwork anywhere.
I gotta look at my list. Consult my list. I think I've stumped myself because I gave him the wrong name.
Yeah, this is especially not a hate draft because Ragavan's not even good against my deck. I've got a bunch of
He's got Aaron
dorks and
Mason
shit.
in the front of the pack.
Something Stalker. It's something Stalker, you guys.
Yeah.
You can tell me. Ooh, Aaron. Yes.
Easy Arid
Caleb
Mesa.
at this point has a lot of nice cards, and he's just finding. I think he's like probably rightly thinking. I just have to make sure I cast them.
He found a Wrath. It looks like. Depopulate.
I think I just take the Burst Lightning here.
Him to
I thought about
try.
the
Yes.
Burst Lightning.
the 3-mana 2/3 that makes tokens.
Damage for 1 mana.
Considered it.
Fucking Leonin. Thank you. very much.
Me holding up the cards there. This glare, this blasting of light.
Could we see?
He's showing.
Hey,
a
Poopy Pirate 6
glare-
to 17 months.
Okay. I think Mike just told him. All right, there. It's better. Okay, now we can see it. Perfect. Shaky camera. It's like a
Awesome.
horror movie.
If you get a chance.
Yeah,
you're
you're fine, work booze. I couldn't see what the cards looked like. I didn't have like a image screen to see like what was glare and what wasn't. That would have been really helpful from my seat.
Oh yeah, that experimental synthesizer. That's a sweet
Experimental
card.
synthesizer.
Yeah.
Just grabbing a Sacred Foundry.
A red-white land.
A lot of this stuff
Alright,
is
so
real
I was looking
intuitive.
great for that Ragavan.
Once I find my lane, it's like, yep, take my piece of
Caleb's right,
fixing.
we're wrong. Ragavan, awesome.
He's making it
Monkeys
happen.
for life.
It was a lot of fun drafting in person, Cody Air.
He's got his ramp.
It was a blast.
It's a ramp spell. It's a ramp spell.
Nice to
What
Glenn.
is that?
Yeah, I went through all of mine. And I actually ordered more. I ordered
That's
more
why
factor
he's
meals.
big draft and we're not.
They actually let me cancel my factor subscription, and then they sent me a new code to sign up and get another percentage off again.
Gem Razor. That's
I don't know if Winona's in this cube or not. I didn't see it.
Horizon Canopy's great, man. You sack it at some point, you get a card.
Doesn't have a lot. He doesn't have a lot of answers to artifacts and enchantments currently.
That's true.
Is there a lot of powerful ones in your tube, or do you think it's like a less viable avenue?
I would very much like to have naturalized taped onto something useful, like a Rex Sage or like a.
But you can't track naturalized.
or,
Sure does, yeah.
Put some damage in. But yeah,
I
you
did a
wanna
couple
be able to
skips
interact
there.
with-
All right, the Ronus came back.
Here we go.
Is that Jetmir's Garden? Which one? Which is the?
That is.
Yep, Naya Garden.
I think that might
think
be
it
the
was.
red.
That's my Triome.
A red, green, white.
That's my Triome.
Awesome.
It's a nice phone. I'm putting my cards on my phone just so that I don't mix up packs, right? You don't want to like accidentally pass
the wheel there.
your
Yeah,
What's
that's
that
great.
Three Kingdoms card? I never know what the
your actual cards, right?
It's a worldwide
You don't want to confuse the
Fire
pack you're
Emblem,
passing with
Fire
your
Emblem. Oh my God.
draft pile.
Beautiful.
What does it
Yeah.
do? Fiery ambush?
It's a volcanic hammer.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
instant, right?
mana
Just burn
sorcery,
spell.
Deal 3.
I think I boarded it in like once.
Yeah, he's got to take young.
Ooh.
These picks don't really matter.
All right.
Young pyromancer, probably not making the deck.
Yes.
The
take
jackal-
the
I like the
jack-o'-lantern.
jack-o'-lantern.
I love the jack-o'-lantern.
Yeah.
I was arguing with Jonathan
Just
Kostoff
like
about this the other
incidental
day.
graveyard hate.
Yeah, he's like,
and
why
a
is the
little mana
jack-o'-lantern?
fixing.
Yeah.
That's a nice pickup though. That sweeper at the end.
I don't know. What
So this deck started out as like very control-y, and it got more mid-rangey. But the sweeper ends up getting boarded in a key matchup.
Wanderer, Bloodstone Champion.
And then we're at like some
Yeah.
dinky review period, so we're just gonna skip along.
Yeah.
Because they're like, please, I never see. like,
Skipping
he has,
along.
he-
God, that's nice. I'm
Jay
so glad
Bruce
chat
runs
told me about that.
Looks like
The rip apart really appeals to me here. Really nice, versatile
just
interaction.
slap that Carnage Tyrant
I
just
think I
for
take
the
something else
dexterity.
over it. I think, oh, yep.
But he's gonna take a
Grab
second
another
to
Arid
make
Mesa.
sense.
My mana ends up just being really strong, really good.
Yeah.
It's just a-
Carnage Tyrant, I don't think is quite good enough for what it does. So like Carnage Tyrant, the benefit of Carnage Tyrant, the benefit of Carnage Tyrant is that it's got hexproof, right? So you slam it, your opponent can't counter it, and then you've got this like thing. So it's good against like a very specific type of control deck that's low on sweepers, high on counters. It's good against removal spells too, but the fact that it's good against removal spells doesn't matter that much, because you could just be like, the alternative of playing some creature on 6 is playing some planeswalker, and I already have like 6-mana Elspeth, fucking Karn, like I kind of already have a bunch of cards that are good against removal, good against control players already, so I'm just like not even really excited about a Carnage Tyrant here. I'm not surprised that BK is. It seems very much like BK's sort of card, but I don't think I need it at all with what I've got going on. I also like that Order 9 cubes that have multiples of dual lands. Yeah. Even the old border foil cube just had like two of each original dual land in there to smooth things out, which I thought was really smart. Even though you can't get foils of that particular land. Yes, Zorptech, absolutely. Hey, Dirk80, thanks for the 20 months there.
Looks like he's already thinking, Oh,
Okay.
Arid Mesa.
He likes the Arid Mesa.
Looks like he's already thinking, I might want Artifact Enchantment answers here. Oh, this card is... There's some real...
Oh shit, what up?
Yeah, this is a fucked up pick.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is a fucked up pick.
Begins with an L, right?
There's Lightning Bolt, Lelia, and Sylvan Library.
Really, I think that card is so powerful.
Oh, it's such a good card.
He moved a Garrick to the front, but I don't think that's gonna beat up this.
The Garrick's gonna wheel.
Yeah, I think
It's
I
gonna
slam.
talk you out of there.
Hey, Fetterfool, thanks for 17 months.
Lelia. Sylvan Library, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do know what you
I
mean,
see the
Fetterfool. Thank
Sylvan,
you.
Shit, what
and,
up?
It hurts my heart to.
I know. He's got Coercive Portal. That's
Hey, Big Nate, thanks for the 10 months.
Yeah, he's gonna like fetch lands and shuffle it. So.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Some
Alright,
cube content.
Big old Chandra here.
Yeah, there's like an unglued card in here. When I'm reading, I'm like,
Blast from the past.
Madness,
The-
Cycling, Kicker.
Blast from the past is
Flashback,
the
Conduct.
uncard that ends up in the cube every time.
Yeah, yeah.
I did enjoy drafting the Cultic Cube more in person than online, and I think a lot of it was the unglued cards gave it a little bit more of a twist. There was a flip card that like came into play pre-flipped too, like some fun little tweaks in there.
Not every time, but often.
Yeah. Wild Call, that's a sweet card if you're. You can
So I'm
dump
thinking
it.
about the Raging Ravine. I think I ended up taking Lana Werewolves out of this pack,
Creature to your mana base.
Yeah.
Um,
The more
especially
lands
after
you
just
get,
grabbing
the more
Lelia, right,
cards
and have the
you
chance for the turn
I
two.
think- I was gonna say, I think the right pick here is Lana Werewolf, though.
Okay, fair enough.
Get your Layla on turn
Yeah.
2.
How do my wrist races help me? Well, I have bad wrists,
Yeah.
and it can hurt to shuffle
There were some,
and use
there were some
repetitive wrist
analyzing options,
movements
but,
if I don't wear them.
it's gonna make sure
And I
that
forget that I'm wearing them when I have them on.
time for himself.
Except for when questions remind me.
That is in
All right, that's Turn Timber.
Hey, thanks for danger.
Turn Timber,
We got a Night
Symbiosis,
Pack.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah, a lot of
MDFC.
people killed it this weekend.
Spikefield Hazard is another great MDFC. It just deals 1 damage on the front.
Sam Black and Geeky Jackson fucking destroyed.
Red Source.
I like
on
it.
the back
Earthshaker Kenra.
That's a great aggressive card.
Great little aggressive.
I lost to
card.
Sam
You can
the
also
one time I
just-
played him. We were both in the same pod here, but we didn't end up facing off.
Assault Monolith.
I like this Night Pack Ambusher.
That's great.
4/4 Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about the Nightbook
Spike
Ambusher.
Field. He's like, but wait, a Spike Field
Yeah.
That's tempting.
might really save me if I'm getting beat down. By
The
this
Ambusher is just like really good in
Ambusher.
some specific mid-range mirrors.
Got the Spike
Go for
Field.
And the Spike Field's really good against like opposing mana dorks and stuff.
Oh
There's
shit, what up?
A nice chunker. I'm gonna use that.
I was thinking with the Spike Field, I was thinking that like my curve's pretty
Oh,
high.
shit, what up?
It could let me play like a lot of mana dorks and stuff, and then like also be a spell in the mana base. The issue with it in my deck is that I really want untapped lands for Ragavan on turn 1. So I ended up not running it, but I did board it in a couple of rounds. Hey, thanks, Box of the Shoes. Thanks for the thanks. Thanks for the congrats. Thanks for the sub. And Roll Duke, thanks for the 27 months there. Yeah, me and Sam played in the colorless cube. There was a cube where if you wanted colored mana, say to activate a Golos, then you needed to draft it. And you could have as many wastes as you wanted. And like the whole cube is full of like artifacts and Eldrazi's and stuff. It was kind of a fucked up cube. I took a Chaos Orb, expecting it to be 3 mana Vindicate, because that's the only way I've seen Chaos Orb played. But because the events were being played on the weekend as though they were sanctioned, the judges ruled that I had to play it as written. And Chaos Orb as written is a fucked up Magic card. Basically, when you put the Chaos Orb on the stack, your opponent cannot rearrange their permanents. And so you can have like a one-sided Armageddon. It's just like crazy shit. There was one game that I blew up a 7-mana Karn and a creature that was representing lethal. And then I had a couple of whiffs. Once it only landed on an indestructible card. But against Sam, when I played him in the finals, it blew up 2 lands, and I got to win the game. And then he started spreading his permanents. But at a certain point, when he was tapping 2 lands, I could still hit 2 permanents by flipping sideways. So I did that, and I got to blow up 2 lands again. But he still ended up winning that game. Yeah, still ended up beating me. But yeah, don't recommend playing with Chaos Orb as written. It's not a great gameplay experience. Basically, it ends up being like a 3-mana one-sided Geddon sometimes, which is pretty feel bad. And then also, you create the minigame where everyone has to play with their permanents ridiculously spread for like the entire thing. And then like, do you start doing that just in case your opponent has a Chaos Orb? Does everybody have to spread their shit? Like, and then there's like not enough space on the table. It's obnoxious. Anyway, it was fun to get to flip a Chaos Orb, though, I will say that. It was cool. It was the first time I'd ever done so. Alright, so we got a Wooded Foothills here, but there's also a Skyship. Like, I valued that Glorybringer really, really highly early on. I value Skyship really highly for the same reason. This is really good in this cube.
But
Immediate board
yeah,
impact.
He's got so many chonkers, though. I think that's what he's thinking.
Oh, he's interested
It's
in
Chonk
land.
City here.
There's the new Flame Tongue Yearling. That is...
Okay, Yearling, is that a Wooded Foothills?
People don't rip up Chaos Orbs with Wood R9. That's an urban legend.
There's Magma
Full
Jet.
art.
That inspired Chaos Confetti, but it's not like a thing that people do.
What was a stomping ground?
There's Flame... Yeah, okay, so he's not even interested in Flame Tongue Yearling. Fair enough. It is double red, but it's a card that, at ETB...
I mean, it wasn't Grixis Sky. We didn't play a competitive REL.
Yeah, yeah.
It was regular REL the whole weekend.
I like Flame Tongue Yearling, too. It's probably a pretty great pickup if he's worried about getting beat down. I'm not sure he's worried. Like, what do you think he's most worried about now? He's like, I'm sure he's like, my draft's going well at this point,
Ooh,
and
Sky
he's gonna
Sovereign
take.
console
He wants the
flagship.
boat.
Yeah.
You're damn right I want the
If I'm
boat.
Caleb, I'm thinking.
You're
this
damn
draft's
right.
going Great. My deck is great. What in this cube is going to beat me?
Yeah, they played Flip It or Rip It, Gargadon.
Shore that up at this point because his
that makes
mana's
sense.
great. his
Did I like the
bombs are
spotlight?
great.
I actually
Fertile Ground.
so day 1 of the weekend on Thursday we did a cube off between Wisconsin and Wizards of the Coast. We had like a couple of Wizards employees there, and so me, Sam Black, and J-Bro faced off against Gavin Verhey, Lenuka, also known as David McDarby, who was there with his Living the Dream cube, and Gwen, and who was like an honorary Wizards employee for the purpose of this draft. And yeah, so they had me be the featured draft. Sam very kindly volunteered me to be featured for that. And so I got to like hold up my cards for the entire draft, you know, so like everyone could see my picks and stuff. And then mercifully, none of the drafts that I was in after that were featured. So until the top 64, and the top 64, I was placed into this cube. They chose to feature me again, despite the fact that Sam was also in this pod. It would have been excellent to feature. I once again got to do it. The cool thing about it is I now have this content. I can now go over my draft picks with y'all. So I'm whining right now because it's obnoxious to have to sit there and hold up your cards for multiple drafts on the weekend. It's like adding a layer of work or whatever. But it is cool that I get to look back over the draft and hear what people were thinking and see the chat and stuff. And we're gonna do it for the top 8 as well. This is the Elysius cube, the Cultic cube. If you played the Cultic cube that was on Moto, this cube is very similar. A few twists.
Oh shit, what up?
Sam was featured a lot. Sam did get featured a couple of times. Yeah, I think he did some losing on camera. That's pretty much all the losing that he did was during the featured drafts, and he just like fucking crushed every single non-featured draft that he did. Hey, thanks, Trillbite Hives. Appreciate it.
He's taking the Avacyn's Pilgrim. All right.
Absence Pilgrim.
Avacyn's Pilgrim's a great dork in this deck. It's like better than a Land of War Elves because it fixes for one of my colors.
So that's more expensive, but it's also it's harder to kill.
Another cheap mana guy.
This pack's kind of whatever.
One mana dude.
I didn't care about any of these cards.
He
Next!
does have the Essica's,
Oh my God.
Essica's Chariot, so
He doesn't-
that is
What was the prize for first? There was a bunch of stuff. So the prizes were not advertised for this event because it's a volunteer run event. Almost all of the fees that people paid went towards paying for judges. And a lot of the people that helped put it on actually like put money into it, right? Like Parnell paid like $600 to fly in and made $0. Like literally just was there to run commentary. Cloud Goat Ranger, the person who managed the behind the scenes of the coverage the whole weekend, literally spent like 4 days in front of his computer making sure all the tech side of the coverage and everything worked. Worked like super hard, had very little breaks. Got like 4 subs for it or something. So next year I think they're gonna figure out how to pay him something, like sell some merch or something. Give him something for doing all that. Anyway, like I said, so it's a volunteer event. It's like not being run for profit or anything like that, and so I wasn't expecting much for anything, and I got quite a lot. They gave me some of the sponsors had chipped in for various swag. I got like a stack of packs, and some of them were like Time Spiral remastered. Someone said that those were worth like $20 a piece or something. I don't know what cards are worth. And then I got this bitchin' trophy. It's this trophy / murder weapon. It's incredibly heavy.
Oh shit, what up?
Very awesome looking cube. They gave me this Dragon Shield carrying case. Yes, so you can carry a whole ass cube in this case, or just like a long row of boxes. I think I'm gonna have like, so there's 2 rows in here. I'll just open it up and show y'all. Should I full screen? I can full screen right now. I was gonna do this later, but someone had the question. Nah, I'm gonna do it later. I'll show it off when I actually like get to the end of the stream. A bunch of shit, a bunch of sweet, cool stuff. Play mats and what. We'll get into it later.
Yeah.
Hey, Sty 6 thanks for 55 months.
Is that
Apex Altasaur? That sounds
Apex Altasaur? Can
Yeah.
we get that?
It's a
on
cube
screen?
carrier, but
So-
I mean, you could have like a long row of boxes, and there's like a bunch of sleeves in there. They like stuffed it with sleeves. It's awesome. This is a sweet prize.
Oh, it just machine guns their board
It's a 10-10 for 9.
for 9.
He's taking
I take the Chandra, yeah.
kinda
Torch
want-
of Defiance.
Okay.
A great 4-drop.
Yeah.
Chandra has value. It's also ramp. It's like you can. It's kind of perfect for this, right? Where it's like a removal spell, a card advantage spell, and a ramp spell. It's like everything that I'm trying to do in this deck all wrapped up into one card. So I wanted the 2 mana dork for early acceleration, but it doesn't get beaten out by the Chandra.
Chase the Mind Sculptor of Red.
That's right.
Living the Dream Cube was there. Yeah, Darby brought it. I never got a chance to draft it on the weekend. It was a very in high demand
Cube.
cube.
Will do everything for you if you're a ramp deck. It's such a great card for ramp.
I was actually hoping that I would get into Live the Dream Cube for the top 64 draft, because I have more experience with it than most folks, I think.
And then if neither of those work, you just get to draw more cards. You know.
The Rip Apart that I wanted wheeled.
He's gonna take a land of some sort.
Rip apart.
Use the case for a Battle Wits deck. I think I'm going to use it.
Looks like a
I don't think I'm going to put a cube in it. I think what I'm going to do is like have a row of pre-modern decks that are all real, that are all like real decks put together. And then I think I'm going to proxy a bunch of old school decks. I think I'm going to proxy a bunch of old school decks, and then I'll just have a case full of decks that like you can jam against each other. Just like sitting down at like a table with friends, like here and play these, whatever. Have fun.
land.
Did it? Well, maybe I'm.
But
maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't know. Like you're probably right.
He's got an Incinerate in the pack.
It is the Magic Carpet XL, yeah.
Okay.
The Garrick Wield. I boarded in the Garrick once. I don't know if I played it. It's the aggro Garrick. It's not the ramp Garrick. It's the your creature gets like +3/+3 and trample Garrick, which is good in my deck, but mostly if I'm on the play in specific matchups.
That was Garrick Unleashed.
If I need to pressure opposing walkers, it's really good for that.
That's Naya, good stuff, big stuff, and
Okay.
lots of mana.
You're just realizing how sweet and complex this event was. Yes,
Big.
that is hard. That is hard to understand until you're like actually in the event drafting it and stuff. Exactly how complex this event was, and a lot of the reason that it worked was because the app for the event was ridiculously good. Gwen just like made it like for fun. The Cube Cobra guy just like is apparently a genius or whatever, and he just made this a pairings app for CubeCon specifically, because it's a special need thing for everybody to be able to vote on which cubes they want to draft, and then for it to like rank choice vote, pair them all, and hopefully not put them. And then there was also an option for cubes you didn't want to draft, and so it also took that into account as well. And it's pairing like all these people into all these different drafts and stuff, and getting the whole thing to work. And then the judges, because the draft time on each table is different, the judges can start individual pods within the app as well and keep track of their start times that way. Really, really cool piece of software. Just like helps facilitate things and make it all smooth and stuff. So like some drafts have like 4 packs, some are gonna have a bunch of cards that people need to read, and then like others are like much more intuitive. So they all end up with like different draft times, different start times and finish times and stuff. Anyway, but it's all being paired within the same event. Anyway, I could wax poetic on that forever. Hey Zalzilla, thanks for the 44 months there.
Nice. New 4-mana Garrick. I like Unleashed. How do you like him compared
Right,
to
Lawnator.
Garrick?
Yeah. It worked really smoothly.
Spot in my heart for Garrick Wildspeaker, but this one
shit, what
I've
up?
played against this one.
Oh shit, what up? Hey Hyperfencer, thanks for 56 months.
Yeah.
I don't know if I play it in Caleb's deck.
It makes tokens if he wants to go in on the token thing.
It's true.
It makes tokens, and then the +3/+3
I
enchantable
guess
is
it's like
good.
a -1.
Good for pressure.
Oh, only if they control more creatures than you. -1 make it 3/3.
And the
shit,
draft portion
what up?
here is basically done. I think we need to skip along to the gameplay.
Alright.
Hey Bill Riccardi, thanks for 51 months.
I
Bill
love
says,
it.
what has 6 sides and lasts for hours? The average American meal. Oh my. Oh my. Yep, I pick up 6 mana Chandra. I guess that one shows up at some point. But for the most part, we're just like wheeling the rags here. I might get like one more piece of fixing, I'm not sure. Basalt Monolith, which I consider boarding in at some point, but I don't think I ever do. And we just get to skip all of the deck building part. The app we're talking about is just the CubeCon app, the app that was literally used for this event.
Work on Naya.
Well, I think you're gonna see your cubes thing here. Both these players got some great decks, and it's gonna be.
So you see my opponents, they put our deck names up here. My opponents, I didn't know that he was playing Tinker. I had played with my opponent before, not in Magic. We played a board game together once back when he lived here in Madison, and so we knew each other a little bit, very small amount.
Really good Magic here.
Oh, it is. This is super
Carnivan.
exciting.
They called it Carnivan because I've got Karn in my deck and Ragavan. So, people that have watched my stream a long time have seen me put fucking Goblin Guide and Karn in the same deck. So, it's not that crazy to put Ragavan and Karn into the same list.
Got some hands.
I see a Tinker in Shark's opening hand,
Oh, really?
which is
wow.
gonna be just what you want to see.
Bam, off to the races.
See,
Okay.
he's gonna keep.
I think I played this turn 1 Tree Speaker, and my opponent went, "Oh no, I'm dead." Like just cold the Tree Speaker. Yeah.
Looks like Caleb's off to the races with
Yeah.
a turn 1 green Shark Tree Speaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shark
And
plays Steam Vents. Back to Caleb. He's gonna level up.
Nice.
No follow up for this turn, but pass
Okay.
over to Shark.
See if Shark can just get that tree speaker off the board.
Oh, for this? So the judge came over and he asked what the cards are on the side. You see I've got 3 cards and then like a smaller row of 5. That's me keeping track of my life total. I've been doing that all weekend. I haven't been using like pen and paper or dice or whatever for my life total. It's what I enjoy doing for cube events, for like casual events or what have you. The vertical cards are 5, the horizontal ones are 1s. And if you're using like a D20, it could get knocked and spin down or whatever. And it's obnoxious if you go above 20 Whereas if you do this, it's like pretty intuitive, and you don't need to keep track of pen and paper, right? You always have sideboard cards for your life total that way. And so the head judge comes over and he's like, "What are these cards?" And I'm like, "This is my life total." And he goes, "Okay," and he starts counting them. And I'm like, "What is going on?" And then he goes on and he counts my deck and he counts my hand.
Short order, 'cause
And he pulls me aside.
Love the card, very powerful card, but
And I can skip through all of that.
also it's a
But the reason that he pulls me aside and talks to me is he's like, "You registered 38 cards." So this is a regular REL event. Most people we haven't been using deck. We've been marking the cards that we drafted all weekend. We've been marking them, but we haven't been putting in finished deck lists, because in most of our drafts you could change cards in between rounds, so there's no reason to like literally mark down what your deck list is. For this, because it was the featured draft, they gave us a red pen to like checklist the cards that were in our deck. And that was mostly for coverage. So coverage could be like, oh, okay, that's what's in the deck. Like, they'd have a sheet to look at. So I wasn't given a game loss for registering 38. And I think the way that it happened was there were probably cards in my deck that simply weren't on the deck sheet. That was very common over the course of the event. A lot of cards had to be like written in. Not a big deal, but that's what's going on here.
Not sure what's happening.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
We also have a whole suite
guess-
of the 1 mana.
Mike says they didn't draw before.
No, I just need to
That are creatures
skip
are,
ahead and let gameplay again.
immediately, unlike,
This is me talking to the judge. The judge is like, "Yeah, cool."
Yeah, Libby's got a great team out there, and doing good
Everybody
stuff.
extremely patient, extremely kind, and
I did not list an island bimp. I don't know if someone added it or something.
Down to 19.
okay.
Shark untaps. Ornithopter Paradise here. Again,
Right, but it wasn't like a real registration, idiosync. It was like a quick thing that we did for coverage, so they could see what we were playing. Nobody else at the event was registering lists and stuff.
I think probably his only acceleration is.
Yeah, exactly. Registered with quotes,
Yeah, we
which is
got-
why I wasn't given a game loss or whatever.
Chat's asking about the number of cubes. There are 26 cubes in the main event at CubeCon. And
Bam!
There's I don't know how many.
Take that,
more.
Ornithopter.
Boy,
So
we've got a lot of
so so I almost don't even kill this Ornithopter. I almost like play some other fucking card in my hand, but then I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll do that, whatever. And it ended up being really important because my opponent has Tinker in their hand, and now they don't have an Ornithopter or an artifact to sack to their Tinker, and I basically get to win just because I like YOLO killed their O2.
We got a big turn 3 Sky Sovereign that's gonna
Oh.
kill that Ornithopter.
Oh, nice.
Passes to Shark.
Oh,
Caleb wasn't so sure about the boat. He said when he drafted it.
Yeah.
He said that was one of his hardest picks was the boat versus a fetch land, Wooded
Yeah.
Foothills.
Wooded Foothills, yeah, and that's a huge swing because Shark otherwise is untapping and tinkering if he's got with that.
Correct.
Oh, messes up the tinker
Caleb's
plan.
sailing off to a great start here.
Yeah, that's right.
So then Fable comes down. Fable can make artifacts. Artifacts can be sacked to Tinker.
Probably a new addition.
It is.
But the
And it's a super
2/2 Goblin just
New addition
dies, so it
out
never
every
gets a chance.
cube in the room.
So the boat not only answers the first artifact, but it ends up answering the second artifact as well.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
card
who doesn't love a Kiki Jiki in any form we can get the card, right? That's a sweet card.
It's gonna give him a 2/2 Goblin Shaman.
Yeah. It's gonna
Which attacks to put a
potentially
treasure in
allow
play.
him to make some treasure, and treasure can be tinkered away. Treasure is artifact.
All right, passing to Caleb.
Play that thing, make a clue.
Playing a Brybridge Tracker. It's gonna crew up the
Crew my
boat.
boat, kill your
swing
goblin.
in, kill that goblin.
Tally ho.
This game is pretty straightforward,
Burn
pretty
their
academic.
6/5, right? The boat.
Yeah, and the tracker.
Then
Caleb's got all of
it's
these.
ripping apart the Fable.
The boat's really good, yeah.
Nice. Caleb's deck actually has a whole bunch of artifacts in it for being a Naya deck. Shark very much wishes some of those artifacts were on his side of the
Yeah,
board.
more artifacts on Caleb's side than Shark's right now, and the Tinker is just languishing
It is.
in his hand.
It is. That's not
Exactly, Ankylosaur, and I had no idea. I had no idea that my opponent was
Same
playing
amount.
Tinker, and
It's an artifact though.
Yeah.
Like it's just like dropping.
I thought he was probably like
Caleb,
some control shell.
Sundering Titan into play would certainly devastate Caleb's mana base here.
For sure. Yeah. Caleb on the 3 colors. Sundering Titan's gonna be a beating there.
Yeah. So turn 4, Caleb just having 6 mana in play has to feel good.
Yeah, I've just been skipping through the dead parts.
And
Snow
then
Schwartz.
Shark Chan
Yeah.
super well. What
Shark,
else is he
no
sitting
play,
on?
just passing to Caleb here.
That doesn't feel great either.
Oh, he might have some tricks. He's blue-black.
Yeah, Shark may well be holding up some counter magic. He's got
Sure.
inexpensive counters in the deck.
Another artifact for
Yeah, I
Caleb,
wasn't
just-
sure what
just
passing with 4 open mana meant,
Yeah.
with a erratic
so I didn't crew the boat here. I just served with my
that coercive
Vigilance
portal is
creature.
going to draw
My opponent reminded me it had Vigilance. I hadn't played with this card in a very long time. I was like, yeah, all right.
on board, which seems very unlikely.
Yeah, and Caleb's just going to attack with the
I didn't serve with the elf, so I could crack the
instead
clue.
of crewing up. Interestingly,
Oh yeah, that's interesting. So, do you think Caleb doesn't want to expose the boat to possible removal from Shark?
That's exactly what that is,
I'm
yeah.
not Sure.
If my creature gets killed, then I don't have anything to crew the boat anyway, but I've got that portal down that's drawing me 2 cards, and I'm cracking the clue. I'm almost certainly going to be able to crew the boat next turn.
Because the tracker is 3 power, right?
The tracker is 4 power,
Is it
if you have a token.
4/3?
Okay. Yeah.
So it's 4 power versus 6 power, which I didn't think it was as big of a deal as exposing the boat.
Your upkeep, everybody gets to vote, and so either the player controlling it gets to draw an extra card, it's a one-sided Howling Mine, or if both players vote for Carnage...
God, we're reading Coercive Portal.
Then,
You just draw 2 cards.
Oh, yeah,
it's a 4/3 when you control a token, which we do. We've got
I think this game gets scooped up real quick here.
Side of the board.
So I'm just going to skip along. Yeah.
actual-
And then we shuffle. We don't need to see all that.
But plenty of draft.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Vince took that.
Yeah, because up for
He's
Oh my god, this is so much nicer.
Tinker and Shark's opening hand.
Yes!
Little lamp.
Twitch fast forward.
Use shock lands in there.
I have seen Portal blow in a 1v1, and when that happens, someone made a mistake.
Caleb's keeping his hand. Say a Pluto Delta from Shark.
okay.
I think I've seen it like once or twice.
And Caleb preemptively shocking himself.
Yeah, Caleb's playing a Llanowar Elf. Oh, Shark also has a Demonic Tutor in his hand.
You see me adjusting my life total on the side there. I think I just like didn't even bother for the top 8. I was pretty tired in the top 8.
Let him decide any card in his deck to put in his hand. So
Yeah, it is any magic card.
any magic card.
Yeah, right, Dr. Rock? Yeah, who knows? I've seen it both times that I've seen it has been on Moto, so you're right. It could have been a mistake, misclick both
You
times.
have double fetches in the
Gonna go to
environment,
18.
and double shocks.
So we're just getting a basic.
Nah, one person votes first. Snow Schwartz.
Yeah.
Choosing.
Caleb's got some good threes. He drafted that Lelia, and she's in the deck, right? She's almost certainly in the deck.
I would guess.
I would put her in the deck.
She'd be on my team.
Yeah.
I would put her in the deck. Yeah.
Lightning Greaves from Shark.
And Lightning Greaves like raises a question mark above my head, like, because game 1 I thought my opponent was just playing like some control deck or something, right? Like we didn't really see what anything happened.
Lightning Greaves, I think that's a great magic card, especially in this deck where you're trying to resolve some enormous.
I passed with 3 mana up here just to cycle a Triome. I don't have much going on.
16.
Oh, we tinkered.
He's gonna
we
tinker.
tinkered.
And
There goes the Lightning Greaves. It's not going to protect anything, but it's going to.
Ancient Stone Idol, which is a 12/12.
Stone Idol.
So this is the second time I've seen an Ancient Stone Idol at CubeCon. I saw it in the bug deck, in the bug cube as well. And the reason I saw it was because I hit my opponent with that ninja rat that exiles a card off both players' library. So and you get to play one of the 2 cards. So turn 4, so I'm just going like 2 mana, turn 2 unblockable creature, turn 3 unblockable creature, turn 4 I ninja in that rat, hit them, flip it over, pay 10 life, have a 12/12. And I won that very easily. Yeah, that was very good. I do not win this game very easily. Turn 3, 12-12 is quite strong. And I do have answers to it in my deck, and I am drawing a card by cycling my land here. I have Solitude, I've got Swords to Plowshares. We saw me draw those things. The 12-12 can be like blocked for a turn. I've got some chonky things that can get in front of it. That's all that's going through my mind right now.
An Ancient Stone Idol, yes.
That's a 12-12 with trample.
Yes.
We throw it out
and
there.
when it dies,
It's just flash. No, it doesn't.
No.
I think I was just describing the rat game to my opponent. That's what that gesticulation was. Oh, I've seen that card.
not at
It's kind of
all.
like the artifact drag test.
Oh, Thrag Test. Okay. Ancient Stone Idol, you are a Thrag Test.
All right, pass it back to Caleb. What can he do to get out of this? He has cycled a Jetmir's Garden, and
Looking for...
Yeah, maybe Raptor.
now he's
Or Darksteel Colossus.
sack a Mesa, go to 17, fetch out a mountain.
I think I'm just playing Chariot here.
God,
It's
yeah.
not very exciting.
That's not going to do it. Solitude.
I was excited about a turn 3 Asuka's Chariot until my opponent played a turn 3 Ancient Stone Idol.
Play a Seeker's Chariot.
And we don't have
Couple,
cats.
Kitties out here, and
So I end up grabbing wolves. We'll skip through us searching for tokens.
Some good top... Okay.
I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Demonic Tutor. It's looking like
That's nice.
he hasn't even played his Demonic Tutor.
No,
yet.
it doesn't even need that Demonic Tutor. It's
Alright.
got all the pieces
Here
right
comes
there.
12.
Exciting against a giant with no
Oh,
trample.
wow.
Giant has trample is the issue.
Big dude crashing in.
Gonna knock Caleb.
So I take
out.
12. My opponent clones it.
Snapcaster, man.
He just made a copy. Excuse me.
I laugh a bunch.
Last pool mimic.
He-
Oh, okay, yeah.
Draw a card. It's not a Swords to Plowshares.
More 12-12.
More 12-12.
Think for a second. 24 power.
Idle times two.
Okay.
There
Yes.
are two
Yes, that's quite good. Nightmare? Yeah,
Oh,
Nightmare.
Something like the first 12-12 had me, dude. You didn't really need to.
Oh, that was good.
It's the new version of the Cultic Cubes, no Schwartz, if you remember drafting that on Moto.
Carnivan is gonna go to game 3 against Tinkerbooter.
So I adjust a little bit.
Caleb has access to rafts. Let's see if they're in.
Wraths do not come in against Ancient Stone Idol.
Some wrath.
Not a great answer.
Is that not true? I'm
I
not
think I bring in like
I'm not
I
seeing
think
it.
he passed
a shock for the Ornithopter or something. I don't know what I brought in.
Giant.
Maybe I did
That
nothing.
could be-
I'm just gonna skip.
Unexpectedly. Right, X
Yeah.
is how far down it goes, but
Yeah, but
I don't think my
that's,
sideboarding matters until the third
you
match.
count it for white, and that's totally
That's
fine.
a, that's a would show
Yeah,
up.
adventure mode.
Just me skipping along here while we
Yeah,
shuffle.
At least
They're still talking about Realm Cloak Giant. It's not good against my opponent's deck. I didn't bring it in.
Yeah, there's been adventure cards that have come in and out of here. But I love.
I think I mostly just brought in cards that were like good on the play. That I,
like Battle from
like the 4-mana Garrick I think came in because that card's good on the play. Can apply pressure, kill people
How many
quickly.
adventures are in your cube?
It may just be the Realm Cloak Giant now. That may
Okay.
be all we're down to.
Off to the races.
Yeah.
Caleb is going to get that Dragon Tree Speaker turn 1 again.
Yes.
Put him making a
Alright.
crab.
Hard
I love that
evidence.
crab maker.
Oh,
Fucking love that
Put
card.
a crab and a clue into play. I
Love
love
hard
this
ep-
card.
Hell yeah, stamp, stamp, stamp.
Card. This
Who
is
doesn't
another one
love
of my
hard ep?
famous recent cards too.
The final match was phenomenal. I
Knock
agree.
yourself again down to
Republicans.
16. Power up that Tree Speaker.
I don't know.
And then attacking into a crab doesn't make sense, so it is second level here.
No tinker, please. Trying to fade the tinker.
He's going to load him up again.
Yeah. We need a crab.
Not getting through that crab.
Stick something
Hey,
there.
crab. All right.
Second land.
Here comes a polluted Delta.
Ooh, Bone Crusher Giant. Oh, Mad Timmy. Bone Crusher Giant.
Gonna get
in
Blood
the cube.
Crypt. Searing Spear on
Okay.
the Tree Speaker is gonna slow Caleb down a lot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was mean.
But Caleb got.
I think I'm lilying here.
There is a Bone Crusher Giant in
There's
this.
a Bone Crusher Giant. That's a good card too.
Oh,
Who was
the
in
side-
top 8?
Caleb's just
There were a lot of
stacked
great drafters from throughout the weekend that were in the
of
top
his,
8,
like,
basically.
cards. It's a classic. Classic
A lot of folks that
draft
knew what they were
card.
doing.
I think mostly only drafters do that.
Yeah.
Caleb's gonna
Oh.
drop Layla.
Lelia. Yeah.
I'm gonna call her Layla.
Okay.
It's gonna exile Mountain.
Represent some Clapton here, I guess.
Lelia is such a good clock.
Maybe he played this turn, but he's already played a land.
And
And,
Caleb would have
slug him
liked
for
to have
3.
dropped that using. The
There were some prizes on the line towards Hearst. I got like $200 some dollars
Oh,
in
yeah.
product or whatever, but the prizes weren't advertised. We were mostly playing for glory.
Flip land off that exile effect on the attack trigger. You can put it right into play.
And this trophy.
And the crab.
And this fucking sweet ass playmat. I'll show the playmat later.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just gonna hand him a crab.
No.
Free crab, sign me up.
Yeah. Lelia may have crab dinner later, however. Very good card. Yeah, I mean, I love the Rabble Masters, and I love that WoTC started printing Rabble Masters for us because red 3s in the past.
Interesting piece craft. Interesting.
Yeah.
But man, we have
Nice
such a
Kinetic Sime.
embarrassment of options
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's red, white.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the next CubeCon.
Yeah, and Lelia, I think is super great. I like.
Here's-
I like.
So I've successfully dodged Tinker in game 2 or game 3 here.
Not
Oh,
gonna
shit, what
stop
up?
Lelia from.
Hey Gecko, thanks for the 50 months.
It's gonna exile a Llanowar elf.
Then I end up just like leaving that Llanowar Elves in exile, so I can play a 4-drop.
Nightmare. Just like a 2/2 gets bigger every turn,
Yeah. I mean,
draws cards.
Yeah.
What more could you want? Four mana.
The Chariot again.
Get a chariot here.
all
Couple
right.
Cats.
Ooh.
Choosing not to play the Llanowar elf.
Coverage was awesome.
Looking pretty good
Absolutely.
on
Oh, but
that side of the
Sharik
board.
just got a.
A lot of folks put in a lot of effort to make that look
He's
good.
got 2 blue. He's got opposition,
Oh wow.
which is gonna.
I agree. Parnell and J-Bro did have good
And-
good chemistry.
And keep the chariot from really doing damage.
CubeCon is a yearly
Just
thing.
like-
Yeah, it's going to be.
Well,
This was CubeCon 1.
Yeah.
you can
no,
attack with the cats, but
Yeah.
I am in Darkine.
And Sharik has 3 creatures with, used to.
Hell yeah,
off
Snow
the border
Schwartz.
here, and
Hell
that's-
yeah.
That's gonna shut down Caleb's board.
Some people traveled there were multiple people that traveled over from Europe to
Yeah.
play, and then like a lot of people from California and the East Coast.
Yeah. But this is a great.
Oh,
Oh,
shit,
don't
what
make
up?
me pick favorites, Vale. Don't do that to me. Hey, yeah, Frozen Zebra, thanks to the sub, thanks to 41 months there. Thank you. Yes, I did get to take all of the turns between my 2 vintage drafts. Oh my god.
That might be up.
oh, that might be a glared up opposition. Yeah. All right, that big shiny rectangle up on top is.
Yeah, so this is... I did think about this a little bit. So my opponent had Crab down and an Ornithopter, and here I'm chilling with Essica's Chariot, Lelia, and they played an opposition. This Solitude I was really happy to have in my hand because if my opponent tinkers for Ancient Stone Idol, I'll have an answer to it. But now an opposition's coming down, and there's 2 tappers to tap down my things. And if I Solitude the creature on my turn, obviously they'll get to tap something in response. So this is an EOT, pitch my Elspeth, pitch my busted-ass 6-mana Planeswalker to cast Solitude to answer an Ornithopter, which didn't feel great, but was almost certainly correct here, because it lets me sneak in lethal. I only have 1 card in hand, it's the Glorybringer, and I do rip that 5th land to play it.
Shooting
Okay.
the Ornithopter at the end of the turn.
All right, and that was evoked. It looks like, right? Exiling
yeah.
Elspeth.
So Elspeth,
It's gonna be hard.
Bam!
To Elspeth, it looks like.
I'm predicting
Bam!
Glorybringer here, and that's what it is.
I get paused on my
Now,
when I'm going to
Sharik
declare
has a crab
attacks.
that can tap down one of these nightmares.
And there's no way for the crab to tap down anything to not lose, right? Like the crab taps down Lelia in response to Cruise the Chariot, and then that's 8, 12 coming in. Opponent's only at 9. So because I did the end of turn Solitude thing and then ripped the 5th source for Glorybringer, I actually get to have lethal here, which is nice. Lethal is nice. It's good to win.
Board looking less impressive under opposition now.
Yeah, not quite enough.
You did have to register every card that you drafted on the deck sheet. Yep, yep. And then when you turned in your deck, the judge could compare the deck sheet with the cards that you turned in and all that, and make sure it all got returned. Mostly what they were doing was doing a quick count. And they would count to make sure that you turned in all the cards that were appropriate for that cube. Obviously, each cube, some of them had different parameters, right? Some people were drafting more cards than other cubes. And the judges did a really good job of making sure which cube was which in that degree. And the judges that were covering it like became familiar with the cards that were in those cubes very quickly as well. No, it was good. I was really impressed with the judge staff and the functionality of the whole event. I'm going to take a quick break here. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to go refill my water, maybe grab another root beer, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and we can go on to my top 4 match. Victory! All right. Got some more water. That should help me out here. And I got some gin. I poured myself a cup of gin, and that should actively harm me. And together they should maybe balance each other out, huh? It's a victory stream. Gotta celebrate a little bit, huh? Cheers, everybody. To me. No, seriously, to CubeCon. God. A lot of awesome folks donating their time so that other folks could have like a really good time. Really, really cool. I did win CubeCon. I did. That was me, the winner.
That's the Capitalist Glory Bringer, right? Otherwise, he's not
All
gonna
right.
do the
So there's the hand.
Wow.
Awesome.
But he's
And we're just going to skip through to the next round. Because it's Twitch.
There was the handshake.
If he taps the Glory Bringer, he still takes 9 from the rest of the creatures.
Yeah, that's
Caleb
right.
has.
Right.
So Caleb has defeated Sharik and is going to advance. And we're going to we'll see if there's another match.
Yeah, I paused.
Here. Mike,
Why the arrow keys not working right now?
what do you got, Mike? Hey, yep.
Oh, well, that was exciting. We had
Well, I guess I'll
great games
click and
there.
drag here.
They were relatively fast. Point.
Chris is bowling to 5 here.
Oh,
It's
no.
real rough.
Oh, that
Weird.
was rough.
The arrow key
We'll
fast
rough
forward
the
skip
weapon.
was just working.
Hey, when you're aggro,
Now it's just not.
how much
Yeah.
do you need?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Mulligan aggressively. Doesn't need but some planes.
Thanks, Harley Puff.
A bunch of colors to fix.
This is the
really like
Eleusis
popping out
cube.
for
It's basically the
one
cultic
strategy.
cube. If you played that on Moto,
One or
it's
two
an updated
colors.
version of that.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes if I can, I'll even avoid them altogether.
Click the
in,
video to focus
mono red
first.
deck, I feel like I can often get away with having no fours at all.
I don't know what this
Or
is.
just go 1, 2, 3 and
The,
get them.
the 4 should be so awesome, right? Like
Is a key getting held down or something?
you have the hero blade hold in here.
No, actually, no longer in the cube. She used to be, but no longer.
Doesn't make
Yeah.
the cut anymore, huh?
Another
sure.
4 drop.
That
Planeswalker that'll-
card's crazy.
Well, I'm all getting it now anyway. Whatever.
Come down with everybody, create a honor of the pure for the team.
That card's crazy and in Chris Martin's deck.
Very good.
It's like a hero blade hold.
Yeah, that's right. Like a hero blade hold. Intrepid Adversary in the deck as well. That's another.
So Garrett
card.
here-
It scales. It's an anthem. It scales up. You draw it late. You can dump 6 mana into
Oh,
it.
this isn't one of my
This is a
matches.
good 2-drop, you know, 3/1 lifelink.
Right.
Yeah, good to me.
I don't know anything about this. I'm not going to cover this. I don't know the matchups. I can talk about Garrett's deck a little bit because I do play against him in the finals. I forgot that I got moved over, and I'm or no, this is because my match finished. So they're showing the game 3 of a different match. That's what this is. Yeah, they follow someone until they lose. So we are going to see all of my matches here. But this is the tail end of a different match. So I'm just going to skip it along.
All right,
And
Hey, the skip's working now. I was going to punk that a bit.
sell the giver.
Yeah. Skipping through time. I think you're right. This was the backup match. Took me a second.
Been a lot. Producers telling us Sam lost that match.
That's what Mike Hope says.
Okay,
Sam
so
did
then
lose
it'll
his
be
match. I caught the end of game 3. Sam had a sick deck.
Yeah, that's
He had some like 4-color control deck. Yeah, it looks like my control button is flashing. Oh no! You know what happened here? I spilled some water on my keyboard, and now my control button is flashing. So that must be why that's happening up there. I'm gonna swap my keyboard out real quick. That's what I'm gonna do. And by splash water on my keyboard, I mean I splash gin on my keyboard. But that is a fixable thing because I have a backup. Yep. So I'm gonna be keyboardless for a second. Yeah, if you ever spill booze on your keyboard, the last thing that you want to do is keep it running. Keep it plugged in. That's a good way to destroy it. But if you unplug it as soon as possible, then after it dries out, it'll be totally fine. I know this through trial and error. And there might be a reason that I have backup keyboards for just such a situation. This may have happened before. Yeah. Got the keyboards that I like in here. There's actually multiple in this box. Pack fresh. Like a fresh boosty. I guess I could let commentary go while I'm doing this.
Too bad.
I don't know what Sam was on. I heard tell that.
Well, his first pick of the draft was a card that you should talk about this.
Yeah.
One of the cards
what
in
up?
your cube
Oh shit, what up?
is a
Hey, Sandrian82, thanks for 25 months there. You're very welcome. Thank CubeCon for doing coverage of this event so I could actually go over my matches and stuff. Super cool of them.
But we're not playing it as Conqueror's Galleon. Nobody wants Conqueror's Galleon. You can draft that.
Another big vote, you know. But what if, I don't know if Mike thought, this might be testing the limits of our.
What brand of keyboards do I use? These are
Galleon here. But on the other side, it's
WASD keyboards.
cast for mana.
They're mechanical keyboards.
Discard.
You can see here they're very short.
4 mana tap, draw a card.
They're very small,
Draw a card.
and they're very quiet. So this fits my keyboard tray because it's so small.
Oh, and
Also
that's
snapshot it to me.
And then it's mechanical, but it's also got like the clear white, which are like on the quieter side. You can hear them,
I
like
can't
the,
believe this.
especially if I like really punch them, then the mic can pick them up.
I think you might have made his day to see that card.
Oh, that's cool.
But they're much quieter than the typical average mechanical keyboard as well, which is also good for me, right?
Yeah.
We'll,
Very specific use case for me specifically.
for round 2.
Oh,
And
I'm looking forward to it.
stay tuned.
Get this,
CubeCon.
and I don't even have to unplug it from my computer or anything like that, because it even uses the same plugin. And here we are. Oh, I was in theater mode. I think I like that. Do you all like that? Do you all like seeing the live chats comments on the side, or is that distracting? Do I have a bulk pricing with them now? I do not know. I have bought a lot of these keyboards though. And the one that I just took aside, I'm gonna like clean up, and that'll like go back into my rotation. Hell yeah, chapters! Congrats on getting married. Prices are crazy near Madison, yeah. It's sort of distracting. Okay, well, yeah, people are off it. I was thinking that it would be kind of hype to see like chat explode during live moments, but yeah, fair enough. More screen real estate. Can you get a link to this coverage? Yeah, it's just a Cloud Goat Ranger. That one. And all that I'm doing is going through the most recent VOD. Oh man, this is so nice and clean. Oh man, fresh keyboard. It doesn't have all my gunk on it yet. I'm just gonna skip ahead to the next match here. Sit here and watch the break in real time.
You got Solitude and
Oh.
Source Plowshares.
Yeah, sorry, missed the
Those
white cards.
those could become really important as ways to keep himself alive.
Yes, if he sticks solitude or is willing to play with.
How long before gunk?
So the players
I don't
have,
know.
taken their opening hand. It looks like
I don't miss the gin
Andrew
smell of the old keyboard. No, that's still here. I still have the sweet, sweet gin and crud and
his green card.
old food substances. God, it's so gross.
Yeah, turn timber.
I need to clean my keyboards more often.
Caleb started out with the Jetmir's Garden. All his mana is fixed. Andrew going to turn 3. We see
Cranko,
a
mob
Cranko mob boss.
So in my deck, if I'm keeping an opener that doesn't have a 1 or 2 drop, it's going to have a removal spell. And I've got a solid number. Like here I'm Swordsing, but there's also like Burst Lightning and Rip Apart and a few other cards. I think it's totally fine to like play a removal spell or 2 and then play like Essica's Chariot or Lelia or Glorybringer or whatever. Just like curve removal into walkers or what have you. Totally fine, right? Totally fine mid-range plan. And then if I have it a hand with a Mana Dork, there's like 3 Mana Dorks in the deck. Tree Speaker, Land of Elves, Pilgrim. Then I get to like play one of those, play a 3-drop on 2 or whatever, and play that and do that game plan as well. So because I have both, I think I have like a pretty wide range of keeps, of available keeps against unknown opponents.
And answered by swords.
Sword Spotchers and Caleb.
Yeah, Ragavan's a Mana Dork, exactly.
20. Caleb's gonna search out a Temple Garden. Go to 19. Eventually.
Absolutely, Captain Redbeard. Everybody should go show Cloudgo Ranger some love.
Caleb draws.
He did a ton of work so that we could have coverage for this
Gonna see
event.
Arid Mesa pass, so it looks like he has a slower draw here.
The quiet MVP.
Reactive is what he wants to stay alive. If he
I was-
has answers here. I don't know.
I was very jealous of this tireless tracker.
See if he has an answer to the tireless tracker.
Andrew's follow-up, Tyros Tracker land, so he should be getting a clue here. Gets it.
Yeah, we're
I
just
got
searching
my
for a clue.
three.
And then I fetch.
See what Caleb's gonna add.
Well, this is
for
my
here.
turn. I'm just slamming Chariot, I think. Yeah,
It's a Seek's Chariot.
I just go turn 4 Chariot
Not the best 4-drop here.
most of these games.
Not the worst.
Not the worst either. Yeah,
Not the
I would
worst
say
either,
you
yeah.
don't feel bad about Chariot.
The best probably would have been Chandra, just to snap answer the tracker. Yeah, tireless tracker can run away with games. I think I just go bigger though, if I remember this game correctly. It ends up like not mattering.
Here, if he remembers.
Yeah.
I think he forgets the clue.
I
Yeah,
see a clue coming in.
Yeah, it looks like he.
and then I just get to trade.
Caleb's gonna make his.
It would still trade even if he had his second clue.
Sure.
Tracker.
He's gonna trade with the tracker. Seems like a good exchange for Caleb.
Yeah. Particularly finding the second clue.
And just drawing a card off the clue and following up with the Elves of Deep Shadow. He has a recurring nightmare in his hand, so that should help a little.
Oh.
The recurring nightmare does make the trade a lot better.
17. Yeah, has a few black cards in his
Okay.
deck.
Vivian,
And this is
Monster's
Vivian,
Advocate.
Monster's Advocate.
Alright, so Caleb is far ahead on the board now.
Oh yeah.
Do I shuffle my cards that hard? What do you mean?
4v1 power.
I'm shuffling like I normally would. I didn't bridge shuffle
Andrew's
the
gonna be able to
cubes.
deal with Vivian at this point.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty big steamroller here, right?
So a little bit
You needed a real
treat my cards a little
follow-up
harder actually, if
tracker.
anything.
Have-
Did I play against any pros? Well, Sam Black here is here in the commentary, and I faced him in one of the Swiss rounds.
Vigilance on the 3/3s.
I do Feinberg, yeah.
Yeah, that's
For casual events, I think it's fine, huh? Less to keep track of.
Vorpede is Vigilance, Trample, 5/4 with
Yeah, the face down cards on the right are just me keeping track of my life total. And the reason I'm doing it here, even though we're doing the life pad, is because I'm just used to keeping track of my life total that way. It's what I've been doing all weekend long. The vertical cards are 5s, and then the horizontal cards are 1s. So you see 3 up right now, that's 15, and then there's 2 horizontal, so that's 17. And the reason I do that is because it's like one less thing to keep carrying around, right? Instead of having to keep track of pen and paper, and then you always have your sideboard cards with you, right? So if you only have your deck to keep track of, it's just like one less thing, basically. In the finals, I think I stop, partly because there's like a shift, there's like a tonal shift where it becomes like more like people are treating it like it's a fucking like Pro Tour top 8 or something, and partly because I'm getting used to using the app and trusting it more to keep track of our life total.
I'm dying.
So that can slowly threaten Vivian, kind of. But
My toughest opponent was definitely Sam.
Really gonna get
Yeah, I played against Sam in the colorless cube, and I mind slavered him a bunch and blew up a lot of his permanents, and he still beat me anyway. We actually went to time in game 3, but he was ahead on board, so I scooped it up. Both of my losses in the Swiss, that was what happened. We ended up going to time, and I was behind, so I was like, yep, you win. Next thing. Anyway.
Creature after he casts this next creature. So we're going to see a big swing.
He's playing a Solitude.
Which can exile Vorapede to deal with the Undying.
And I think the down tick just gets a Lilia. I thought a Lilia was better than making a 3/3 this turn.
Lilia. This is Caleb's deck has a lot of cards that just kind of steamroll out of control if left unchecked. That's one thing else.
That's a fair analysis. That's kind of the deck is basically cards that I think look good in a mid-range mirror.
If we had one, would be at the edge.
Caleb's swinging with Layla and his
yeah, me and Sam actually ended up with the same win rate after the Swiss rounds. So the way that the Swiss rounds work, it's not like really Swiss. There were 3 flights for each day, so 6 flights total that were like recorded to see if you made the top 64 draft. And me and Sam both ended up with like an 83% win percentage in those flights. Sam bodied me in points because he did all of them. He didn't skip anything. He was out for blood, and he ended up first overall. Yeah. And one of my losses during that was to Sam. I went X and 2 in those flights, so 2 trophies, 2 2-1s, because I only played in 4 of them. The reason I skipped my third one was because I was not used to getting up at 7 a.m. We went in a little early because J-Bro and Parnell were staying at my house, and I was catching a ride in with J-Bro, so I wouldn't have to pay for an Uber. And they went in a little early to help set up and stuff, get everything organized, because they were members of the event, right? They were the organizing folks. So I was not used to getting up at 7 in the morning, and then streaming, and then playing Cube for like 8 or 9 hours straight. And that was about when the third flight started. And so already more Cube action than I typically got during a day of streaming. And and all the socialization and talking and stuff just took it out of me. And so both days I took off early, went home, had a delicious nap, and that was fantastic. Going to a convention that's like 15 minutes from your home is amazing. Being able to just like fucking bail and take a nap in your own bed, fucking fantastic. Anyway, I'm digressing here.
He's gonna untap. It looked like
I don't drive, correct?
It's not gonna be super great for him, and he's gonna.
Which actually ends up being cheaper for me.
So we can do game 2.
Taking the occasional Uber versus paying for insurance and gas and a car and all that stuff.
How about next game? What did you draft in the draft?
I drafted 4-color planeswalker.
Yeah, let's hear about Sam's deck.
But there's a there's a special card in this cube. Conqueror's Galleon, the 4-mana artifact that can flip into a land, is in this cube facing backwards. It starts as the land, Conqueror's Foothold or something, and Conqueror's Foothold. And so I was able to first pick that, so I had just a colorless land that can tap with 2 mana to loot, 4 mana to draw a card, or 6 mana to regrowth. So I got to draft my deck around a land that would give me inevitability late. So I drafted a bunch of cheap removal, discard counter spells, and then a lot of 3-mana planes.
Yeah, so yeah, his deck looked like it had a lot of good mana and a lot of like planeswalkers and stuff. He was playing like Duretti and a bunch of stuff like that. It was a very Sam looking deck, and he was very excited about this land that came into play pre-flipped from Conqueror's Galleon. I remember pack one, pick one. He actually called a judge and asked the judge away from the table. So he's like, "This is legit, right? This is." It says "Do not flip" on it. He's like, "This is real. I can draft this and just have it in my deck." Anyway, he was very very excited about that.
Walkers, and then Grave Titan and Emrakul at the top. I thought the deck was really
And he got the Grave Titan that I was one of the cards that I was considering pack one, pick one, and he was sitting like 2 to my right, so the Grave Titan went all the way around.
had Grimaz into Sword of Dungeons
And the Recurring Nightmare that I passed from that pack ended up in my opponent's deck. So the person that I'm facing right now was literally the person that was sitting across from me.
which making a 4/4 dragon is really hard to beat if that connects. So I had played Aethersphere Harvester to try to hold off the.
Sam's talking about losing to that
Ready on the next turn.
that's sort of D&D.
Grimaz with a sword is too good against the Aethersphere Harvester plus Duretti. It would be able to just kill the Duretti. So I had to sacrifice the Aethersphere Harvester.
Dethrone.
The Sword of Dungeons and Dragons.
This is the first CubeCon Omri. So J-Bro was one of the organizers for this. So J-Bro specifically did not want to be competitive in this event. He did a couple of drafts, but he didn't do enough that it would be possible for him to make top 64. J-Bro spent most of his time in the coverage booth and behind the scenes making sure everything worked. And he put a ton of energy into this event. It was basically his baby, his dream from some years back. He told me this, and I responded that him and me are very different people, and that if I ran a cube tournament that invited like all the best cube drafters from around the world to come compete, I would 100% be playing in it myself and trying to smoke their asses like a fucking, I don't know, like a villain, like a Mortal Kombat 2 villain or something. Where it's like, finally, I have a worthy champion. Just something comical over the top. Show up in some ridiculous getup. Be the true end boss, Yeah, play every draft possible, completely hard mode it. Hold it on an island? Yeah, exactly.
Dragons, and then I was too far behind for this.
Oh, we're gonna look at Caleb's main deck here. Gonna put that up on the screen.
Yeah, there's not an island in my deck. I don't know if because it was missing a couple cards, I think a judge just like put in basics
Caleb's deck,
to show that that's not really what was in my deck.
Is, as we saw, Naya very proactive but goes very big. He has Elish Norn and Karn at the top.
This is correct for the most part.
And Sky Sovereign, and Glorybringer, and
Who doesn't play an island? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 6 mana Chandra is in there too, I think.
Okay, so
The field was super tough. You're not wrong, Kate Winnett.
It is, yep,
There were very few people that just like didn't know what they were doing and hadn't had like a ton of experience with various cubes. Even people, I would play against people and they'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not that good of a player," and then like we would talk and it would be very obvious that they were very knowledgeable of cube and had like just jammed like countless hours into cubes and knew exactly what they were doing.
They're going to answer an opposing threat while putting a huge threat into play.
They were duplicates. There were duplicates in the cube. Actually, one of them is missing. I had 2 Temple Gardens. Oh no, that's right there. It's just like different. It's different set for the Temple Garden.
Vagaban is his best opening, but he also has Abyssin's Pilgrim, so you can.
Hey, Go Blue, thanks for the 26 months there. Thanks for the congrats.
I
Skipping
think
along.
The island is not actually in his deck. I'm not sure.
Correct.
Maybe I think he like misregged or something.
Hell yeah,
It's
Mark.
like a card short. Anyway, we're off to the races. Slams for turn 1 for both players. Andrew Mulligan, he is going to looks like play.
I did win things, Donnie Darko. We'll get into that later.
Doesn't want to get
I'll show that stuff off once we get to the end.
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Go Blue, thanks for getting 5 subs. Congrats to Dr. Doom, the O'Pluridan, Rip Rager, Dismatank, and Spew
Oh
Lord.
shit, what up?
Yeah, we were mostly playing for bragging rights, but I also got a sick ass trophy, about $200 in product, and a playmat that I'm probably gonna frame because it's kind of a
Shit, what up?
sentimental thing now. I never hate draft Freddy Joker. I shouldn't say I never do, because like in a 3v3 team draft, hate drafting can make sense, pass cutting can make sense.
I turn it on and off. I think it might be around every.
But yeah, it
All right,
almost makes
Caleb,
no
what do you
sense to do
land
so
in
in an 8-person event
See any of his
where you want to send good
ramp
signals.
It's pretty going it slow again, just like last week.
Exactly, Mace's End, a one-of-a-kind playmat.
Corner quick if
Commemorating how good I am.
more stuff.
For sure.
Presumably
This is good gin.
has some answers here. Something to do with this mana.
You better believe it, Darko.
Andrew's got 4 mana, turn 3. He's gonna play a Krenko.
That's true, Red 7. Hate drafting in Cube is tricky.
Yep,
But
and
like,
there's that answer.
it would come up. So if you're doing a 3v3
Caleb,
cube draft, if you're doing a 3v3 cube draft, and you open up a piece, like you're in pack 3, and you open up like a recall or something, and you're mono red, like you take the recall even if you're not planning on splashing it, so that your teammates don't have to play against it, right? So, so even though it wouldn't happen very often in cube, it certainly comes up.
Prediction. He has a source puncher.
Interesting
Because he-
prediction.
I mean, with no acceleration, probably like keeps like some cheap removal spells,
Yeah,
right?
he had
Or more likely.
you only need the burst lightning, and then
You think my keyboard wants a sip of my gin? I've actually got the keyboard behind, like underneath my desk right now, so I literally can't spill on it.
So that's gonna presumably get Krenko back. I think he
Yeah.
needs the threat more than the accelerator at this point.
Recurring Nightmare comes
Really
down.
to kill the hierarch in response to the nightmare.
Recurge is a great card to have in your deck if you have tons of mana dorks.
Yeah, Caleb's gonna
Unexpectedly absent the
creature in
Ignoble
response.
Hierarch
And that's probably wrong. I probably should have let... In retrospect, I think I should have let them recur the Krenko and then just absent the Krenko, right? This is better. Make them spend 3 mana to play the Krenko instead of 1 mana. Like, they replay the Dork and get the Krenko back into play. It's a little bit better. It doesn't really matter, but, you know.
Nightmare in play, not
In
a
hindsight.
that spends a lot of time.
Right. Caleb is gonna rock out this
And this Chandra is fucking great,
Chandra and plus it.
as we will see next
So,
turn. I mentioned during the draft portion all of the modes of Chandra and how they're all good in this deck.
Right, Andrew.
This is the second round of the top 64 draft.
Oh,
The way the top 64 drafts work
The Hierarch again.
is everybody that was in the top 64 from the Swiss rounds got randomly seeded into one of the top 8 drafts. And the cubes that were chosen for the top 8 drafts were just the ones that had been people had been choosing the most over the weekend. So the 8 most popular cubes on the weekend were the ones that people got seeded into randomly. And I do wish there'd been a little bit more communication as to how you got into those, into how that all worked out ahead of time. I kind of thought we would get to vote, because in the first 2 days, you voted on which cubes you could get into, and usually you got your first or your second choice. And so that was making me think that you could kind of strategize, right? You could try and be like, okay, well, I want to get into this cube. I have the best chance of 3-0ing that cube and getting into top 8 that way. And instead, people were thrown into them at random. And maybe people would have tried out different cubes if they had known that. Who knows, right? Who knows? But it was very, very good for me because I've played a lot of different cubes. and I got it thrown into a cube that I had not drafted on the weekend, but I had spent a week drafting when it was on Moto. Like when it was the Cultic cube on Moto. It's not the exact same cube, but it's very similar.
He's
Yeah, we
going
get to make his play.
put Krenko back in.
Meanwhile, Geeky Jackson had been dominating all weekend. He was like one of the top point earners. And then he got thrown into a cube that he'd never drafted before and got bodied. So, you know, that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Is some folks were disadvantaged by the system. And I would have preferred to vote. I would have chosen to do the Living the Dream cube because I hadn't gotten a chance to draft that this weekend. I would have had fun bodying folks in that.
And followed up with another Recurring Nightmare.
Strategist says
Recurring Nightmare,
same.
of course, is bouncing back again.
Sup, strategist? It was cool. It was cool seeing you this weekend. Getting dinner that time and
Got
stuff.
a lot.
That's an elegant
Geek, God damn it, Hippofan. That is not what I'm saying about Geeky. Geeky very clearly cubes enough. Yeah, so the Chandra helps me ramp into Elishnorn here, which is a very fucked up thing to do to somebody when their deck is full of mana dorks and whatever. We're playing what is essentially a mid-range mirror, but my opponent is more mana dork focused than me and more 3-drop focused than me. And so my ability to just like ramp out an Elishnorn here is it's game. It's not really something they can do. Hey, sup, Master Mike? Thanks for the 23 months. Sorry about the ads.
Yeah, that is.
He has Assassin's Trophy if he can find black.
Yeah, and I think he has a.
He has black because he has third current mana. So he has black mana. So he needs. And there it is. Just Dismember and Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt. Yep. Put it together.
Just spend their entire turn, multiple cards.
But that had to happen for him. Otherwise, he's not getting back into this game.
Now Chandra's repping an ultimate.
Threatening to ultimate.
I was just double checking to make sure I couldn't play lands.
Andrew's gonna read that.
I've played Chandra before, I swear. I promise. It's not my first time.
Is it 7 or is it 8?
I think it's 7. We get Chandra.
Oh, the Elishnorn was more than a 2-for-1. It killed a creature when it came into play, too.
There's an Elf in Deep Shadow.
It's gonna turn to a
Krenko comes back for like the 3rd time.
I don't know if Krenko's gonna
We need
get us out of the woods
get
here.
some haste in here or something.
Yeah.
That's not.
The D6s were part of coverage, so that you could like very clearly see what was going on.
Yes.
I don't know where people get
You're
them.
gonna see an emblem with whenever you cast a spell, it deals 5 damage to any target.
So if Caleb can cast 3 spells right now, Andrew is dead.
I cannot cast 3 spells, but I can put him to 1.
Caleb wants to go a little
As we see.
All he's got to do is cast spells from here. He's gonna cast one. It's a Glory Bringer. It's gonna 5 Andrew. He's gonna attack with Glory Bringer.
Presumably exert kill Krenko.
Not
Maybe.
bother.
No.
I don't think
Nope.
he exerted. He just.
Yeah, I guess.
And then
and
he's
then-
gonna source the Plushers, Krenko, 5ing Andrew, but he gets the game too late. Right?
Yeah, so he goes to 2. It's only 1 life. Krenko's a 1/2.
Oh, okay.
The Krenko should be exiled. It's in the graveyard.
Yeah,
I
it
don't think
should
it's
be.
gonna matter.
But
Alright.
yep.
That's the
Fist
match.
bump.
And my opponent ripped lethal!
Caleb is gonna move
Blood
on.
crypt off the top.
Just a match
And just
away
like that, I'm
from
on to the
winning
finals.
Caleb's deck looks really strong.
Yeah, it's full of like some real.
Sam is correct.
Like, every card I want to open when I'm drafting red green is in Caleb's deck. Red green or white is in Caleb's deck. It feels like.
That is very, very, very. I mentioned, proactive. He just both has a ton of power.
Oh, shit,
and
what up?
isn't really giving his opponents any time.
Right, and also just like against an aggro deck, he gets a lot of. His
Hey,
stuff
Sam,
converts
thanks for 16 months.
Good like stifling answers to like aggro.
It's really important to have those like mid-range.
Skipping through some expert analysis here.
Duels.
Maybe I should be listening to all this instead of just like skipping on to the next match.
I heard
Sam's usually smart.
A while ago now.
Smart guy with smart things to say.
Some of that was on camera.
They're gonna do a break soon here anyway.
Let's see. I had fun with the 2-drop cube. It's actually just better.
Oops. I skipped back too far, or skipped ahead too far. Let's back up. We gotta see the order of this.
That could be a rough way to-
This is the finals. So Sam lost his round in this cube, right? In this top 64 draft. My opponent, Garrett, is a fellow Madisonian though. So this is a Wisconsin on Wisconsin finals, and it ensured that whichever one of us won, there'd be at least one Madison player in the top 8, trying to take it home.
Caleb is gonna start out with a turn 1 Ragavan.
This is the first time I played Ragavan the whole draft, and it's a good time. Good time to do so. Win the die roll, play a turn 1 Ragavan.
Better hope he has some kind of Llanowar Elf here.
Gilded Goose
Gilded
does not
Goose.
match up quite right against Ragavan.
No, it does not.
Heck yeah, Cranberry. So I was thinking, like, if this Ragavan connects and finds me, like, anything at all, I basically just get to win on the spot.
search his deck? No, he's looking at his sideboard, I think.
We're just looking for tokens.
Probably.
Oh,
We can skip ahead. We're looking for food tokens.
All better.
And there aren't any in the stack.
And finds
a breeding pool.
And there, I'm looking for treasure tokens at the same time that Garrett was looking for food tokens. That's why we're both digging through.
Treasure.
And I have nothing interesting to do here. Oh shit, what up? Strategist gifting 5 subs. Hell yeah. Congrats to Sound of Muzak, to Phosphorus 12, to Oliver White,
Yeah.
to Crookjet 85, and to Hellstorm 654.
That's what mana creatures do now. They put treasure.
Oh shit, what up?
Hell yeah, thanks Strategist. For he's a jolly good fellow, yeah.
Oh shit, what up?
Garrett's gonna wild growth his forest.
Oh
Fertile
shit, what up?
ground is other forest.
Okay. Some good sticky ramp. Caleb can't kill that with a burn spell.
Yeah.
Correct. I have no counterplay
You could play a free Garrett.
to enchantments on lands.
Turn. Here comes Ragavan for another attack for the top of Garrett's deck. No help though.
At this point, I'm feeling very good. Like, my Ragavan keeps connecting, I've got all this acceleration, I've got stuff going on in my hand.
Terrible, miserable.
Get a sack.
I get to, like, land Chandra here, yeah.
Chandra.
Decided to kill the goose.
Board if you don't count Ragavan. And
That's
kill the goose.
getting his. That's
Garrett's
getting
ramping
his
pretty
goose.
hard, so I thought it made sense to kill the goose there. Rather than upticking.
And Caleb thinking about maybe.
Oh, interesting fact about this game. I had seen some of Garrett's earlier match. In my pack 1 pick 1, so I talked a little bit about that pack earlier. It's actually like a really important pack for this tournament, considering what I ended up facing against. Sam Black got the Grave Titan out of it, keycard in his deck. My opponent got Recurring Nightmare. He did some building around it. In my second round opponent had that Recurring Nightmare. And Garrett was fairly late, and he got the Treachery. And I know that he got the Treachery because I witnessed one of his earlier rounds, and he just like straight up murdered his opponent with it. The player that beat Sam, Garrett was able to beat by going Treachery, take your best threat, like answer the board that way. So my hand, well, no spoilers, but I'll go into a decision process next turn,
Garrett still got 4.
in which I'm trying to play around Treachery and ends up becoming very important.
Plays a third land, 5th mana.
They're on Twitch right now, Tombstone. I don't think they're going on YouTube.
That looks like a noble hierarch.
Yes, it is.
Modded up. Or maybe foiled. And a
Nice
Sylvan Library.
That's I don't know how much life he's going to want to
A
pay.
classic
against
card
Caleb.
advantage engine. Unfortunately, Caleb already has 2 card advantage engines in play.
So this is a very awkward spot for me because my opponent landed Sylvan Library, so they're going to be looking at a lot of cards next turn. I could cast the Elish Norn in my hand that kills the Noble Hierarch, but if it gets, but I don't have an answer to my Elish Norn. I don't have like one of my white removal spells. I don't have Solitude or Swords for it. So if it gets Treachery'd, I lose the game on the fucking spot. And so I actually really don't want to run out the Elish Norn because I'm terrified of losing to this card that I know is in Garrett's deck. And so I'd end up doing something different that I think is also quite good in the matchup. I also think it's like quite a good thing to be
Caleb
doing.
thought hard about that Sylvan Library when he saw it. I think that's what he's talking about right now.
Strong card.
BK is correct. I did talk about how I almost drafted it. I took Lelia over it.
Ragavan attacking.
Ragavan coming in for 2 more.
Ragavan.
Hits, 3 misses.
3 hits, 3 whiffs.
Decide what Ragavan finds.
Yes, he will. That's pretty important.
Yeah, the Sylvan
Hell yeah, boy in a
Ragavan
bush.
is really good for this
40 months, Edward 40 hand. Coincidence? I think not. I don't have
Maybe Caleb will
I don't have any 40s for the Edward 40 hands.
Couple Sylvan
I
activations
think it's still worth it for the 2 damage.
and the treasure.
Yeah.
So I just play a portal.
And that's a coercive portal from Caleb because he needed more card advantage engines.
Yes.
So I'm thinking basically if my opponent plays anything sweet off the Sylvan Library, then maybe I play Elish Norn to answer it. The portal can sit there drawing me cards. It's a way of advancing my board without making myself vulnerable to Treachery. I think that's very good reasoning. But it plays out very poorly for me here. This looks like a very dominant board position from my side. I'm feeling very strong about the
I'm guessing
game.
no big haymakers in Caleb's hand because he definitely could have played him there if he had him, right?
Well, do you count Coercive Portal as a...
No,
Okay.
no.
Oh.
That's just draw more cards.
Caleb's setting up to grind against this Sylvan Library, which is severely outclassed. 9 mana worth of card drawing to 2 mana worth of card drawing.
The Sylvan Library fucks me up.
It is Sylvan Library.
Sam's wrong.
Take 4, Garrett.
Just on principle.
In the top 8, one of my opponents lands Sylvan Library, and then
Right.
Blind draws.
Putting 2 back.
Blind pays 8.
Coward.
Hopefully putting the land on top.
Ooh, fetching
Oh,
away
fetching.
the
Ooh,
doesn't get to
ooh.
stack the Ragavan.
The Ragman is not connecting next turn. Things go south real quickly here for me. This game's actually epic. Like, this is probably the best game that I played over the whole weekend.
Well, he's positioned to find it, I suppose.
That is a Titan of Industry.
That's one of your
Taps out for Titan of Industry, so if I'd killed the Noble of Hierarch, this Titan would not be coming down this turn. If I'd ran out the Elishnorn,
Lots of things.
it just would not be happening.
Coercive Portal and
Which is what I'm thinking about in my head right now. I'm like, oh my god, he didn't have the Treachery, he had a Titan of Industry. Now my portal is dead, I'm not drawing cards from the portal.
Yeah, it looks like
There's this
probably
huge
4
fucking
to a
board.
Portal, which is not bad. 11 power toughness.
yeah, that will allow him to threaten the Chandra, so and block the Ragavan. So it deals with all of the card advantage engines.
We're playing, this is a Cube event, Paulo. We're watching the coverage from CubeCon.
That's done.
Well, I'm going to be going to some tournaments in the near future, Hugoba. I'm going to be going to the MTG Summit event, which is a pre-release
So what can
with a Black Lotus for first.
deal with the giant elemental?
I think it's mtgsummit.com if you want to go check that place out.
And 4.
And then after that, I'm going to play the regional championships, which I qualified for after winning a RCQ at Gen Con. So I do feel a little bit of the fire. I'm excited about this here trophy here.
Given that Caleb's not slamming the answer, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an uptick on Chandra to find one.
Yeah, look at the top card.
Yeah, having just like a Solitude or a Swords to Plowshares would have made this a lot easier. Would have made this game much, much easier. Instead, I'm sitting here thinking about whether or not I need to play this fucking Elishnorn and expose myself to treachery.
Play a card if he hits it off the top.
I think so, Brickmaster, but there's still some options I'm mulling over. Brandon Sanderson will be at the Summit event, yep. One of the draws for sure.
Hard to know what Caleb's considering without knowing his hand here.
He must have some good option. Some option if he's.
We do see the Chandra plus, and it looks like it's for mana because he's not flipping a card.
Yeah. 2 red in the pool.
To play an Everflowing Chalice.
Playing Everflowing Chalice.
7 mana for a
Elishnorn.
Okay.
Perhaps the most hesitant Elishnorn of my life.
5/5,
Because again, I'm aware of treachery in Garrett's deck.
Or into Chandra, so we're kind of stable here. Neither player really has good attacks.
Is it trample too?
It is trampled. So if you can find removal for Elishnorn,
I do fade this turn.
that'll really put him in the driver's
I
seat.
don't, Cayman. We don't sleeve the cubes. It's whatever the cube owner does with their sleeves.
He has treachery. Caleb's in trouble.
Well, he does get to look at 3 brand new cards.
Now Sam mentions the treachery that is known. They have the deck lists from the players that we filled out for coverage earlier. Mentions the treachery. That treachery is decided this whole game, even when it wasn't in Garrett's
He's
hand.
gonna take 4. He's going to 7.
Huge impact on the game. Because if the Elishnorn comes down for the previous turn, the Avenger doesn't get cast. The Noble Hierarch would have been dead, right?
Forest.
And I just get to keep on steamrolling my advantage. Garrett's only at 7, so.
I don't think he drew.
But because I decided to play around it,
Do you think that would be on the table.
we've reached like kind of an
Passing the
even
turn.
board state.
Keep
What?
2 pass. He has Shark Typhoon as a possible instance.
Oh, I bet
Not a bad one.
I think I cash in like a few cards to answer this 7/7
that'd be a
here,
reason to pay 4 to get 1 extra land into play. Make your shark
which is important. It's an important thing for me to do.
of not irrelevant size against the ocean.
I don't see anything else it could possibly be. So I'm guessing that we're going to see a Shark Typhoon cycle.
Putting them on
Sam is
Typhoon.
correct about the shark, by the way.
The Elias's Cube. Designed by our own John Terrell. He's going to play Sky Sovereign.
That plus
So I have to cash in the Chandra, but at least one of the cards that's doing so is the Sky Sovereign, so I'll get a little bit of residue value.
Attack with a 4/3 Ragavan.
and I think Elshnorn's
And
also
Elshnorn.
attacking. So if there is a shark here, it can be a 5/5, but that's actually a 3/3 against Elshnorn. So we have a 3/3 and a 2/2.
Opponent makes a shark.
The 3/3.
That's going to trade with the Ragavan.
And then Garrett will fall to 3 to the Elshnorn.
Yeah, Garrett's playing really well here.
And did he draw?
Did he draw?
He did draw. He only had 1 card in hand. He still only has 1 card in hand. It's that single black card over on the left.
I don't think he drew a card up the cycle. Or was that his last card in his hand?
I don't think he was empty before he kept 2 off the Sylvan, right? Did he just play to land?
The boot Mike Hype.
He was empty. He went hellbent to play the Titan.
So I guess he was empty.
Yeah, it was his only card. He's gonna play a 3/3 for 1.
It's hard to hear the commentators. Yeah, I can turn them up
Yeah,
a
there's
bit.
2 of every fetch land and shock.
This is
land
better.
on the cube. All right.
That's my life total, Brickmaster.
Garrett, he's gonna look at three new cards again.
Vertical is 5s, horizontals are 1s. So right now I'm at 15.
He's a lot further behind. Treachery is looking more like an out rather than win the game.
Yeah, I mean he still has he'll still have a fairly large Sky Sovereign.
How far are the commentators from where I'm sitting? That's a good question. So they have us on opposite ends of the room, right? Of the entire space. But CubeCon is a con within a larger con, so we don't have the entire room. We just have enough room for like 177 people. So we can't hear them when they're talking like this, when it's individual people, and there's still like a lot of drafts going on. So there's like a lot of like chatter covering up what they're saying. At points in the vintage top 8, when J-Bro is shouting, we do get to hear J-Bro, but fortunately he's never shouting about cards in our hands. He's just shouting like, oh, that dog, you know, just fucking doing the hype thing. But for the most part, we don't hear the coverage at all.
So I don't even know if Treachery does it.
They set coverage over next to the bathrooms.
It needs to be treachery into something, or I don't need.
He has the Treachery.
All right.
This was my biggest fear,
Where was that last turn?
coming to realize.
Kel's gonna crew up the Sovereign.
Chip
Very
past the
smart.
Elshnorn tap. That's
Yes.
nice.
And I'm in a rough spot
Well,
now.
I mean,
All of a sudden, the board just 180s.
Caleb's not left with anything that can crew the Sovereign. That's the other thing, that Elshnorn might just keep him from being able to crew.
It looks like he didn't untap his lands, but he did attack with 6/6.
Yeah, he didn't. untap
That's
his
just
lands.
J-Bro. Saw. J-Bro is
Still a good turn.
in permanent hype mode for sure.
Persuasion.
Still not a bad turn.
He's gonna-
Did I try not getting treacheried? I did! I did try not getting treacheried.
Oh, and 11, there we go.
9-6, Caleb. Persuasion. All right.
And this is the only rip that gets me back into it. So I'm down to 9 after that
Elspeth
chump.
is gonna kill
And Elspeth gets to
his
answer the board here.
Elshnorn, I think.
Both of Garrett's creatures.
Oh yeah, you're true.
And I'm once again feeling good about the game. I'm like, phew. Answered my own Elishnorn
There was
in like the best way possible.
The Elspeth could have made 3 things. Oh no,
But the Sylvan Library keeps
Yeah,
chugging.
That doesn't work.
The Sylvan Library keeps chugging.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
the Elspeth was probably my
I don't
best
know.
draw for sure.
Okay, now what's Garrett going to do about this Sky Sovereign, which is now threatening lethal? Hydroid Krasis, that's the right thing to do.
That's something.
It's like back and forth, like best card, best card, best card.
6/6.
So that's
Gain
free
3,
with the
draw
Sky
3.
Sovereign.
So Garrett was at like 2. You know, he was like so close to dead several turns ago, and it's just like slipping away from me
All
here.
of his best cards. So
Yes.
after this Sky Sovereign trades with the Krasis, I don't know what Garrett's going to be able to continue to top deck.
Tap my soldiers, crew my thing, serve in.
He gets
But he does have
he gets
3
the
cards
blast.
in hand plus the Sylvan Library, so
Yeah, it's. I mean, he doesn't have to block.
If I had like a Glorybringer or something, it'd be pretty good to just be able to like clear the Krasis and get in lethal. But I don't have that, and I just have a boat. I just drew a land for turn.
Alright, does
All right.
block.
Well, I drew a Horizon Canopy, and then I cycled it and drew another land. So this brick was pretty bad for me. And my opponent doesn't get to brick because they have a Sylvan Library out.
As a ramp spell to cast an even bigger Krasis.
It cannot hit face, no. It can only hit creatures.
It's
Creatures are
hard to do that,
planeswalkers. Sky Sovereign.
I mean,
I guess.
he just needed
Oh
to
yeah,
have his
no, it would
lands.
have. Yeah. What if he had the? He didn't have the crisis, but what if he had it? All right, Garrett's thinking about the Sylvan here. Don't have to put them all back. He still has the turn timber, right? Is that...
He can find. I mean, he still has
Oh,
Endra's
shit, what up?
Forerunners.
Oh shit, what
He
up?
still
Hey,
has
Cobalt
Garrick,
White thinks the 31 months.
And the boat's gone now, so Garrick isn't immediately.
I think this is
dead.
the spot where Garrett makes a mistake.
Voracious Hydra could put a large creature into play, but I don't know how.
Oh, it's
that
still
really
good in Pioneer
feels.
Together comic, but yeah.
Biogenic Ooze would not be bad here. Duskwatch
Yeah.
Recruiter could find some business.
Looks like we're gonna see a turn timber.
Can Matt find it? One of these other nice ones?
Let's find out.
Not a lot of cards in deck
resets-
relative to what we're seeing.
Yeah,
Reset
Garrett's running out of
Sylvan.
cards, but it doesn't matter. His deck's like thick enough for it. Got enough chonkers.
Yeah. What a game, though! This has
Yeah.
been a crazy amount of back and forth.
Yeah. A lot of haymakers.
The turn timber. Let's look at the top 7 cards and gets to put.
Yeah, true mirror here, huh?
That's the
Both me and
underrated
Garrett
part,
doing
is
the
to be able to,
big mana
that-
mid-range
that
thing.
Itself, right? So that can kill the Elspeth. I think
Yes.
that haste and trample.
Yes.
And he decides to go face. And I
He just
soak
killed
4 of it.
Caleb. I guess Caleb is at 9. Yeah, he just attacked Caleb. That's reasonable.
Well, is it?
I think it should have cleared Elishnorn.
I
Or
guess so.
Elspeth.
It does trample, right?
I.
Oh, if
thought
it
so,
doesn't
but-
trample, then it does make sense to go for Caleb. I guess that doesn't matter who he went for because he's gonna have to block either way, right? He's definitely blocking with a wall.
Right. Oh, was it just a 9/9 vigilance haste here? Is that?
Well, it's a very long, complicated game, Scoot's Nest. A lot of back and forth.
Let's see, Endrazor Forerunner
People are bound to make mistakes, huh? I didn't play this game perfectly either.
for the folks at home.
It does have trample.
Yeah, no
Caleb's at
proxies.
6.
No
He's
proxies
on
in the
the
main
back.
event. People could do side drafts with proxy cubes.
Okay.
And a number of people did bring proxy
7/7
cubes for
with
side
vigilance,
drafts.
Trample and haste, and it gives +2/+2 to other creatures when
Okay,
it comes
so
into play.
it's just a 7/7 that is attacking Caleb.
Is it weird to play cube in a tournament setting? No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, so Caleb,
Cube is a for fun thing.
Vivian, and made another.
We're also playing for fun. We're still at like regular
Enough power
REL.
to take down the Forerunners. So Garrett's going to need to find something else if he wants to make progress here. That's a 3/3 vigilance made.
What about not tournament legal cards? You're talking about like unglued cards and stuff? Those are in
Right,
index.
He's gonna Sylvan Library here.
Gold border wasn't allowed for these for
Garrett
whatever
is
reason.
Putting up an
I think they
effort
should have
against
allowed
this
gold border though.
monstrosity Caleb has. Just like Caleb, it seems like he's just cast like a 2 or 3 for 1 every turn, and
It was all regular
hang it in
rules
there.
enforcement level Endo Jackson, but they the head judge gave us some directions for the top 8 draft as though it was competitive REL. So like we couldn't look at our picks in between packs, that sort of thing.
That one I think you would have won.
Oh, with the flying crisis, or with the crisis with the
Yes,
Crisis
Batting
already got
Zoosh.
+2/+2, and
Which we'll see in the top 8. We're about to get
So
there.
that's 8. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they just gone to 3.
I mean, he doesn't know he's gonna draw End Razor or Turn Timber,
Well,
but
yeah, it was
But
Turn
it's-
Timber into Emerald
yeah,
Razor
yeah.
there. Like,
Spoilers. I think it's in the stream title, right?
I believe we're playing this round.
Oh,
after-
fun, Endo Jackson.
If you're wondering what happens, if they draw. I don't think we're gonna allow that to happen.
Yeah, I hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good time at the con. Yeah, I didn't know that was you.
this whole day should be draws, right? It's single limb.
Yeah, I think we set it up like that.
I don't know. I know it was 50-minute rounds. I don't know what the end of time procedure is, but there can't be a draw.
Yeah,
Yeah, 50.
I think we're gonna see a Garrick Wild Speaker here.
So it was like technically single limb because then you're not
My
legal.
favorite
Like
planeswalker of all time, Garrick Wild Speaker.
the top 64 draft. If you lost, you no longer had a chance at top 8. But I saw multiple people still playing out their drafts for fun afterwards.
Planeswalkers against 11 mana worth of planeswalkers. But
So it was like single limb, you know.
cost
And then
0
other
mana.
people split off to do side drafts and
Silver
stuff.
Caryatid
There's so many cool cubes
and
around.
A reality chip.
All right. If we can stay alive for a little bit, we
He's
can
gonna chip
future
up.
sight
I don't know.
on a hexproof creature. So that's
Angus
Oh,
play a
shit,
creature
what?
off the top.
Sasquatch Recruiter.
I guess he.
And I
knew
kind
it
of
was
forgot
happening
that
that
my
short.
Vivian could let me play creatures off the top.
I was like, wait,
Like just
you're
stone
wrong,
forgot
you're
that was a thing, and haven't been checking the top of my library for value.
He's not out yet. He's got some tools.
Kind of important. Kind of an important aspect of that card that I'm just like
Right now.
Oh shit!
stone
what up?
forgetting it exists.
Yeah, he's about to add 5 more power.
It's a big deal, right?
he wants.
As a floor.
Yeah.
Probably
But,
as
yeah,
big of a
the
deal as my
worst he can
opponent
do-
not clearing my Elspeth with the
5/5
Forerunners.
on the board.
Hey, Moth Nexus, thanks for the 10 months. And Bad Karma Delivery, thanks for the 14. Been waiting a week to get it done. Yeah.
Rips up his chip.
Did I consider not forgetting that? No, I didn't. I didn't even consider not forgetting that.
He's gonna make a 3/3 with an ability.
Presumably vigilance again.
Probably.
So my rip apart there, I decided to kill the 04, the chip.
What does Garrett have left?
But I could have killed the 2/2 and served at
What is this
Garrick.
Duskwatch
I could have like pointed the rip apart at Garrick. I could have killed the Sylvan Library. There were a lot of like interesting options there. And a few of them also would have made sense, I think.
There's still the Biogenicus.
Garrett's library is so small that maybe killing the reality chip is
look
bad.
at that.
Maybe I should just be killing some creature.
Mammoth
I don't know if
What ends up
Carter's
happening
well.
is he goes through his whole deck this turn anyway.
and the Voracious Hydra. And Tameo. Oh, he has Walking Ballista.
Oh.
A big ballista could do some things here.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana. 13 mana. If he gets Ballista,
It's just lethal.
14. He has 14 mana.
So Ballista
can
will
s-
just kill Caleb if he finds it.
That's a mammoth. The 3 mana 3/3 landfall gets +2/+2.
I don't think it looked green to me.
It shows up in a future game too. Could also be played as a land.
I think he just has to stall.
He just
Right.
has to stall until he can find Ballista and kill Caleb with it.
This is a once upon a time. It looks at the top 5.
Once upon a time.
Garrett's lived so far has lived through an Elishnorn, a Chandra.
Yeah, this game has been nuts. When you think about the cards that have been cast on both sides, both of us have played like a series of game-ending fucking cards. Elishnorn, Treachery on Elishnorn, fucking 6-mana Elspeth, Endry's Forerunners. Like, there's all these cards that like should end a reasonable game of Magic, and the game just keeps on going. Exactly. Haymaker, Haymaker, Haymaker. Right now, this Garrick is fucking threatening to ultimate, and
Stalling up the board was.
I'm a little
we were looking
nervous.
for. Like, you can't get much better than Biogenicus.
Ooze comes down, makes a token.
I don't know how how big those oozes are, but they're not.
Hydroid Crisis, exactly. The boat. So many things back and forth here. Definitely Battlecruiser magic. I think I bored out Elishnorin. I think I'm like, fuck this card.
Or no, create oozes.
None of my other creatures that if they get treacheried,
4, right?
I have to invest so much to answer them, right?
Oh, it is.
It's like not a big deal with the rest of them.
But it looks like he played the Xandu Mammoth instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I make.
Oh, I was confusing
This game started turn 1 Ragavan, and I got 3 hits in.
This is
This is that same game.
this is like the original end turn. Uza.
Right, okay.
Man, I had that Tarmogoyf thing yesterday, and I wasn't a fan. I don't know. There was no CGA commander. But I was
The turn 1 Ragavan did do 6 damage. I also used the treasure, right? I cast Elishnorn off the treasure.
Alright, more creatures.
Garagalt is not permanent. It's an overrun, Illusion. It gives the creatures +3/+3 and trample. I'm only at 6 life.
With the,
So,
There's a Llanowar Elf. Does that count?
so this Llanowar Elf, if I'd been paying attention to my Vivian, would have been played the turn previous. I'd be a card deeper into my deck. I would have played Glorybringer here. Kind of a big deal. Whatever.
Do we have a Lethal Ballista yet?
I think Garrick just kills me. I think this is the turn he finds Ballista. So I could have played tighter. He could have played tighter, but even if we both played perfectly, I might just die to Ballista on this turn. Oh my god!
This game.
I think we did
Oh,
it.
the Ballista!
There it is.
Got there. It's a gigantic.
That's exactly it, Idiosync. It goes straight from this match to the top 8.
Titanic game 1 away from.
So I pull Elishnorn and I bring in that Cloud Goat sweeper. I bring in the or not Cloud Goat, that giant that sweeps things. I bring that in for the Elishnorn, which like kills more of my opponent's stuff anyway, and then I don't have to care about treachery nearly as much, right?
Very strong cards.
And I tank about going bigger on mana because I am bringing in a sweeper. I think I tank about cutting like Llanowar Elves for Basalt Monolith and doing something like that, but I end up not doing it.
All caps.
The chance of playing like a turn 2 Lelia and stuff is still
That was
big
a really
enough.
nice game.
Hey, yeah, that's Steve. Thanks the 50 months there.
Can complain about getting
5 full
screwed.
Romulan years.
Everyone did what they were came to
All,
do.
all caps, maybe with multiple U's.
Yeah, Garrett's deck is really good. It's excellent. Not just, I mean, it's excellent in this cube. Fertile Ground and Wild Growth with the Garrick Wild Speaker on tap. Really good stuff. Sylvan Library, Reality Shift for draw engines.
Drawing to 9 mana worth of card drawing with Ragavan, Chandra, and Coercive Pearl.
Really, really
Six
strong.
mana took it down.
Yep. It's,
I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to leave the commentary running. You can hear them talk.
that's how
And I'm going to go
it
refill my gin. I'll be back in a minute.
Not to take any credit away from Titan of Industry.
Right, yeah. A decent magic card, Titan of Industry.
Titan of Industry is a real one.
I've never cast it myself, but
No,
it
it's a
seems,
pleasure.
It seems quite good.
That card I would say overperforms whatever you're expecting most of the time.
Any sideboarding speculations you got on what
Haven't
they have?
considered it.
I haven't.
So
There's an upheaval in
yeah, Garrett could,
in Garrett's sideboard.
he has
That's
access
exciting.
to lose focus if he wants to counter some of this stuff. And yeah, upheaval would be a fun one to bring in. I would not mind seeing what that would do to this matchup.
What's Boon of the Wish Giver?
That is 6 mana draw 4 or 1 mana cycle.
Oh man, I love that card.
Well, he can have it if he wants.
Why wouldn't you play that? Cycles.
Mana, every mana can matter.
Yes, it's true.
He could side in Liege of the Tangle somehow. Or Champion of Ronus to put the Liege of the Tangle into play.
Cheated out there. I don't know if I like that against Caleb's deck. He's got
A lot of ways to kill a 3/3.
Yeah.
Wild Call, do you like that one?
Is that like?
Manifest and put X counters on it. In case he needs more expensive cards. It can also be cheap. He has the Liquimetal Torque if he wants to accelerate a little bit and allow his Titan of Industry to destroy a Planeswalker.
Yeah. He's got what?
Liquimetal Torque.
Ooh.
He can
Oh,
make,
shit,
make
what up?
any card, including Karn or Elishnorn an artifact for purposes of Titan of Industry.
Oh
if he
shit,
wants to
what
try
up?
to
Do you
set
consider
up a little
Spellsky
combo.
here?
Let's see. What did he see?
Oh
from
shit,
Caleb?
what up?
He saw Sky Sovereign. He saw Chandra.
Oh, shit, what up?
Oh, I didn't get Jin. I went to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Solitude, right?
Right.
Oh shit,
Let's
what
check
up?
out Caleb. What do you think? What do you think we got on his side?
Caleb's deck's perfect. He's not going to touch anything.
Yeah.
He has a Valky in his sideboard. That's interesting. He can cast it very easily, but
Rum Cloak Giant.
he also has Basalt Monolith in his sideboard if he thinks this is just about getting to his top end fast. He has Garrick Unleashed in his sideboard. You as the Garrick expert, I trust to know which one that is.
He's got what?
Garrick Unleashed.
That's the black green one, I think. No, wait, I don't know.
No, that's Apex Hunter.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a mono green one. He has
I guess I'm not the Garrick expert you'd think.
Apex Alphasaur if he wants more big stuff. Do you know what that one does? Very
yes.
expensive in green.
Yeah, it fights something
fights-
and then it
Yeah.
it fights again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just grabbed a spotted cow because that'd be faster.
Here.
One of my guests left me with a case. We went out for karaoke.
Caleb is.
He saw me
Ryan
drinking a
Island
spotted
is-
cow, so I was like, "Ooh, Caleb will enjoy this." And he was correct. I do
so I
enjoy
don't think
this.
it's actually an
No, he's
island.
not actually playing it.
What was the worst card in the deck? In this deck? I don't know. I'd have to back up and look at the list
You
again.
could bring in Realm Cloak Giant
All my cards were
We got
totally fine.
One Ragavan again.
versus Hapland.
Refill my keyboard. My keyboard must feed. I have a brand new keyboard. Not gonna get it all beard up.
Pretty cool. That's the exact same thing happened last time.
It's Hapland for Caleb.
I think that happened last time too. Are we just watching the first game again, Mike? Check.
Are we in a time loop?
This is similar.
Check
This
it
is a
out.
similar start.
You just like replay the first game.
Walking Ballista will take down Ragavan.
All right,
I'm
that's
not-
something.
Well, now that he doesn't have a ballista in his
Alright,
deck,
alright.
he
We're
can't kill me
done.
out of nowhere at the end of the game. I just removed his main win condition. And I'm just like stone doing nothing here. No 4-drops, nothing.
All right,
Sylvan Caryatid.
I think I have some removal spell, which is like hasn't been relevant. A lot of Garrett's acceleration is not vulnerable to removal.
Path into removal.
See, the Sylvan Caryatid's pretty important. It influences me cutting Ragavan on the draw next game. Spoiler, I win!
Caleb's hand must be just all answers.
Solitude.
My hand's not all answers, but I think I've got like
Caleb's
6-mana
hand is
Elspeth.
Ragavan anything, so
Yeah. So you can get Ragavan mana floated right out.
biogenic.
Ooze comes down.
He has to. All right, Swords to Plowshares at the ready.
So I'm not Elspething next turn. I think about swordsing and then I'm like, no, I've got another play. I've got a card that I boarded in.
And Caleb decides not to use the swords. What answer are we going to see instead? Is this? Did he bring in the big Chandra? Is that what we're going to see?
Yes, Sam is on top of it.
Yes.
That's exactly what's happening.
Decided in Chandra and has it to kill uses.
The uses and this car yachted.
Chandra Flame Caller.
What did I end up winning? I won the fucking whole thing. We'll get into the prizes and shit. People are asking like what the prizes were like every few seconds. We can get into that once that actually happens, right?
That was a minus X to deal X damage to each creature.
I won your firstborn child specifically, Deathy King. So serve it up.
This Chandra is serious good. Like,
Your
almost-
answer: a one loyalty Chandra. His deck is
Caleb's
not,
deck is so good. This card was in his sideboard.
or that was the deck card. Did you?
Oh, maybe that is what he did. Forgot to record the Chandra.
No, I boarded the Chandra in.
We have Garrett,
I had other 6-drops, right? And I had like
Caleb's
the
Caleb's deck
Elspeth
was
and stuff.
so good, he felt bad about regging all the cards in his deck.
God damn it, PK.
rip apart.
Cube Champion of the World's a hell of a title.
Chandra is presumably taking.
I won more for this event than the fucking trophy leaders win every season.
Swing in with 2 3/1s. Knock Garrett down to 15.
Hmm.
And Garrett down to 0.
No, the point of CubeCon,
And then
the
big
point of
ol'
it
ever-flowing
was not
challenge.
to necessarily win the whole thing, though that is quite nice. It was to meet a lot of awesome folks and
Really relevant.
play a bunch of different sweet cubes. I got to try out so many new cubes
He
over the
needs to sell the
weekend.
library quick. That's
Fucking
what I'll
ruled.
say.
I would say you need something that threatens the Chandra. There's Hydra as a 4/5.
Yep.
That will threaten the Chandra, but not the sword.
I think I get to have a really good turn here.
Best Ernham Jin impression.
It's a good impression. Doesn't have to give anything.
Now the
for it.
swords comes down,
Swords.
Yeah.
which Garrett saw earlier. He did see it. And he mocks sarcastically, "Oh, you have a swords. I didn't know that."
And that was the Karn.
Big old Karn.
Karn gets to exile a land.
I think
Karn
if we're
Van.
gonna see
And
it,
the Chandra gets to draw
Yeah,
cards. I just zero it. I'm just
now
like,
the
yeah,
advantage.
I'll draw a couple cards. I've been like a rampant growth, yeah.
what do you think Garrett needs to have?
It's a lot of work, Mistake by the Lake. It's way more fun to play in a cube than to build a cube, personally.
A great thing in a ramp deck, I'll tell you.
The top 8 was insane, and that's coming up soon.
We'll
Looks
find
like
out.
you found it.
Well, it put it together last time. We're gonna see what happens.
I don't know what you're talking about, Vale.
What if Caleb just bins the Karn just to get rid of the Sylvan, just to send a message?
The cube carrier is full of sleeves from Dragon Shield. The cube carrier is actually like
Going up.
awesome. It's an awesome fucking prize.
Regrets it.
I also got a one-of-a-kind playmat, and then a shitload of boosters,
And we see another Chandra.
some of which were like kind of high value.
What do you how do you feel about that?
The change
when
to the legend rule.
Yeah, when
Dragon
people
Shield
like
makes the cube
Chandra
carrier,
play,
yeah.
does that feel right
How
to
do you feel about alternate timelines? These are different
I hate
universe
'em.
Chandras.
And a trophy, yeah, and a trophy / murder weapon here. It's kind of a sweet cute trophy.
So, I think I'm kind
Hmm.
of broadly confused. I mean, so how do you feel about the same thing but with legendary creatures? Like you have, Dominaria, Wrath, and Dominaria United.
I don't
Wrath.
like it. I don't like it. They
Anyway,
should all- if it's a
this game's pretty
legendary creature,
over. Let's just move on to the
just
next
have a
one.
creature type. It made me more.
The big switch going on to the next game is me boarding out Ragavan. Because we didn't just see Walking Ballista, we also saw Sylvan Carried. Sylvan Carried bricks Ragavan so quickly.
Yeah.
I tank about going big mana, and I eventually decide not to.
I'll look pretty
Fast and forward, get into the game.
fun. I hope there's-
Yeah, game. Oh, that's too far.
is, John
Here we go.
Kelly. I had no part in this.
That turn, though, it was a hell of a turn, Cajun guy.
All right, Garrett. is-
Answer your thing, answer your land, leave you with nothing.
the- wow.
My Planeswalkers that second game did what I expected them to do in the first game, and they super
Zone
didn't.
mana, it's
So that was a
already-
pleasant surprise.
We have a Xandu Mammoth.
Xandu
Yeah.
Mammoth.
Mammoth on turn 2 is scary. It hits like a truck.
A nice landfall creature that can get in.
I don't have a swords handy either.
Caleb has a Nature's Lore.
You can get a Jetmir's Garden if he chooses.
The cool thing about Nature's Lure is land comes into play untapped, but I'm getting it comes to play tap land anyway, because I have nothing else to cast off it, so I might as well. Hey, thanks, Nick Heisen.
And
And Arid Mesa.
Arid Mesa.
Yeah, the point of the cube event was really just to like play all these sweet fucking cubes.
Yeah.
Just
So probably no 2-drops. out
So
of
like
it.
any prize at all was pretty insane.
It's shoot.
Completely volunteer run event.
Forest.
Um,
It's the
yeah.
forest.
Okay.
most of the organizers actually lost money as opposed to like making anything.
Yeah, but mostly green spells.
What's
Just to
happening?
maximize
All of the
the
entry
damage
fees went towards paying the judge staff.
for it. Once upon a time,
Once upon a time.
I can get him blue mana if he needs it. Presumably, give him a lot of looks for it.
Cards off to the side there, just me tracking my life total. I stopped doing it for the
I would've
top
cast that
8,
turn 1 before I played it.
but I was used to doing it, so I was still in that mode
That's an unusual play, but I can believe it.
for this draft.
And finds a breeding pool.
My favorite was the
That's
old
what's
school
left.
foil cube, Tim the Blooper.
I don't know. Or is it always in there and I just never see it?
Did I play any more sweet cubes after the finals? After the finals, I ate some Indian food, and then I went back to my place,
These
and I had some
days,
drinks,
cubes
and
aren't just the best cards,
and passed out.
so,
I played a bit of mental magic.
it doesn't fit in a lot of themes.
But no.
Yeah.
I meant to. I really wanted to play the Aqua Cube, but
I mean, if it's the theme of finding
I didn't
everyone
have
else
the
to
energy
do,
to travel and game and stuff. didn't work out.
It fits the classic theme of impulse and green. It kind of is a theme. There's like a lot of, like all those weird, like, like that.
It's pretty good for that. It's Root Samurai. It also puts me to sleep. Indian food. I just want to pass out right after.
I mean,
This
green
is
kind of
a-
had the original with.
So if
Selection.
Garrett had an answer to this 3/3 here, like a treachery for it or something, then I would have been in kind of a rough spot.
An ability, I will let you.
I don't think he has any blue mana in play though.
Yeah.
Basically, just need to chump the mammoth so that I don't lose the Vivian, right?
Vigilance, reach, or
Trample.
trample.
Double her land, so we have a big mammoth. So Caleb's gonna have to lose a permanent here if Garrett attacks.
What did I order at the Indian place? I ordered their chili chicken. It's a
Elephant.
Assume that was attacking Vivian, but whatever. The elephant's dead
Yeah,
regardless.
it's like a chicken stir fry that they do. Very ginger based.
Reality chip comes down.
Little chip damage.
My other go-tos are I like a good mali kofta, and I like chicken tikka masala,
This is gonna be another rip apart.
and sometimes I'll go for like a cashew chicken dish,
This green mana.
and I alternate between all of
That
those.
is a volcanic hammer of 3 kingdoms.
Volcanic Hammer got boarded
That's a
in.
sorcery speed lightning bolt for 2 mana.
I don't know what it's called. Fire ambush.
Yeah.
Fiery ambush.
Correct, Captain Maple Syrup.
You're close.
I do start using the passive near the end of this game because Garrett reminds me by like reading the Vivian or something. But it was a pretty big hole in my game, I guess. I just kind of forgot that it had that passive ability.
Yeah. That's
There are a lot of
somebody
better
who
burn
just
spells.
has a fiery ambush and wants to show it off.
Yeah. That over incinerate, for example.
Or maybe they just really love 3 damage sword.
No Snow Schwartz. There is no risk that there won't be enough cubes. So for this one, not all of the cubes fired. They made sure to have like a couple of extra, and not all of the cubes that got submitted got accepted. So they have the knowledge of their attendance to decide how many cubes to accept for the thing. So there's never going to be a spot where someone wants to cube and doesn't have a cube to draft. On top of that, on top of all the main event cubes, other people brought proxy cubes and cubes that they didn't want in the main event. Like the Aqua Cube, for example, was something that the player wanted to bring and see people play, but he also didn't want to take his eyes off it fucking ever. So he didn't. So basically, he had it drafted on the side sometimes, but only when he could like watch literally everybody at all times. Which makes sense because if you see the Aqua Cube, it had like a signed Black Lotus in it and like all of these very irreplaceable cards in it. So it made sense that he wanted to fucking guard it with his life while it was being drafted. But yeah, a lot of cubes got played with. Some very expensive. The foil, the old school foil cube, I think was valued at like 55 grand or something like that. And everything went really smoothly. All the cards got returned every round. There was always a judge to check to make sure. Every time you drafted, like you filled in your opponent regged your deck for you, and then at the end you turned in your deck. The judge did a count, was like, okay, you're good, go on. And there were always like plenty of judges keeping an eye on everything too. But I digress. There were plenty of cubes going on, both in the main event and also people brought like proxied cubes and stuff for to draft on the side with folks and to show off. So there was just like always drafts going on the whole weekend. Even when the top 8 was playing and there were no main event drafts going on, there was still like rows of people drafting cubes and having a great time. Really, really cool event.
Maybe they got them all. They got the hammer.
Very community based.
They're not all in here.
There were a lot of judges on the floor. My little fidget spinner.
I don't know.
All right, Titan of Industry coming down.
Speaking of too strong.
A lot of money in one place, but I mean, fucking any tournament, any constructed tournament has a lot of money in one place, right?
No counter source to
Like there was less money in the world in the
Caleb's only got 2.
the event than a legacy tournament, right?
or Solitude.
Can you choose? You can't choose the same mode twice, right? You can't just get 2 4/4s, right?
Which cubes did I play on the weekend? I played the colorless cube, or also known as the devoid cube. I played in the old school boomer cube. That was my main choice. Thrilled about that cube. Very pre-modern vibes. Loved it. I played in the bug cube. I drafted
believe Exile does get
a blue-black
shield counters, destroy
unblockable
something,
creatures
or
deck,
stop
and my
something,
opponents were
destroy
sad
it,
when they couldn't
right?
block and they
Exile-
died.
Exile
That was
will
good.
win.
That was my second trophy besides
Well,
the boomer cube.
Caleb has 3 ways that I can.
And I drafted the turbo cube, which was very combo centric and very taxing. Very fun, but also like very
It's not
taxing.
really a better option, right, for him to like.
Like if you can't take
Correct,
no, you mean
Killbot.
actually-
It's not written in writing, but if someone tried to fucking jack something, it's not like everyone would be like, "Oh no, look at that person stealing things.
That's true.
I'm gonna do nothing."
This is kind of all the eggs in one
The
basket.
entire event is community focused, right? So everyone's got each other's back.
Because it's 4/4, naturalize or
Gain 4.
gain 4.
He doesn't really need to gain 4 here.
No.
That's not what this game's about.
Correct, Stambra. Yeah, you could read a write-up on the different cubes. You could like go over the entire cube itself. There was like a list of the cubes and the link to Cube Cobra and stuff with all the info. It was fun. It was fun talking to the other attendees. It's so like not everybody looked through all the cubes, but after the first couple of rounds, the other attendees talked to everybody like, "Oh, what did you do? Oh, that sounds sick. I'm gonna do that next." You know, there's all of that going on. Here's the sweeper that I boarded in, doing good work. Gets to clear the reality chip and everything.
Oh, he had to do that because otherwise he gets to keep a 7/7 run.
Yeah. So it all would have gone the same. Sorry, Caleb was going to have to storage whatever the shield counter was on. So putting it on the 7/7 worked out best because he gained most life.
Right.
The mask was a CubeCon requirement, yeah. So
For sure.
Caleb
I brought up that so the con was really good about masking and everything. I brought up that masks were probably not necessary because they also had us do tests. And it seemed like the organizers like agreed with that, but they had already agreed to masking when they decided to do tests, and they didn't want to go back on it after they'd already announced that they would do it. So that wasn't something that they wanted to go back on, which I respect. And everyone was good about masking. It was like never a big deal or anything like that. I was really glad they did tests. Some people brought in PCI or RP or whatever the one you do at the clinic, but they also allowed rapid tests, which I think made a lot of sense. Rapid tests are like really cheap and convenient, and they just had a table for people to sit for the 15-minute timer when they showed up, and then they would get logged in, get their playmat for the event, all that stuff, and go nuts, right? One person failed their test, and I feel like pretty bad because, you know, they didn't get to like play this extremely sweet event and all that. But having gotten COVID at Gen Con and had like a really rough time recovering from it, I'm also like really glad they did rapid testing so that that person wasn't there and unwittingly exposing people, right? Unwittingly giving other people COVID, spreading it around. It was sweet. But yeah, I don't think the masks were necessary
Minus
due to the testing.
And cast Realm Plug Giant and go find a friend like a Glory Burner.
False positives too. Yeah, well, the person could come in and test again each day. So if it was a false positive, it's not like it locked him out of the event or
He'll look
whatever.
at the top of his deck anytime he wants, right?
I think so.
I didn't see him do it there, so I was,
Our opponent
Yeah,
just
I
held
guess
that.
he
has all spells,
This
yeah.
game's pretty well wrapped up.
Nothing better in my deck than this. Glory bringer, always glory bringer.
It is really looking bad for Garrett.
Yeah, this is a board presence. We'll say.
There are C3 football. Everybody was really excited both to come back. A lot of people that were nervous about submitting their decks for the main event the first time seemed really stoked to submit for next year's. The con organizers had always thought of this being like a once-a-year thing, for being a regular thing. Gamehole Con was really excited with how well it turned out. So Gamehole Con was initially very skeptical because random TOs had tried to run Magic events at Gamehole Con before, but they'd like half-assed it. You know, it's just like shitty stores being like, here, do our fucking for-profit events, and getting like lukewarm reactions, and so it never really did anything, never really went anywhere, right? But this was sort of like a con within a con, and like very passionate organizers. We ended up getting like almost 180 people, right? And so GameholeCon was very impressed with how everything went down, and I think I got the impression that the CubeCon is going to be much larger next year and have more resources. And GameholeCon has plenty of space. We'll just have more. They'll just give us more area next year. And I'm guessing we'll have about double the attendees. I'm guessing we'll have about 300 people, just based on how well it went, how many people I've heard talking about how they want to come next year, like the people that regret not coming out.
Yeah. I don't.
How about a Duskwatch?
Correct, Sarkonis. Yeah, on the car ride, there was when I found out they were going to be 40-minute times, and I had an extremely negative reaction. I was like, "That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I've never heard of a tournament being run at 40-minute rounds." And then in the first round, I ended up like decking my control mirror opponent twice, and I was like, "All right, maybe it's okay." But yeah, they adjusted to 45-minute rounds. The thing is, so with this event, they wanted to do at least like 3 drafts per day. Some people were even pushing for 4, and there's like no way they could have fit that in. But for this event, you need to make packs for the cubes. You need to like make sure everything's in order. When people turn in the cards, the judges have to like count them and make sure like the cube is coming back to its like present state. It takes more time than just like running rounds for a constructed event. So the fact that they got 3 drafts in on each day was pretty incredible. But they wanted to originally give us all like an hour and a half lunch break or something ridiculous. Or like maybe it was 45 minutes. I don't know. It was some long lunch break that like wasn't necessary. And so they like some of the organizers wanted to have it be 40-minute rounds to accommodate that. And obviously, if you were playing on like Moto or something, maybe that's okay with a bunch of experienced online players. But in paper, when you have to shuffle and stuff, that's kind of stupid, and everyone like kind of had to play fast and scoop when they were behind and whatever. It worked out, but I agree. When they shifted to 45 minutes, it was much better.
It's like
one of the growing pains with people just trying things out for the first time, huh?
What up?
Hey, 3 land 7 mana. I think so. 24 months there. The 2-year, yes.
Oh no, it's a voracious hydra.
Well, that can kill a creature potentially.
Not this turn though.
No, in the future.
Start times were staggered based on when the drafting portion finished. Bada Gaboosh.
Caleb did look at the top of his deck.
So some
He knows
cubes.
about that ability.
I wouldn't.
Sam pointing out that this is the first time I looked at the top of my library for Vivian, and he knows about that ability. Just a very quiet, sarcastic dagger from Sam here. I had forgotten about it for the most of this draft. And I think Garrett like reading it like reminded me of it, and so like now in game 3 of the finals, I'm finally using that ability of Vivian. It was good enough without it. This is overkill. Whatever. Anyway, we're gonna keep playing the game.
That's counters on the Vivian. I just wonder if
Caleb didn't look at the top because he thought it might give a tell to Garrett.
So he minus to cast Glorybringer and Fine Lelia.
Right. Exactly, Nick Heisen. Exactly.
An attack of considerable power.
Yeah, things are happening.
Is he exerting?
Does it matter?
Could it exile a burst lightning?
Okay, well that can kill the Duskwatch.
I've already said that I'm exerting on the Duskwatch, so the burst lightning went face. It's whatever.
No,
On the old...
or he just ticked down 2. It looks like that was an exert maybe, and then the
Yeah,
burst
I think
lightning at him.
he did exert it.
I think I have to choose if I'm exerting when I declare it as an attacker. I don't think I get to see what Lilia finds before choosing whether to exert or not.
So that's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11.
My shirt choices for the event. I wore a couple of the sword t-shirts because I wear those everywhere, and I wore some Coalesce apparel shirts.
Oh yeah, 7,
Yeah,
6, 9.
And Garrett's pounding his deck there. He did board in upheaval, so that's what he was hoping for. After game 2, losing to a pile of planeswalkers, he boarded in upheaval,
Conquered the
and that's this draft.
We're gonna get
Elias
again in
is-
the top 8.
One Tinker deck,
Elias Cube. He will be in the top 8
one
now.
aggro deck.
He's gonna get
one
another shot
mid-range
drafting
mirror
the
slugfest.
Vintage Cube.
Pretty much what I was expecting.
Second time drafting a vintage cube, right?
Yeah, he has like all the experience on this cube. Nobody else in the room except for 5 people besides him.
One of them was
actually
Sam.
adopted that cube.
Because me and Sam did the
Vintage cube in general.
Yeah, or like
Wisconsin versus WoTC draft.
You know, when Decker's play group.
Should I move us along? Should I move us along to the top 8 draft? The commentary team switches over. We get Parnell and J-Bro in here.
Yep, that's what me and Derek did.
And that's the common uncommons with rare lands.
With the easy fixin'. Rich game this. I think
No,
he's
no.
probably just gonna go with the flow.
One of the great things about Caleb is he drafts everything.
He's
And
got a master of all trades.
He will not get tunnel vision.
Oh, Caleb does want time walk. Caleb wants infinite
Yes,
time
that's
walks.
true. Caleb does.
Caleb's
like tunnel.
favorite deck is Simic. in
That is
Vintage Cube.
that is the.
J-Bro is
thing.
correct about
That's
this.
what we saw on Thursday.
Yes.
when
We get a live stream of my social media here.
Caleb,
My Twitter account that I don't actually show on my own stream. I guess I just kind of forgot that
Oh shit!
Yes.
What
Forgot
up?
What
that
do you
was
feel about
getting-
Caleb's pack
getting
on
broadcast.
Twitter?
Hey, Dr. J Hero, thanks for 36 months.
I don't know. I'm not going to try to look at Caleb's personal Twitter.
At least
On
Alright,
At least I
there we
didn't
go.
go through all the donkey porn that I usually do
I think-
before my
pick
before
one
my
CubeCon
cube
is
drafts.
pretty good. At MTG CubeCon. Oh, here we go. Chupalupa, Dual Land. Okay, we got the Spell Seeker, which actually tutors
and
up.
We have
Oh my
we
god, the
have a
bell.
Mox Sapphire.
Okay.
And
Not-
there are
not a fan of
people in
that.
this room, so we're
Not
gonna
a fan of
be
that.
wider, so our
I
top eight
might,
players
I might turn
can't
down the
actually
commentary a
hear
little bit
what
here.
Mox
Sorry, J Bro. Not a fan of the bell.
All right, let's
Yeah,
go.
Force of Will is a great
So,
card.
this is an easy pick.
I think there's like a demonic
Mox
tutor or
was
something in
here
there
when
too,
you like.
right?
I'm not mad at the one that tutors up instantly.
But yeah, obviously we're just taking a Mox Sapphire. Not a hard pick here.
Swords to Plowshares, most efficient move of all time.
It's difficult. I see a scrubland.
Where did he get a bell? Yeah, right. I think they take it away from him at some point.
Don't exactly know.
Oh shit! What up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Matsu961, thanks for the 20 months there. J-Bro's at this level the entire draft. I mean, yeah, I mean, he should be hyped.
Got,
I wasn't
a
complaining
lot
about the
of-
hype. I was complaining about the
got a
rigging.
lot of options. It doesn't have to be blue. And Mox goes in. Oh, Control Magic.
Control
Very
Magic
nice.
Vampiric Tutor. That is
Okay.
a big heavy hitter. Counterspell.
I think I'd take
very good in
Counterspell
this
here,
game.
yeah.
Oh, I love a Gush too. And we have a Rin and
Gush is hard to justify
Yes.
this
Also
early.
really
I mostly
powerful.
just want it in my
Obviously,
fastball
not
or
a
storm
great
type
pair with
decks.
Mox specifically
I wouldn't-
because you actually want lands with Mox, or you want lands with Ren and 6. But taking a powerful blue card with a lot of pips, always a great follow up to a Mox.
Absolutely.
Because it's really going to let you accelerate to being able to.
It
do
was
that.
skip dash. It was wild to get
I
to
think that-
draft with power in person, which I had before,
Little
but
tricky
it's
to
always a
see-
cool
to see
experience.
Some of it because of the glare. Looks
actually
like
like-
Caleb is going with the counterspell.
Going
I'm
with
actually
counterspell,
not
wow.
surprised. I'm not
I'm
surprised.
very surprised by that. Okay, so this also means he's sending a strong signal in blue while passing Control Magic, which is very good in this format
It
with
is.
all the reanimate.
I think it can be slow though if your opponent's
True.
not playing in traditional
Oh,
game.
Spiral's always
are we
sweet.
doing it? Okay,
Clonade's
Lutri-
good.
Ooh,
Lutri
Here's a
third
Lutri.
pick is kind of late for Lutri.
Companion. I can't believe it's gone this late. Lutri is fantastic on so many levels. This is definitely the pick. It's times
So Snow Shorts in earlier rounds, most of like, so the event is regular REL, and most of the rounds they're like totally fine with letting us look in between picks and stuff. For the top 8, they turned all hard ass. They were like, "This is now a serious event, and we'll be drafting it seriously." Not like that, but you get the idea. So there was no looking at cards in between packs, and it was a called draft. So very rigid in order, precision stuff.
Lutri lets you have a free.
Hell yeah,
card in your deck,
Kikiist.
Yes.
And,
Next
and not
year.
only that,
Next year when I win
Lutri's great
again.
because you can even kind of cast it.
I'll go
Yes.
back over it again.
Caleb has drafted Counterspell and probably more blue
Yes.
cards coming, which
you
means Lutri's going to be extra.
Correct,
And-
Sarcanus, yeah.
You can cast 2 counter spells.
Oh, were you here in the
Yeah,
top 8 with me,
Counterspell.
Sarcanus?
Well, in a counter war, that's actually pretty
Sure.
important.
What's a called draft?
Or
Yeah.
cast
So a
8.
called draft,
It could be relevant, I suppose. But
that's a good question. A called draft happens at GP Day 2s and in Pro Tours, and basically it just ensures that the timing of everything happens very order-like. So in a normal draft, you would draft a card, and then you would pass your pack, and what we did for most of the event was zone drafting, whereas if there was a pack in between you and the next person, then you couldn't set down your next pack, so the packs couldn't get confused and stuff. and then people would draft at their own pace, and that helps drafts go pretty quickly because people get to draft at their own pace and stuff. For the top 8 draft, everyone's getting the same amount of time to look at each pack, and the head judge is there timing those picks. So you get like X amount of time for the first pack, and then you get 5 seconds less for the next pack, and so on. And he gives you reminders of like 5 seconds before the pick time, and then he finally says draft. You pick the card, you pass the pack, then he tells you to pick up the next pack, and gives you the total of amount of seconds that you're gonna have to look at the pack, so there's no like surprise or anything. Again, gives you the 5-second warning, and then things speed up as the pack winds down as fewer cards are in there. And then to make sure that everybody has exactly the same amount of time to evaluate each pack. Super serious stuff. It was a little weird going into Spike Pro Tour top 8 mode when it's the finals of a Cube event, but whatever they wanted to do, I didn't mind it.
Either way, we got the Lucci.
Super serial, exactly.
And also sometimes a 3/2 body.
We have an Urza. Which
Oh, nice, Arcanus. That was your first Magic event, and you bubbled the 64. That's still pretty good. There were a lot of good drafters in the room.
And he can also, little known fact, you can use the Urza to tap Mox Sapphire for blue mana.
So, yes, that's true. An alternate ability.
Yep.
It has 2 different abilities
Very,
on there,
very
which probably comes up on Magic Online.
Yeah, that's where you'll see it.
I took the Urza here. I'm still cutting blue.
Wow.
Urza's great.
Very good.
Shelly Doll is great.
But I think if you're leaning towards artifacts and interaction, Urza's
Oh, shit,
more
what
where
up?
you want to be.
Oh, shit.
Urza also
Hey,
provides
thanks,
the
YOLO.
additional
Thanks for the 9
fact
months.
that the 2 bodies and the 4 toughness is wildly
It
relevant.
actually
It is still short. It is a little fun to
That's,
get serious
that's
for the
also
top
not to
8.
be played with. Okay, is that an Entomb? What do we see on all the way to the left?
What we're gonna see is
Is that Entomb?
I would bet.
J Burrow's correct, it is
This
Entomb.
deck has a ton of green cards.
That is an Entomb.
It is an
I have a
Entomb.
penchant for
Entomb is
blue-green,
by far
too.
the
I drafted
most
blue-green in the
I
Wizards
see
match.
a
And if
Noble
Entomb's-
Hierarch into Caleb.
Entomb's a really good
I'm
pick,
going
though.
Entomb. Yeah, you gotta
Oh,
go
you're right,
Entomb.
you're right,
If
you're right.
Entomb's going this late, and also what we've passed so far, and there's still the 3/1.
So J Burrow's going off here. I agree that this is like a late Entomb, so it's like kind of a signal. It's also like a linchpin of the Reanimator deck, right? Like the ideal. If you think about the Platonic ideal Reanimator deck in Vintage Cube, it has an Entomb in it because it's the best way to get your best creature into the graveyard to reanimate. Either turn 1 off a Dark Ritual or turn 2, just like turn 1 Entomb, turn 2 Animate Dead. It gives it some real nice consistency. And then a lot of how the way that Reanimator works in Vintage Cube is you're trying to get like a lot of tutors so that you can combine the Entomb with the Animate Dead, like be a 2-card combo deck, right?
Is a strong signal that you're going to get a lot of good Reanimate stuff. Reanimate is great in this cube, especially with blue-black, where you have Frantic Search. Okay, let's see. Ooh, we got a Gaia's Cradle going this late. What is going on?
So just some kind of trash.
Well, what's
Oh my
going on is there's a
golly.
lot of.
If I'd taken the
powerful
Noble
cards
Hierarch,
in
I'd be into this Cradle.
Wow.
And
But currently I'm
this
just
is
like,
what you
eh.
see when you have
I don't know what I'd do here. I think I'd take an
basically the
Eldrazi,
power
maybe.
level pushed to the max.
There's 4 more powerful cards than Gaia's Cradle.
What
Oh, I
you
take
can see-
Sphinx.
Yes, that's
There-
what I was
there-
gonna.
I take Sphinx here because it's a reanimation target, and some
Yes,
decks
there are
just like
mono-
can't deal with the pro
and-
green and
and
pro
you
red,
can't
right?
say
Mono
that
red,
because
mono
it's
green,
Cradle.
really good against
Well,
them.
it's not in this with what he's yeah.
It's also a tinker
Context
target.
King, right?
Context
We have a
is-
Mox, so
For everyone else too.
Yeah, CubeCon. I don't know. I
He just picked Entomb.
and there's a channel.
Oh my gosh. I talked a lot. I
God
talked a
damn
lot
it,
about
J-Bro.
Channel. I talked a lot of hate about
Oh,
Channel
shit,
on
what up?
Thursday. I still don't.
Oh shit, what
think
up? Hey, Big
figure-
Goof,
I
thanks for
think-
50
I
months
think
there.
Time Raveler
Oh,
is
and
really, really powerful.
no way. We got to go with the discard spell, right? We got to go with
What's the discard spell? Rakdos' return?
Lightning
He's
Greaves.
taking Lightning Greaves.
He's not even in white. Well, Lightning Greaves
Good.
is
Get,
obvious-
get that channel out of here. Good job, Caleb.
Yeah.
Caleb proving he actually wants to win the draft today instead of be cute.
You know what? I hope Jean Baptiste wins with a mono green combo deck. Just because that. Ooh, we got a looter.
Yeah, I took the Greaves. I took the Greaves because I'm still thinking about playing the Artifact deck, right? I've got the Urza there. The Greaves is going to play very well there. In this pack, I'm kind of thinking about that too. I think Lightning Greaves and Frost Titan pair very well together.
Now, out. Just
And then
super
Batterskull is
secure,
also interesting. The Looter's
because
interesting.
That is one you can kind of tuck away.
And I think I take a
not
little
have
too
to worry
long
about it until
tanking
you
and then
can
don't have
visit it.
time, and I just like
Upside
panic
of
and
that
take
pick
one of
is
the
really
cards.
high, and some
I'm not
people
sure
play
that Frost Titan's the
my
correct
God.
pick here at
Are
all.
we not taking the Ludo?
We're taking Frost
Well,
Titan.
Frost Titan is a great reanimate spell that
Yeah, he
actually
just says
has a
draft. I'm like, ah,
ultimate
fuck.
spell. You can't do that. It's hard to kill. It's also very good with Lightning Greaves.
That's a
And
late
super
Force of
good later
Will.
round. Oh, so
And I'm
that
like basically
Evercold.
mono blue at this point.
Not a great Entomb target.
No,
Very
it's
excited
great with
about this
channel.
Force of
So
Will.
let's
we
get
don't
the
have
Evercold.
channel. Someone else is gonna have it. Caleb's gonna slam this Force of Will. This is a really easy Force of Will.
Yeah, not mad at the Force.
The person to
You
the
don't
left
want
of me
blue
ends
cards
up with the
when you
channel and
interact.
Emrakul and stuff. And I face him in the
Force is
finals.
gonna be
He has a very good
more,
deck.
Offensive than defensive. Probably stopping people from stopping him doing something.
Or being able, and that's the other thing, is this format has a lot of glass cannon type decks.
Yeah.
So being able to disrupt, and there it
Wow,
is.
Vampiric Tutor.
Golly,
That's
good
super
grief,
duper
Captain
late.
Z.
Very late
Well,
Vampiric
Gale
Tutor,
Tech's
yeah.
great, but again,
And I've got
being able to
Entomb,
disrupt
so I
the
can tutor
glass
for the
cannon
Entomb with
such
Vamp if I
as
want.
Channel, for example,
Yes.
or whatever, like is huge. So I don't know what's going on here, but this is tickling my fancy something fierce. Okay, we've got a blue land. We've got a great reanimate.
Yeah, the
spell.
lists are up.
Wow,
Okay.
I think they're on the
Well, there's also- I would
CubeCon
have the
website.
For Unburial Rights, which is, I believe, in the cube.
Yeah, that's true.
So it
Elishorn is an interesting pass because it's actually a really specific reanimate target. It's not against every
Right.
deck, but it against some decks it KOs. And we have
oh,
a wheel of the Shelldock Isle.
Yeah, thanks, Arcanus.
Shelldock Isle, arguably
Wow,
the
what
best
is
in a
happening?
reanimate.
Pretty good chair. I'm in the
Yes.
perfect spot to be
Because
drafting
you
blue
can
for
get
sure.
these big, beefy
For
monsters.
sure.
and it came back as I called it. The 3-1 coming back.
So
Yeah, the
we
Shelldock
are
Isle
in-
wheeling was pretty big.
We're in a control reanimator deck right now, and Caleb is rolling.
Yes, Caleb is rolling, and not. Wow, both Eldrazi making it back.
I would take the 10 mana one,
yes,
Cosplay.
10. Yeah.
and Caleb takes the 11.
Yep. Well, although remember,
11's a little
there
bit better
is
to put
an
off
opportunity
Shelldock.
in reanimate for
It's
it
whatever.
with the 2-mana instant Shallow Grave with Shallow
Correct. If
Grave.
I am instant speed
And also,
reanimating, the 11 mana one,
I believe
11
it
mana
is,
one
and
might be
also,
better.
The 3-mana one that has buyback. I'm not sure.
Shallow Grave is in the cube.
I'm not sure if the
Corp
3-mana.
Stance is in the cube.
I
I do
think
know
it-
that one.
Okay, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, this
I
shit
agree.
rules.
So it's also good with that. Also,
Should we look at the review, or should I skip past it?
Trying to mill you
Oh
up.
shit, what up? Hey, Ace, thanks for the 58
So
months. I
it's
kind of want to get to the
also-
games. There's some really sick
Correct.
games.
Very true.
Yeah,
We
a
have
bunch of blue cards.
A very strong start for Caleb's Reanimator deck. Reanimator is but yeah, I'm not mad.
You can just be like,
that's a great point.
I'm gonna interact. I'm gonna play control.
I open up my water and I turn away from the table to make extra special sure that like no water droplets hit my cards or
And
anything.
not only that,
That's what that
there's
was.
Also, Urza,
Yeah,
which came.
got a bunch of artifacts
Spin
hanging
that
around.
wheel.
Spin that
All
wheel.
right.
Ring a ding ding.
So in a called draft, they're like making sure that we make sure we have 15 cards before we start.
We're getting ready to pick. Now, what do
Everything
we
all
wanna
orderly
see?
like.
I just want to see another Mox.
Well, we want to reanimate, right? Reanimate might be better than Mox.
I'm not going 1.5 speed.
Yes,
That gives me a
actually,
headache.
reanimate, one-man
Sorry.
reanimate might be
We got
better
a
than
Skull
Mox here.
Clamp, which is
Skull Clamp. Ooh!
wow.
Shots called. Shots
And
called. Let's go.
We see reanimate. Blightsteel Colossus. I don't.
I think I
Fantastic.
do take the
don't
reanimate
care
out of
for,
this pack.
in this specific deck.
We're taking I don't know. I can't even see what else in the pack. We're taking it over everything besides Time Walker Ancestral.
Yes.
Even Lotus. We're
Now,
taking over
now
Lotus.
I will say.
I'm not taking a reanimate over Lotus. There are quite a few cards that I'm taking over reanimate in this spot. So J-Bro's getting like really excited to be reanimate in my seat, or to be reanimator. But right now I have a single entomb, nothing to bring back. I don't have any blue-black fixing. Like literally just an entomb. So I'm actually not taking reanimate that highly. If reanimator is open, you should be able to wheel reanimation effects. You should be able to get them late. And I'm much more excited to take them aggressively if I already have cards worth reanimating, right? If I have an Archon, if I have a Grizzlebrand already, then the reanimate gets bumped up in the order, right? It's still a high pick, but it's not like I'm taking it over, I don't know, a Jace the Mind Sculptor or something. Or Mana Drain.
2 reanimates because we got the wheel and the vamp.
We did.
This is an insanely powerful.
Prowler as
deck.
well.
You
Prowler
Called reanimate
is
as
quite
the
possibly the
first
worst
one
card in
to
the
open.
cube.
Exactly.
I'm not excited by
Did.
Prowler.
Thank
It's
you,
not
Caleb.
a draw.
This is
This is the thing of take your man when you see it, right?
Yep.
Reanimate is it a pick one card? Maybe not from a power level compared to the whole cube, but
Right.
you cannot risk passing it.
can't risk
You
it.
have to take it.
And not only that, there are other uses for it.
Here I'm thinking about
Counter
whether
your
the
opponent's
Emrakul is
dark
worth
Dark
taking
Bargain, reanimate
as a
that.
reanimation
For
target.
example.
You can.
Yawgmoth's worth thinking about.
There's reanimate has a lot of play in this. It has a plan B just in case. Now I think
I take
we're
the Treasure Cruise,
definitely-
though.
Ooh, there's Treasure Cruise and an Eldrazi. I think we're taking the Eldrazi here.
Really? You
Caleb's a
think
big
so?
fan. Ooh,
Was that
there's
a corpse dance?
Oh no, that's excuse me, dismember.
Dismember.
It's a Yawgmoth.
Dismember actually not a bad one, but probably a little too early.
It is.
now.
It is not
also
card
a
for
little
card the
over.
Moto
Okay,
Cube, but it
okay.
was based on an earlier
I
version of the
think
Moto
Caleb
Cube.
and I'm actually not
So,
surprised
it's
Caleb
similar.
picked the Treasure Cruise, not because it's sober great now, but with Treasure Cruise, Caleb can try to find more ways to
True.
aggressively filter a little bit
True.
more. You know,
Although he passed the looter, we're gonna ask about that pick later when I talk to him. But I also think that the I've just lost
Well,
it.
we have a Mind Twist and a
Definitely
Bizarre
Mind
back.
Twisted.
Now, Bizarre,
Will table.
but
100%.
Bizarre is a not. Yeah,
Mind
it's
Twist is
very
sweet. It gets
niche
even
Niche
sweeter when you've got
awesome.
Vampiric Tutors, so you can
very
get it when it's
niche
good.
card for a lot of archetypes. If it comes back around, Caleb will slam. it
Monastery
down.
Mentor is like a tempting
He's
card.
Like, he's like, yeah.
I kind of think that I should have been blue-white in this spot. We passed a 3-mana Teferi early in pack 1. Monastery Mentor just kills people. This is like a really good card to have in your like pile of draw spell blue deck, which is what I've got going on right now. But yeah, we're taking Twist.
Animator creatures in the entire
Well,
cube.
you can reanimate it.
You can legally
Yes.
reanimate it and unearth it.
True. Ooh, we're taking the mind twist. Wow. Okay.
I think it's gonna take the Mind Twist because black is obviously what he's in as his kind of secondary color to do the reanimator stuff, and he wants to start ramping with some artifact mana if he can find it.
And Mox is great with mind twist. of course.
At this point, one of the side people for this pick, one of the side people is asking me some idiot question, and I'm like answering, and I didn't hear the table judge say that we could draft. And the only reason that I ever pick up my pack to draft is because the person sitting across from me is like, "You can draft now, you know," and I go, "Oh shit." Yeah.
For the last pack now, I think we want to open Soul Ring. I think that would be the pick. That would be very good for
Specifically
this
Soul
deck.
Ring.
Yeah.
Soul Ring, like,
There's a Frantic Search. Oh wow.
And we do go Frantic Search.
Oh, there it is.
Insane.
Yeah,
That is
So Frantic Search is a reanimator card.
Frantic
It's also really good with that
You know
Treasure
what?
Cruise that I just
Wow.
grabbed. Juices up the graveyard for it by itself.
Bizarre, kind of narrow. You really need to be able to take advantage of it because, and Frantic Search, I totally agree is the pick.
Fantastic.
Uh,
The land is a Mistress Workshop.
It doesn't.
taps
It only taps for
Yep.
artifact mana.
That's right. Okay, we're definitely. Oh, Dark Depths. I think he's gonna go Dark Depths. Now there's three.
The Dark Depths is worth
Hey.
considering because there is a Hex Mage going around.
Vampire Hex.
However,
Well, the Hex
I
Mage is
really
likely
like
to go
Retrofitter
not only
Foundry
that,
with
but we
Urza.
have a Tutor, which makes Dark Depths which makes a comp like that way better. Caleb loves. If there's one thing Caleb loves,
Well,
it's winning at Magic.
Oh,
Oh,
I was gonna say. I
Interesting.
thought there was a Retrofitter Foundry in here.
okay.
uh,
Let's talk.
Retrofitter
about that.
pairs really well with Saga too, which I love, but I don't end up seeing Saga.
And Retrofitter Foundry.
Fair point.
Heck
This
yeah,
is-
Jesse.
Caleb is
Cheers.
trying to go, and there's that
There it
Unburial
is.
Rights. Caleb trying to go, and a Dark Ritual. A
Wow.
Dark Ritual. Also
Dark Ritual's
very good.
tempting.
Yeah.
And Emery
Dark
is
Ritual's
also
very
good.
good in fast turbo
It's very good.
That's
reanimator
good
when
with
you've got like the
reanimator
nut
decks.
reanimator deck.
I
don't have that
think-
yet,
I think
though.
Dark Ritual's probably the pick here, but it's close between that and Emery.
Emery. Yeah, Emery is the power level ceiling on Emery is I actually
Yeah.
think is the highest, which is crazy.
Okay, so
We're gonna go
go-
with Dark Ritual. I understand.
Well, Dark Ritual again.
I changed
no,
my mind.
Emery-
Yes, that is what I
I was
wanted.
gonna say
That's what I
Dark
wanted.
Ritual is.
I go
better
back a
with
couple
Mind
times.
Twist, but
Emery
Emery
is-
Ritual
Emery's
is good
better
with the
with-
Mind Twist. Yeah, it might have been the better pick.
Yes, Emery's fantastic. here.
So the reason I think Retrofitter Foundry is particularly great is because Caleb is kind of a deck of have and have-nots right now.
Yes.
And
Great
you
point.
really want something. It's a card a lot like Urza, where you can really say the
A lot of
middle
good
game
cards
is
in this
gonna be
pack.
about this,
Yep.
But now that I've made you interact with all of these things,
We're still halfway through pack 2.
Wow.
So I grabbed
Taking
Cryptic
something
here.
from Command here. I would not have guessed
We're only
that.
2 colors.
wouldn't have
We're
guessed
base
that.
I would've
blue.
thought
I'm
we're
thinking
going
we might
for
get
this
some
stuff, but
duels.
Caleb likes his value.
Yeah,
Not mad at that.
Yeah, a lot of blue pips, and I think Caleb just wants more interaction.
Fair.
More interaction.
Oh, it looks like we're taking that hate.
Well, is it hate?
Or no, reanimate. Reanimate
oh,
or
wait.
animate dead or whatever. Oh, and it's time walk.
Oh, Caleb, do
Hachi-machi.
not be tempted by this time walk.
Is it too late for
Animate
Caleb to go?
Dead.
It's
It's
okay.
never too late for Caleb. Animate Dead is the pick.
No, we're taking animate.
I think
dead.
it's-
Animated is the pick. They're just like very confident.
He wants
So
to-
currently-
the man has a sickness.
That man has a sickness. Time Warp's good. It's really good with Urza. It's just a good card. I don't know. They're wrong. Time Warp's good. not sick.
He wants to wheel Animate Dead.
The man has a sickness for extra turns.
Hey,
He knows that Animate Dead was necessary. Dig Through Time, really great. He already has
you know about this one? This is a
Nashi?
ninja. Yeah, Nashi. Ooh, nope, never mind. Damnation's the pick.
Yeah,
by
Damnation.
far.
I actually didn't see that one.
Me either. But
Yeah, I'm kind of settling into like a blue-black control thing, huh? With the cryptic, the forest, the card draw.
Yeah.
But I don't really have removal, so the Damnation's excellent.
That was his area of weakness.
Yes.
Was to against creature decks, and
Yeah.
be a big help to shore that up.
And again, remember, we've got 2 Damnations.
Right now I have a single creature that's worth reanimating. It's a Sphinx.
This is great.
So we're now seeing second picks out of packs coming around, as I believe that was the first one.
There we
do
go.
say the Vampire
The
Hunter,
Hexmage
he
Wheels.
didn't
I don't
draft
have the Dark
the,
Depths, but these other cards are trash,
We might
so
still
I'm like,
draft it,
sure.
though.
Yeah,
Can
he's
still
saying-
answer
he's saying
walkers.
Dark Depths could be in this next pack.
Could be. Well, also, Hexmage is not a dead sideboard card. It can be
Correct,
you know,
ugly
it's White
paintings.
Walker
It's good in like
Rules.
very specific
Correct. Yeah,
matchups,
so
but
if
it's
you're
not really a
gonna
reason to be
can also
reanimator.
block, you know, ooh. Wow, not taking the Shriek
I would
Maw?
take the Shriek Maw.
2 mana removal spell's very good.
Yeah, and even if you're not starting,
I
it,
knew there was a
that's
smokestack
pretty
going around. I thought there was a
Yeah,
chance
we
that I might
see
end up
that.
the artifact deck still.
That's a disrespect onto
Wow.
Ready. You see the Ready
Mom spaghetti.
Iconoclast in that.
Yeah, getting Dark Depths
Disrespectful.
Hexmage
That's one of
that
my
late
favorite
ended up being
cards.
real important.
What? Not even taking the Umbrella rights?
I'm a little confused by this one. Caleb much smarter Magic the Gathering player than me.
Yeah, it's a good match.
I have a workshop, so why wouldn't I take a
Just
smokestack?
Flat out don't understand not taking the burial rights, even if it's not starting in your deck.
Send the signal.
Neither is Smokestack. Maybe
Right.
Caleb just saying if I have
Smokestack could
Burial
100%
Rights,
start in my
probably
deck.
not gonna start, and I don't want to be.
If I'd taken the Batter
passive,
Skull,
like, someone
especially,
like
if I'd taken the Batter Skull instead of the Frost Titan that one pick,
Caleb's gonna be interested in playing against. But I just think that's unlikely.
Get a couple mana rocks in the next pack.
But yeah,
He does have the land. He has Mishra's workshop.
he does.
There might be Bitter Blossom coming up. Well, also, you know what we would like?
The workshop.
There's
not,
also
not
the
very
one-
good in Caleb's deck, but it was also like it cost him nothing to pick it because it was so late.
There's also the 1 mana spell that makes more critters.
This is not a
And
proxied
there's,
cube, Moon.
And there's also
This
well,
is,
you know what we'd
um,
like to see. We want to see a Tinker in this next pack.
These are real
That's
cards.
what we're looking for.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of things to tinker.
They
out
are
with.
tilting that I'm not
Still win, and sometimes
that I'm not as rock hard for
Yeah.
reanimator as they are.
Sphinx is great. Sphinx is fantastic. And we've also got that Lightning Greave still, which
Yeah,
is
one of the
great with
chatters
draws.
above you, AJ.
That's true. And Caleb is a man that really appreciates his Lightning Greaves.
Mm-hmm.
Knows the power.
How did I
of
end up
giving
doing this
things
draft?
to
Oh, what a good question.
And
Well, I wouldn't want to give you any spoilers as to
That
how
was
the draft
actually
went,
one
but
time
I'll
I
just
think
admire this trophy that
What do
I
you make of the time
coincidentally happen to have in front of me here.
deck, but Caleb-
This trophy, which may or may not have engraved 2022 CubeCon Championship on it. I don't know how I got this. It's just hanging out here, just hanging out.
He took it over Animate.
But yeah,
No,
we'll just watch the rounds, see who wins. We'll see.
That's different.
No,
A lot of-
but are we gonna open the
a lot of
time lock
suspense.
right now since he got that, or is he just like willing it to his deck?
I
or
think
just gonna...
maybe he is. I think he's gonna
Right,
open a
yeah.
Emerald.
Yeah, trophy
Also,
champions
yeah,
to all the
that-
top 8.
That's a guess for me.
And again, that time lock is not as good as it is if we had more cheap planeswalkers or other sorts.
When do I
of
deliver the trophy to the winner? Yeah, I as the person who scrubbed out hardest, that's my duty
We're gonna open the tank.
to deliver the trophy to the real winner.
Red Mox, okay.
I think Green Mox.
Oh, green. I'm sorry, green. There it is.
My God.
He willed it. If you willed it, is no dream. Called it. Shots called. Shots called.
Oh,
Ring a ding ding.
So I really want this Underground Sea.
Underground
No,
Sea's
no,
pretty
okay.
good.
I want it so badly.
Yeah, right.
Oh, come on, Caleb. Come on.
Caleb with the pump fake.
It is a shame that
Golly.
it is a shame because
Good grief.
Underground Sea is actually the land Caleb literally wants the most.
Yep, but he's got the time
But
lock
he's got a
twins.
time walk.
And my
got
mana
the
is
time walk
really
twins.
bad,
That
but
man
I mean,
is bad.
obviously the time walk's insane.
That
It's
is
very, very good for me.
Very, very good.
I think we wheel the Mull Drifter out of this pack, which ends up also being
You know what?
insane.
Hey, producer, if you want to communicate stuff to us, just type it out in there. It's a little distracting sending Zach over. So anyway, we're going to take this second time walk, and that also probably means we're going to get Snapcaster Mage.
You
Since
think
it's-
we're
Heck
gonna
yeah,
get-
random guy.
You think we're gonna get Snapcaster Mage?
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, sorry about that then.
We have a Narset, which is wildly powerful,
Narset's pretty...
and a Show and Tell, and a Phyrexian Metamorph. I love a Phyrexian Metamorph.
Narset's really good at finding
I
our time walk
think
effects,
Narset's
right?
pretty
Find the
good
time
at
walk,
the
find the time
shell.
warp.
And also, Oh no.
Shut off their draw
passed it.
effects.
Did we? No, we passed the draw 7, didn't we? Or did we? Did he get it? I don't know.
Oh, the tickets for this event did not sell out. So originally, CubeCon was supposed to happen a few years earlier, and they had capped that at 100 people because they thought they were going to have it here at Misty Mountain Games. And that sold out almost immediately. And the pandemic happened, and events were put on hold. And then later they found out that they worked out to do a deal with GameholeCon where they would get access to GameholeCon's infrastructure, their food trucks, their facilities, all of that stuff, and then also have basically infinite space. So they had 177 people sign up, and they got space allotted for that number of people. If more people had signed up, they would have had more space allotted. Basically, as many people had signed up, they would have been able to accommodate. So it was not a sold-out event. And next year should be similar. Next year, I am guessing the event will about double in size due to all of the word of mouth and everybody that came this year coming back again next year and bringing friends and stuff. I think it'll be about double in size, and that'll be totally fine. GameholeCon's pretty large, and it's held at the Aligned Energy Center, which just has infinite space. It's large enough that they have True Dungeon here. The only other place that they really have True Dungeon is Gen Con. Just you need to have a large setup for that.
No time spiral.
We saw it, but we passed it.
We
right?
passed.
Okay.
It was pretty early.
Okay. Well, either way.
Heck yeah, Mr. Burgundy. Great event for that.
Oh no, there's an E-Witness. He might be going infinite turns.
He's not gonna take E-Witness. We're too far away from that. Narset's gonna be the pick.
Yeah,
here.
not mad at
now
the
he is
Narset.
pulling that.
Heck yeah,
Soulfire
next turn.
Grandmaster out because that's another way in white to take infinite turns.
Yep, infinite turns.
He has the time walk.
A lot of folks had fun
There's
scrubbing out of
one
events too,
Caleb loves
Thunderbolt.
infinite turns. It probably
Just
will.
trying out cubes and stuff.
Another. Oh, Mox Diamond. Let's
Diamond,
go. Let's
Mox
go.
Diamond is tempting.
Wow.
The Thespian stage is tempting.
Not just a
So the Thespian stage, we have the Dark Depths combo already,
Everything
but-
we want. We got the
we got the Dark Depths combo so very late, the Dark Depths and the Hex Mage, that made me think that I could wheel the Thespian stage. And so I think I take the Ashiok out of this pack. The Ashiok, being a Planeswalker, also plays really well with the Time Walk and the Time Warp. Sometimes you can just run away with the game if you get to untap with a Planeswalker like Ashiok and then play a couple extra turn effects, and then the opponent's just dead, basically.
combo. We got the acceleration.
Consecrated Sphinx,
We got
also
the
very
Great Time
tempting.
Walk, which is fantastic with Time Walk, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Bang, bang, bang in the chicken wang. Let's go. This is great.
I mean, I think I would take the Mox Diamond. Ultimately, I think it has the highest upside for the deck. I think the Thespian Sage is going to come back. No one else is interested in that. You have both of the pieces. Was that
Yeah, but if I'm going to take 2 cards out of this pack, I think I want Ashiok and
not mad at
Thespian
that.
Stage.
And also, even in Vintage Cube, Ashiok, what a mistake, by the way. We got to talk to Gavin about that, but just takes over games.
Yeah.
It's so uninteractive.
Yeah, that's a card. That's
Other
a,
I don't
Ashiok.
remember Moon Moon, what the entry
Yep,
was.
that's the
Nightmare
Ashiok.
Weaver. I've cut.
So
I
good.
cut from my cube mini.
I think it was like $200 for the full weekend,
Ruben, which is a
because you're
banger.
getting a badge to GameholeCon
There's
as
it.
well
Called
as...
Snapcaster
Called it.
Mage.
Did I not?
And what a shame
Did
it's
I-
in with Archon
Nope,
Cruelty.
he's taking the Snapcaster.
He's gonna take the
I
Snapcaster.
promise. Although Archon is the best
It's the
reanimate
best
spell.
reanimate.
Yep, but he already has some reanimate spells. He does not have a Snapcaster. He is taking the
does-
Snapcaster.
He does not have a Snapcaster. That is true. It's,
Yep. He is-
likely going to end up. I think. Now,
So if we'd taken the Animate Dead earlier, we'd be taking
it's
Archon
difficult-
here.
About
It would be
Caleb,
difficult for me to pass
Wisconsin
Archon
Pride
because I
worldwide.
think that it's just.
But instead I'm just going to be a
highest
blue-black
upside,
control deck.
but there's nothing that can replace Snapcaster. Jace Friend's Prodigy is the next closest.
I was
thing,
very
that's not
tempted by
huge.
that
We did
Archon.
see- there is
With
the
Entomb and
odds
Reanimate.
for this.
Oh,
So it
that's
could-
long ago.
Ooh.
Oh, we have a polluted
We have a
Delta.
polluted Delta. Let's go.
My mana is so bad.
It's definitely
My mana
not-
is
it's
so
definitely
bad
not
right
right.
now. I just take the
I
Delta. There's so many
I
good
think-
cards in this
I think
pack.
it's Baleful Strix and then
I think
polluted
it's Delta. I think it's Delta. I think we're taking Delta here.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
there's no way it takes bribery.
Strix is-
I won't believe that.
I think it's Delta. I think we're taking.
I've uploaded it to my YouTube,
That's
Jersey
my call.
Atel.
That's
It's on
the-
there.
I mean, that's the.
You gotta eat your vegetables
he
if
has-
you want to
he has
have.
pl- he
Let's
has-
go.
He has
I'm
plenty of
talking about,
spells.
baby.
He has plenty of spells.
Yes,
Yeah.
Zona. So the
Might
reason
take
to
too many
shuffle your
spells. You might
pack
even have to
before
cut
you pass it to the next person. So if you pull all of your potential playables to the front and you pass the pack to the next person, then the next person knows what you were thinking about. So that's why people shuffle their pack.
We are in a, and also good for Delve. Okay, there's the Corpse Dance. There's also 2 mana black. Ooh, there's
You
a
want to signal to
treachery.
your other drafters, but you don't want to do it in a
Collective
in a
Brutality.
in a
That
skeezy
is
way
a critical card.
where they can
Collective
like literally
Brutality.
read what you were
Right.
considering.
Interaction
Yep.
plus discard. This is exactly
You
what
want to do it by the
I
literal
think
signals
that
you're sending that they
treachery
could
is
find if
very,
like
very
you were drafting on
powerful,
Moto or
but
something, right?
Collective Brutality, and he's gonna take neither.
We're
He's gonna take
both
neither.
idiots.
He's gonna take
He
neither.
is
He's gonna
taking the
take
2/3.
Hostage Taker.
Hostage Shaker is fantastic.
So the reason I take Hostage Taker over
it's gonna take-
Treachery is because Hostage Taker is good even when your opponent is not playing creatures. If your opponent is, and this is Vintage Cube, right? So a lot of folks have talismans and stuff that Hostage Taker can grab for you.
Boxes, which are prevalent in this.
Right,
format.
exactly as J-Bro was saying here. Could have taken Moxes.
Oh, there is something that takes an artifact. Fantastic.
That is Thieving Skydiver in the pack with an Exhume.
Skydiver is
Pack
great.
with a big
We see 5 mana Teferi here, again reminding me that I
think
probably
when
should
you
have
take a
been.
Skydive here, it also can be a relevant 2-drop when you need to just block
If we'd taken the Archon, we'd be grabbing
whatever,
Exhume.
a 2-drop. Oh no, never mind.
I end up with a
One of the
Battlesphere.
best reanimate spells also good.
So I'm
for,
thinking about Battlesphere
quite
with Urza.
powerful,
I'm still thinking that I might be an
obviously,
Urza deck.
with your, artifact
It's only in deck
interaction,
building that I
almost
decided to
all of your
abandon the
mana
Urza
get
plan.
Urza out and you
Yep.
play a
That I don't have
Mirror
quite
Battle.
enough
Which
artifacts
sounds
to make it
funny 'cause
hum.
it's like, oh, that's such a crazy play. You're always
No,
going to be
it's-
overwhelmingly winning.
It was an interesting
But
build
that's the type
decision.
of turn that can really just put you in a position to be
Es-
unassailable. To
especially if you get off.
Because
spin,
Urza
you
into
get stuck in.
yes.
your
But
Battlesphere
it's good
lets you
with-
just like immediately play like a Time Warp or something,
Absolutely is. That's
Great
12
or get you a free Urza
damage.
spin.
Heartless
It's really
Activate needs
powerful.
some interaction, no
Yeah,
question.
2-mana black removal spells are critical into mirror decks.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Pack Rat.
Wow. And a
Damn
Maul
is,
Drifter.
damn is some more interaction.
I think we're going Maul Drifter here.
You think
We are going Mull Drifter,
Pack
yeah.
Rats is the most powerful, but I think we're on Maul.
I did think about the
Nope.
Pack Rat as like a
Maul
way to
Drifter also
win.
good reanimator
I'm a little short on win
You
conditions.
need to.
If you need to,
If you need
it
to.
gets you there.
Damn is great, but Caleb does not have good fixing, and double black can be difficult.
Correct. And not only that,
And he has
he already
damnation.
had. Yeah, exactly. Well, the E-Witness came back somehow. I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah, if I'd been
Caleb
blue-white,
might just-
or I'm sorry, if I had been
No, okay.
blue-green,
Yeah,
then I
that's-
think my deck would have been a lot more straightforward.
Yeah.
Noble Hierarchy, Turn of
Outworker,
Witness,
I
all
think
that stuff.
it has a potential to
Blue-green
actually
was
make
definitely more open.
Go ahead.
It doesn't take too many artifacts to jump up some mana.
True.
You have a Mox.
Yep.
You don't need to play your Mox on turn 1 if you can play Metalworker quickly, reveal it a couple times, then play it to have a really big mana turn.
True.
Wow. Opposition, one of the most
Wow.
powerful cards in the cube. but
Correct,
now
I was
I want to
the,
take Summer Effect pretty easily.
A great reanimate.
The
spell
highest
as
like
well.
profile person, so they chose me to
And
feature.
also another
And then if I had
artifact.
lost, they would have been featuring whoever
Wow,
beat me.
Shallow Grave
That's how they
and
did like all of the
Discord
coverage.
spell and
All the coverage all
think
weekend.
I think he's probably going to take
yeah,
the Ancestral Vision.
100%.
Yeah, it's a great, really good.
How long ago was this? This happened literally
Another
yesterday.
removal spell.
This is actually really
Fantastic.
good.
Today's Monday, right?
Yes.
This was
And
literally
another-
the stream
and
from
another
yesterday.
use for that Snapcaster if need be.
Yeah, Thieving Skydiver 15. Caleb has
I'm very
five
surprised by
more
those
cards.
last pick
That
That
Skydiver.
is the end of his draft,
What?
and that is
The vision
an
was busted for me.
absolute
You're not wrong, son of
triumph
on it.
of a wheel for him.
What is going on?
Thieving Skydiver is incredibly
That is
powerful in this
insane.
cube. There's
Correct,
a
Malagor TV.
There's Soul Ring, there's Skull Clamp, which we saw. In
Golly.
I don't think the Skydiver
Yeah,
took
Skull
anything the
Clamp
entire
is a
draft.
target.
It literally did nothing for me. I was very excited
That
about
is
it, but it did nothing
Yeah,
for
how do
me.
you, like, take your Skull Clamp and then I'll draw 2.
Yeah. It's like and Skull Clamp arguably
The thing that I didn't
is
realize
one of
when I
the
drafted the
best
Ancestral Vision is that how easy it was going to be to pair
It's
with
like, hey,
Lutri.
Ancestral's
So you
pretty good,
suspend
got
it, and then you
cards.
put Lutri
How
to
about I
hand you
draw
on
you
turn
like
3,
12
and
cards?
then bam, copy, draw 7 that turn.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah, how's Ancestral buyback? How do we like that? So anyway, this is a very strong start for Caleb. We got to see how the gameplay turns out. Obviously, there's variants, but this is definitely a deck that could go all the way, 100%.
For
There's
sure.
interaction. There's cheap, and it does all things you want to do. It has answers.
And then
such as,
we go to a break
Counter
here
Spell
during
and
deck building.
Flexible Will.
So deck building was
It's
really
got,
like done hardcore too.
fast
They had us sit on like
I
separate
don't know
tables and
what
stuff,
this
and then a
artifact
judge
mechanism
registered our
is.
decks for us. Make sure
what
there
do
was
you
no
think-
tomfoolery.
I wonder. Do you think he goes?
I'm
the
just gonna
artifact-
skip
because he's
along
got the
until we
one-
get to the matches.
He's got the land. I'm gonna predict we're gonna see a Snapcaster and another.
This is way too fast.
Is actually opting for more of a mid roll. So there is going to be
All right, I'll just skip forward 10 seconds at a time here.
Huh. All right.
Oh, we have
I'm
some
a little
decks.
Flabbergasted.
This is my round on one opponent, actually.
I would say The deck names, yes.
Very
Ivan
grindy.
Proof is Ivan's deck name.
Very grindy
Caleb's
green-black
deck is,
stuff.
Five
This opponent was
Time
doing
Walk.
stuff
Five
like
Time Walk.
Demonic
Two
Tutor
color
for
time
Eternal
turns.
Witness, Eternal Witness
color
back Demonic
turns.
Tutor.
Demir 5 turns.
Demir 5 card.
Yeah, Demir 5
And
turns
Primal
are
Command and
fine.
Demonic Tutor were his main ways of finding Crater
So
Hoof.
are you taking Ivan? I'm gonna take Caleb. I'm gonna take Caleb in this mainly because I
That's
think
sweet.
that Caleb has enough interaction to kind of set Ivan off. He has some counter spells, and I think that even
He's
though
definitely
it's a
gas
very
heavier than me.
mid-range deck,
He definitely has
absolutely.
more
Even
threats
though-
than I have
even though
answers in
they're
my
kind of
deck.
both mid-range decks, I think
Decks, I think is very good at Cube.
I've heard.
Oof. Ivan's deck has a lot of resilience because there are
A grind, absolutely,
we have, like, Soul
iPod.
Library. We have Tireless Tracker. We have Grist.
How did I rate my deck after drafting? Probably like an 8.
Also got two...
LSV called it unbeatable on Twitter. I was posting the deck lists, and I saw his comment later. He was like, "This looks really good," and then he had a second comment. He was like, "Wait, never mind. Just saw the time walk. This is unbeatable."
Alright, Chad, who do you like?
Might have been his style of deck. I think there's issues with the mana. We don't have any like duels, right? We don't have a water grave or anything.
And you know what?
My hand's a little iffy. I keep because I've got turn 1 Mox and a counterspell. I don't know what my opponent's on. My hand's not great.
Now, interesting here, Caleb does not get his Lutri, which he could, as a 3-man, so he's wants to counter whatever.
We had a question about what decks were used. This is a list of all the cube lists. I shouldn't have paused. Deck lists were not open for this now.
Whatever this is, it's probably a Tyler's. Oh, a Ram spell.
I just
Now,
decided to
not
let the
exactly
Commons
what
Reach
you wanna
resolve.
counter. You don't have a ton of counter magic. Exactly, yeah. Caleb's discipline is is undeniable. So he lets that go, even though he held his mana for a very disciplined play.
Yeah, we're not
but,
playing with proxies here.
5 mana, like turn 3, 5 mana is a lot.
No proxies in the event.
Notably on triple blue, needs some interaction for Ivan's deck because there are some low to the ground stuff that's going to really allow stuff to happen, and Caleb misses a land drop.
Ouch.
Big deal.
Ouch. And a big signal again that he did not get his Lutri. So Ivan knows something's popping. So we're going to see a fight out there. Probably an ooze.
J-Bro's correct.
Oh,
I could have
no,
put
I don't
Lutri to
think he's
hand,
Planeswalker.
but I left up mana instead.
Okay, so he's testing out the days.
If there's a counter spell, you're going to find it here, and we did see it.
What do you make of Ivan? Oh, there's a tablet. Okay, so counterspell for which is great. A good play by Ivan because that's not the sort of threat we care that much.
I drew
about.
Muldrifter this turn.
We
Evoke,
see
trying to hit
an
land
Evoke
drops.
Muldrifter for
I think I
Caleb to
whiff.
Find a land.
Still don't have the mana.
Okay, Hachimachi, this is tough.
Caleb has access to a Force of Will, but he's going to need it this turn because we're going to have a 6-drop coming down, and it's going to be Grave Titan.
You gotta force that. Unless
if you have a force, it's here.
Actually-
and if you don't, the game could be over.
if we can go runner swamp, and if we've got the
Damnation.
wrath.
Yeah, the Grave Titan is resolved. My opponent has announced the triggers, so there's like, it's not a mistrigger or anything. They're just
we've
finding
got
the tokens.
that are gonna be coming
The head
up.
judge is digging the
That
tokens
judge
out
is
for
coming up
us.
right now, but
I think I reanimate the Muldrifter here.
this
I just like need to keep digging,
this is
find
rough.
damnation, find my second black source.
Caleb really thinking about what are my options because he has potentially this turn and one more turn of the game left.
correct. And also, Ivan still
No, I
has
just kill it.
a pretty full. Okay, so that's gonna buy him some more turns. Ivan,
But it's
Ivan
like my
on the
whole
swamp,
turn is just killing this Grave Titan and taking damage.
and the Grave
It's-
Titan.
it's not a great turn.
Ivan still got a lot of.
Having this
cards
swamp
left.
earlier would have made
At
things
least
much
4
easier.
and I can't see the rest. But 5 is just 20 divided by times, divided by 4. So like we're still on a beatdown clock, and there's our 5/5.
We have Polychronos, which is it's
Not-
a 5/5 for 4.
And this next turn is very
It
awkward
can
for
be
me.
bigger.
Yeah, it can be
It-
bigger.
it-
I
could
eventually
actually
decide that I
be a
want
situation
to
where, it
kill
just
the
comes
Plukernos
for
with my
its own
removal
sake.
spell,
Yeah. I think that's not.
but
that's not
I pass the turn,
We have that
and then
second
as
swamp,
soon as I
so
pass the
damnation
turn,
is available to cast for Caleb.
I realize that my opponent can
Wow, wait,
activate
wait,
Plukernos in
right.
response,
So
and my
if you
removal
go
spell doesn't
something
work on
up
creatures
to
that have
do
1/1
that,
counters
you're
on
not
them.
actually going for the
Wow.
full
So I
play.
just have to
I
like
know
take a
it's
pile of
happening here, but
damage
I'm
for no
sure it's
reason,
happening.
basically,
So whatever this
'cause I'm
is,
an
I'm
idiot.
sure it's the correct play.
Well, I'm gonna guess that there's probably another removal spell. We're gonna get Ugin the Spirit Dragon out of
Wow.
Ivan's hand.
So my opponent untaps, and
Okay,
this is
so
the
I'm gonna
sinking
guess
feeling
that
where I'm
it's
like,
removable.
my
Yeah.
fucking removal spell doesn't work on this
Caleb doesn't
Plukernos.
take this
So I
line.
just kind of have to hope
Although
that my opponent
the
activates
removal spell
Plukernos to
has-
pump
is
it,
the one that
and
can
then I can
counter that.
respond.
But Heartless Act is actually going to get countered by Plukernos theoretically.
Yeah,
Oh,
as
left
J-Bro's going
Plukernos
here, so I'm
goes
just like,
back.
yep, take all the damage in the world, okay?
That might be what
It's
Caleb
not great.
is on.
We need some time walks. We've got 5 time walks to use. Let's get some
you
time
might have
walks going.
5 time walks to use, but you only have 2 to draw from your deck, and you
True.
need to draw one of those 2.
Yeah, in order to time walk, you have to draw the time walk. This is true.
Right.
We
do.
we
We
see-
see an
okay.
actual time warp rather than
Cycling Time Warp. Time Warp puts a card in the graveyard for
really looking for
my draw
Caleb to
spell,
develop
so that's
his
nice.
mana a little bit more, so
Yes.
that this time warp is acting kind of as an explorer.
Yep,
and
there it is.
finding the
All we need is a
damnation.
damnation. Now we're stabilized. It's got 1 card left in hand. 5 could be well. Although remember, Ivan still has the hoof. The name of the game is, and there's still going to be a.
Yeah, I think I'm
at
one
least
card.
One thread left. Looks like my.
One card late to play in the Treasure
Although,
Cruise.
I'm gonna predict we're gonna see a Snapcaster and another one, but that does
And
present.
another sweeper.
Yep. That
This
does
is really
present
weird.
that is.
So the most of the
Joe.
draft, most of everything
What I
has
would
been
do
like
is
really
you're going to
casual,
bring
and if we
down
were just
two
playing on the
cards,
side,
and in turn gonna put +1/+1 counters on all of
I would have
Ivan's-
literally just like
That's
reminded my
all of
opponent,
Ivan's
like, oh, you get some
oozes.
1/1
Yes,
counters at
I'm
end of
Power
turn,
Ranger fan.
because that's the vibe the entire weekend. But now here we are in the top 8, and all of a sudden everything's all hard ass and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to like figure out what the vibe is for getting 1/1 counters.
Vast majority of chat who
And the head judge
under-
notices,
under-
and the head judge
under
is
the age of
like,
30.
That's okay.
I think I'm gonna add that to the
So
stack
Look it
now.
up, folks.
We are still.
And
but
that's the
Ivan,
ruling.
Most importantly,
And I'm just like, well, I feel very weird about this, but
Uh-oh.
and
So
putting Sylvan Library
so
on
look-
the battlefield.
So look at this. We have a delve.
You'll
card,
see.
But that means that we've got to get rid of the Snapcaster mages. So because we need.
there were some
red.
mistriggers. The thing is,
But
the
look
thing
at
is,
the tension.
people don't realize exactly how
No, and
exhausted
also,
we all are.
if we delve
I'm
for-
extremely
so, okay,
exhausted,
what can we-
and I'm sure my
also,
opponents
again,
were as
remember,
well at this point.
the,
This is day 3 of playing like Cube from awake to sleep. You
removal
know,
spell cannot kill the original ooze.
I literally didn't play all of the drafts that were scheduled because I was passing out early every day.
No, the other ooze is the XX.
There's a lot of
So
cubing
can-
going on.
It does not. It's a 2/2. It's a 2/2 that gives a +1/+1 counter each time.
I'm spaced. Yes. Once. 3 hours of sleep, folks.
And I believe we might have a judge call on the fact that these cards should.
Correct. If it's not too disruptive, they just add to the stack, but it should have happened at their end of turn. So like if we were just playing at the table, it'd be like, yeah, have your 1/1 counters, whatever. But now I'm
And
just
it is
like,
wildly
well,
relevant because the difference those getting is the difference between
I have this
4
removal
life
spell that doesn't
and
work
red
on
life
creatures with
zero.
counters. You
That
know what I
is a
mean?
Huge miss if it misses.
It is a big deal. It's not a May. It says at the end of the turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on each ooze you control. Obviously, I'm not the judge on the floor. Our head judge Libby is going to take care of that, and then once that is resolved, we're going to continue play. Caleb needs a big turn here as
Wow.
we're presenting lethal.
It looks like they're.
It looks like they are gonna put counters on them.
Yeah, they are gonna get the counters. Okay, I thought. Okay,
As it is
just
not
kidding.
as it is not a May.
Not a May, and not too far to rewind, right? Just one turn, like it's not like a ton
Just from the end of the turn, the only thing that has happened is a untap, upkeep, draw step, land drop.
Yeah, so it's not like it was. It was.
So
just a
finally, I
simple
decided to pull
mistake
the
by
trigger on the
both
removal
but,
spell. I also have the
Maybe
decision
it's
between
so-
whether I want to hostage take the
you know,
ooze
so
or
we'll
the
see if
ooze
this
token.
gets-
And I don't know what my opponent's deck is
So
has.
since it- well, since
Wait.
I'm gonna tell you what's happening here. So since the judge call was made and it was realized that there were not counters put on it, the trigger's going to go on the stack at the point of discovery.
What is that? How
And
that works?
that is how you
Oh
resolve it.
wow!
But the good news for Ivan is he has an Avenger of Zendikar, which is going to bring a number of friends, and then immediately a land drop is going to follow that to again put lethal on board for Caleb.
So we need Snapcast.
I think I'd lose this
Or-
card, or lose this
We need
game.
Time
I
Walk
think this is the one I
and
drop.
Get back Lutri into Snapcast.
I think this Avenger just kills me,
But either way,
I don't know.
that is one way to undo the damage done by that misplay.
Now
that
let me
misstep.
tell you something that I
Oh,
really appreciate about.
But this isn't competitive
Yes.
REL by the
You know what he
Gaboosh.
did during his draw step?
This is regular
He didn't
REL.
look at his cards, and he just put 3 of them in his hand and took 8 from that.
Yes,
That Sylvan Library.
absolutely.
Ivan Mayer did draw
Absolutely correct.
2 cards blind. He
Absolutely
just
correct.
snapped
And
off 8
actually,
life.
that's exactly what
He
Chad
paid the
said,
life before he
ironically.
saw the cards.
Legend play from Ivan. If I'm at 20 and I have a Sylvan Library, that just says draw 3.
That's
I don't
right.
need to know what those cards are. I'm
Yep.
just going to draw 3.
Okay, and
So I'm
and
leaving the
drop
damnation in my
so he
bin
keeps it in there again.
for
we need
potential
that
Snapcaster.
So let's see if we can get. I'm gonna guess Time Walk, Land, Lutri. That's what I'm gonna guess for the rest of his turn.
That would be quite a powerful turn.
There's a land, so we can't get it because it's ETB tap land.
But
Since Caleb's
It's a
still
Shelldog.
figuring
I
out
think
how
Shelldog
to
finds the
use it,
Snapcaster. I can't
yes.
remember.
So I'm gonna guess this is a Time Walk, so we can untap.
we got a little bit of something, and
They're counting the permanents to see how many
My opponent conveys that
cards
he's got
till
20
that's
cards left in his
active.
library, so the Shell Dock's on.
Dock Isle, which does require 20 cards to be left for each player.
Okay, so 2 out of 3. We are getting the Time Walk.
Yep.
Which
We have a Time Walk. Gonna act as basically untap your lands,
yes.
which Caleb's have access to. We're
Everyone's
have to
double
make
checking in his library.
Count for Ivan as Caleb, based on his body language, seems like he really needs what's under this Shelldock Isle.
Although, how far are we from accessing that? It's not too far.
The answer is right now.
Yes, called it.
and we-
Shots called, baby.
And we
Does
have
J-Bro
found
know?
we have found the Snapcaster Mage
Let's
coming into play
go.
for free. I think we're gonna
Bing
have
bong.
to cast that Damnation. Maybe not exactly what Caleb wants to do, but we have no other choice.
Correct. Not at all what I want to be doing here.
Lethal on the board for these
And my
third
loot, I
turn
haven't been able to
Wow.
get any
Well,
lootry
Caleb
value this
five-
game
Caleb-
either.
It can't be Caleb
The
5
treasure
turns.
cruise, all that stuff.
Caleb no turns. So that was the correct play, even though he could have time walked again.
We have found the way for Caleb to again combo his way to a win.
That's right.
Vampire Hexmage on the battlefield. If Caleb's next land is Dark Depths, that is going to threaten lethal
Yep.
on Caleb's following turn.
Yep.
And
Or if it's in his hand, he might have even drawn it.
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Or-
if he
sorry,
if
yeah.
he's able to
As someone
play
who
it
doesn't
on
play
his
Cube,
land
you're
for the
lost.
next turn,
Right.
My opponent's got a
I don't
Sylvan
wanna get
Library in
a
play. I've got a Vampire
Ivan doesn't have a way
Hexmage.
to make Caleb sacrifice that
Let me know
Dark
if you're
Depths
confused
token
about any
that,
cards.
he won't be able to get past in combat either.
Correct. Although Ivan does get 3 draws. Remember, Ivan's got Crater Baiter, so it's possible. So we have
Something attacks.
Ironically, Craterhoof is going to give it, if he casts it, going to give itself +1/+1, exactly enough to
Yep.
trample over that one toughest Vampire
Correct.
Hexmage.
Exactly. So we have
Tinsel of Phistopheles.
Lucci's
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Yes. We have
My opponent was considering paying
a
8.
lot
I think he
going
pays
on.
4 here.
Quite a back and forth. Also,
Ivan's going to opt to take exactly 4, take
Okay.
1 draw.
Correct, Final
I
Fantasy.
think
It's
that I
appropriate
would
for a
probably
vintage level
take
cube
the,
and pretty
I
bad for
might
like any
take
other
the
cube.
Fistful, since
It's
that's
very
gonna
good in
be
my
down to
deck.
3.
Yep.
You can survive a hit from that Vampire Hexmage if something goes terribly wrong.
you might be worried about Drain Life. There are 4 swamps, so
Sure, Air. One costs
Could
2
pop
mana,
out
and the other one
Drain Life
costs
here
3.
and there. You never know. Got all sorts of stuff.
The other one can counterspell your opponent's reanimation
It's
spells.
vintage cube. Oh my!
Tireless Tracker.
Now
Oh, they were
that's not
Mox and
the
Herald
threat you
Gold
wanna see
Farm.
for Caleb, because
No
now
proxies in
every
any of the
single-
cubes used in the event, including this one.
We tick down to make a beast with the Garrick Wildspeaker.
Not an ooze with 3 counters. We
Nope.
have beast tokens though.
We may not have a beast token immediately, and Tireless Tracker is going to get Force of Will from Caleb,
Okay.
which and that one life not
Hated that
irrelevant,
Force
but
of Will.
it's 20%
Correct.
of your entire life total.
Correct. Okay, Lutri's coming back, which is a flash blocker.
It is a flash block, and
So-
And that's all
and a
Lutri is
kind of
here.
blocker, one that can trade with that beast.
Very good point.
Three power on
Very
that
good
Lutri.
point. Okay, so we're gonna put damage on the stack. There we go. Much better. Thank you.
I'm gonna say, you know what? I don't have Dark Depth.
No, Chief Joe.
But what I would like to
I've shuffled
do
power
is
before.
get rid of that Garrick Wildspeaker. I'm gonna use the remove all counters from your permanent.
You're certainly more careful. You certainly don't like
You're gonna go to the
like
graveyard
fucking
before Ivan
bridge and
gets
riffle
to
shuffle and
another 3
stuff.
cards with that Sylvan Library.
Good grief, Gavin Nassif. What a back and forth. This has been great magic. We are seeing truly
or bridge anyway.
just knock
But then,
slugfest here. And
and like
will
when I was gonna
say,
drink water,
one
I would
thing
like
about
tilt my head
Ivan's deck, it
away from the
has
table
more
and
grist
stuff.
than it looks like. We've still got Grist, which ultimates very quickly. We've still got Crater Baiter. We've got options. What? I can't
Playing
see
demonic
what this
tutors.
is. Looks
I
like
think he goes and gets
Velasco,
Eternal Witness.
Something like that.
That looks like a signet in the far right of his hand, but we're casting demonic tutor right now.
Oh, that's a D tutor. Oh
which-
my!
Which is one
Oh
of the.
my.
This is
more
the
powerful cards in
quarterfinals of the
Gotcha,
top 8
gotcha.
Dragonheart.
Is there something that can end the game?
This is
for
game
me
1
this
of the
turn?
quarters.
Craterhoof obviously
Craterhoof
would
pretty
be, but
good.
you can't cast it.
Creative pretty good. Grist is also pretty good. I think we go Grist here.
I don't know
as
what
a
it was called,
more,
Stonebra. There's only
as
one
as a,
vintage cube though.
Well, you're likely gonna put Caleb down to 1, and then you're gonna put an extra creature with some. And we do just see the Lutri and flash.
The
block
life is
mode.
important.
Understandable.
I can't go to
I
1
like
for
this.
some
Eternal
reason.
Witness is gonna be
I can't remember what it was.
coming out and picking up
An-
a choice card from the graveyard.
Wow. Probably another D tutor looks like. Or gonna look. Actually, I don't mind Tyler's tracker here.
I think it's
we've
Vampiric
already
Tutor.
seen-
I think there's like
well,
Vampiric
it
Tutor in my
gets
deck that I
on the
can't
board.
cast if I go to 1.
Gonna
Or
D
another
tutor
D tutor.
again.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, see, Ivan's. This is what I thought. Ivan's deck has much more resilience than it looks like.
Ugin? Well, the Ugin
Yeah,
got discarded
Caleb
already.
Doesn't it
Reanimate,
does have
yeah,
a-
Reanimate
doesn't
can
have
now
that much
hit a
move on his
Snapcaster.
deck.
For sure. I think
actually
Reanimate is more
matchup-wise,
important, but
This is good. Now,
But
again,
yeah, my life
Caleb
total
is
certainly
one of the
mattered.
best players to ever do it, and if there's anyone who can find the outs and find the situation, it's him. We've already seen him battle back from all sorts of bucks, but
Well, he's going to need to continue on because he has used almost 100% of his removal, and that's if you're not counting.
you can check out the VODs from the whole weekend
Basically all
at
the-
Cloud Go Ranger.
We had a Vampire Hexmage that got rid of Garrick. We had an Ultimate Price. We had a Heartless Act. We had a Damnation. We had a Hostage Taker. Those are all gone.
yeah, it's a
Bada bing, bada
okay, and we
boom.
have
Cryptic counters, draws a
So we have
card.
a Cryptic Command, which is going to take out.
I
which
think
is
I just
gonna
have a
take
bunch
out
of
Link
lands
Risk.
here. I think I'm just
Let's
dead.
go, Craig Wesco.
Yep.
But
Oh,
Caleb and Stu are going to succumb to the damage from Eternal Witness, and Ivan's going to take game
Death by
one.
witness
Well done,
beats.
Ivan.
And I think
And I gotta
we might
remember
be
to cut
seeing a
the
Rhymus for
the,
rest of this match.
yes, this is very
The
correct.
loot tree.
Although, what do we look?
So
what do we look
in
at
earlier
inside
rounds,
here?
it
Let's
wouldn't
look at-
matter.
Again,
Literally every other round, if I like accidentally shuffled in the loot tree, it wouldn't
I am
matter.
very
But once we're in the
surprised
top
this is
8,
not the
we like
case.
actually
Well, it
registered
might
our
be
deck
back for
lists.
game two.
It might be. It is very good. It's good.
It was no longer free build.
It's good at blocking beast tokens.
So if I accidentally shuffled in the loot
Caleb
tree, I could have
might
gotten a
just
game
need
loss.
To be able to put more bodies on the board, and
Right.
Caleb has the opportunity.
But that wouldn't have been the case with the
I
top
would
64
give
draft,
Ivan, if we have the chance to do
because
that.
that was also
Right, and
also
Ivan
free
had the
build.
opportunity to go over the top of Caleb because a 6/6 tapper is nothing
Yeah,
to
right,
wonder.
Cannon Chen.
You know what else?
Even though I
I'm gonna
win
update
my matches against Sylvan Library, some of my both this draft and the top 64 draft,
Oh,
Sylvan
wow,
Library
already?
carried some carried some
Machi.
games
That is that's
for my
some-
opponents.
That's some let's go Craig Wesco speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Well, good job on you, Peter. You are
Don't-
proving
don't let me down.
Justin a smart man. Remind me what deck he's playing again.
I've done it before, Reese. Well, I did it at a
Yeah,
legacy
we're on the
tournament.
decks, but
Oh,
I
just
can-
kidding.
Accidentally
I'll tell you,
shuffled in a
I'll tell you,
Yorion.
I'll tell you.
It ended up mattering
Nobody in
too.
chat, Nobody
Okay,
else.
yeah,
okay?
shh,
We'll keep
it's a
it. We'll keep
secret.
it between us.
It's between us.
Peter Beckfield on Rix's control. And
Wow.
he is,
I'm gonna go grab another
now,
brew.
Now, Caleb.
I'm gonna go
is
grab
on
my
a
another
control
brewski
deck.
here.
Yes.
Hope y'all don't mind. I'll be right back.
Peter's on a control deck.
It's a celebration stream. I gotta
Lot of
celebrate.
draw, lot of interaction. A lot of removal.
And you won 2-0. Wow.
And not only that, we have a second result. And I have to say, you and I have looked at the decks, and Nick Miniker,
Yes.
he has defeated Mike Milan 2-0 after looking. I think it's almost impossible we don't see Nick Miniker on stream because I think Nick likely has the most powerful deck in the top 8.
Fantastic.
Nick is on mono green ramp, and
Well, and
very
it's,
little.
but it's combo green, right?
It is combo green.
We've got natural order. We've got
Channel,
Gaius Cradle channel.
Rofalos.
Yep. So that's what I would call the green combo deck, which is my favorite, quietly one of my favorite decks in Vintage Cube, and very underrated. But people think about it as like a creature. This is like, no, you're comboing. You're turn 2 channeling into something like it's a combo deck.
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, we're getting ready to go on to the next game, and remember that was a mull from Caleb, right? I think he mulled to 6 in that one. So, Chad, what do we want to see here? Are we Caleb? Well, first of all, we want to see. We only saw 3 turns. We only saw 2 extra turns. There's a reason it's called Demir 5 turns.
5 turns. We're gonna need to see 5 turns at least in the match before we finish up. Here.
Yeah. That's correct.
Well, what I want to see is Caleb win this game so we can get a 3rd game of Magic on
True,
coverage.
true.
That's really what I'm rooting for.
Okay, so let's see if we can finally get a keeper. Caleb's looking it over. He's thinking.
Ivan does
Nope,
have a
going
couple
down.
of interesting,
Both going down.
a
Okay.
couple of interesting options. There is a Braids Cabal minion in Ivan's sideboard. I don't know
Oh,
if Ivan
wow.
can quite get it out fast enough, but
Why is
there
that
are
in the sideboard?
but there are 2 Moxes. I think that I would probably be putting that in to press my luck.
Braids is incredible in this deck. There's
Yeah.
so many token makers. There's so much fast mana, especially on the play. I want my Braids. I will say
I
that
probably want it on the draw too.
now if they're both going down, who is it? Who's more disadvantaged by a mulligan between these 2 decks?
It's actually close, but I think Ivan is a little more disadvantaged. Caleb has a little more our card draw to get out of it, and the time walks really make a big difference.
Although Ivan has more planeswalkers,
That's
which
true.
get you out of
That's true.
mulligan
That's
very
true.
quickly
That's
because
true.
they're constantly generating value. Oh
Well,
my, strong turn 1.
I don't want to say that there's a certain deck, but it's basically.
I made it back
cards.
just in time.
Mulligan
So my opener here is very awkward.
Correct.
I have an Ancestral Vision. I think I already mulled, and so I like keep a hand that's got Sheldock as my only blue source.
And now
And I really
this
want to
is
suspend
probably the
Ancestral Vision on
strongest
turn 1, but
Let's
instead I'm
talk
like,
about
alright,
Shelly
play
Valley
this, I
real quick.
guess.
Why don't you explain why?
Hey, Zealot
it's
thinks
the
that 21 months, and
strongest
Reeve thinks that
format?
18 months.
Sheldock Isle, while not as
A
powerful,
celebration
turn
beer.
one Sylvan Library off of a
Celebration.
4-box jet.
What? Sylvan Library turn 1 against a deck that can apply no pressure early
Well-
is insane.
Well, not only
It's a good
that,
Sylvan Library, yeah. I'm not that worried, though.
Play seconds ago, and
My hand's aight.
Actually, I would like to take the playback, and I'm going to get this Sylvan Library down before you can fire off counterspell. Better have Force Will. You didn't. Guess what?
Hey, do you like Ancestral Recall?
How about every turn?
How about every turn? How about for free every turn?
Oh man.
Oh wow!
Now-
Turn 2 Grist.
This is a
Yeah, that's fine.
really,
I don't know
really
how-
powerful follow-up
I-
for Ivan.
I don't know how Caleb can come back from this, but if there's anyone who can,
It's because my hand's good.
and that is
I've got a good hand.
Token.
It's-
I don't know why this is tilting me.
It's-
Okay,
it's
so what we need here is just we need the
Do I put
oh no, 'cause
do I put the companion to hand this turn? No, I'm evoking Muldrifter. Yeah.
Oh, this
That
is
is-
basically the nightmare play for Caleb,
Yeah.
evoking Muldrifter.
It is not the nightmare. I just drew more cards.
wow.
I'm keeping pace with the Sylvan Library.
Now,
Sylvan
like,
Library draws cards. I draw
Caleb
cards.
didn't intend to draft Divination, and I'm sure he's not excited to play it on turn 3 in the face
That
of
is a
it.
very
I was very excited about this Muldrifter.
Wow.
This is not
Well, this
looking
is
good
exactly
for our hero.
this is what I thought. I think Caleb is by far one of the strongest Q players of all time, but Ivan's deck is really good. For
My
this.
cards didn't even cost 4 life.
That's
And
matchup
my
for him.
my good friend Ivan here,
Oh.
absolutely took 8 and.
I
7.
thought about the Force of Willing on the
I
Oracle.
don't need
I decided
life.
that's fine, I
You do.
think.
I'm just going to
And-
draw a bunch of extra cards and then play Oracle of Moldiah.
Maybe they don't have
which is
Force
gonna
yet.
Let you utilize all those cards.
I think I've got some
This
removal
one
in
is-
hand.
this
I
one
think
is
I've got like
actually
Damnation or some
honestly very
shit.
close to over.
So I figured that I'm
don't know
gonna
how
eventually
Caleb
get to
is going
Damnation the
run.
Oracle and get value and like kill some larger
Yeah.
thing anyway.
Yeah, Ivan.
the only-
coming
But
from-
I think I end up having to burn it on the
Wow.
Oracle.
Who saw this coming?
Ends up
But
being a
again,
little
this deck
awkward.
is really, again, that's the power of this of a green black deck is the early planeswalker.
Yeah, that sounds right,
because
Bimp.
You have the ramp for it. Although he doesn't have the lilies. I like
No, he
the
doesn't.
2/3 mana lilies deck.
Why
Like,
didn't
Grist
I
is the
suspend
best
Ancestral Vision on turn
Grist
2? I think I
is
might have been
by
holding up a
far
removal
one of the
spell.
best 3-mana planeswalkers
Or
of
I might be
all time.
confusing this hand with a different one, where I had the Ancestral
Yep, exactly.
to suspend.
Play you can do with
But
this.
don't animate dead it.
No.
Do not cast animate dead.
Damn it.
One of those two.
But yeah, Grist.
Or I could've been tired.
Think other planeswalkers having
I was
loyalty
pretty exhausted at this point.
relatively high, and
People
having a
pointed out my opponent's
throw
missing
every
triggers
card
earlier.
thrown. In other words,
And it's
when
like-
it mills the top of your deck, getting rid of the land for Oracle, or not land for Oracle's relevant, getting cards in your graveyard.
Kinda where my
No,
brain was
well,
at, too.
Okay,
I don't
so
even know what the best play is for Caleb here.
I make some good
It's
plays
gotta
over the
be
course of this
it's-
top 8,
It's
but
like Damnation doesn't. It just
I'm definitely
like,
playing
picks up
slower than I
Oracle
usually
and
do.
The
if you watch
Well,
me
Caleb is
if
not
you watch
under
me
a
stream
ton of
Vintage
pressure,
Cube,
yeah. There is
but I
still
think that's going to change very fast.
there is still a path, and Ivan is at 10. So let's see. All right, let's think.
I think
about
this is
let's
another
get
reanimate
back
Muldrifter game
next turn.
to like apply some shitty
Land,
pressure to this Grist.
Lucy, Time walk for 2 turns. Okay. Next turn, we want Blue Titan into Blue Titan.
And this keeps the 1/1 insects from getting in and the Oracle from attacking me this turn too. It's kind of nice. Like I pay 5 life, but then I prevent 4 damage, so who cares?
Removal spell, tap other creature, bink, knockout planeswalker next turn, Snapcaster Mage into other time walk, and then we're in good shape.
So Caleb starting his turn on a reanimate for that Muldrifter, really picking up a handful of cards. Going up
And I
to
don't
14
expect this
cost.
Ashiok to live. My opponent's got a Grist down that can downtick to clear the Ashiok, but that removes 2 counters from the Grist, right?
Also get their
And it makes the
So I
Muldrifter
believe
better
Reanimate
pressure.
was in Caleb's main deck.
At least I'm doing
No, it
something.
was.
I'm sorry.
Putting the Lutri to
Okay,
hand
then
is
we
like a little
have- then we
anemic
have
here,
a
right?
Ashiok,
Not adding anything to the board.
Nightmare Weaver.
which is not great again because Grist is an assassin.
Yeah,
Exiling the
Take
Grave
out
Titan ends up being
Planeswalker
relevant, I think.
So it can take out the Muldrifter and start putting pressure on, or it can just minus.
Oh, definitely
kill it,
Sespinar.
Still take a hit from Muldrifter and still
So in
go
person,
on.
you have all this like socialization going on.
Although,
People are talking to you in between
interestingly
rounds
enough,
and stuff.
if
You're
Caleb
moving
had
around.
countered that Grist, he could have reanimated it.
You're getting it's.
Orville,
There's all the
Yeah,
time
you
like
have to look
shuffling
at
and
them.
stuff. You're actually
Oh,
playing
okay,
fewer
that's-
rounds for the amount of time.
question, is it revealed?
So when we have
Definitely more
Sylvan
fatiguing
Library
to play in
Oracle
paper.
Messiah, you have to reveal all of the cards you're going to draw,
You do?
no matter what,
Why?
because you are drawing the cards. Sylvan Library says draw those cards and then put them back. And as you draw them, there's basically a stop and say, this is the card that I'm drawing, this is the card that I'm drawing, this is the card that I'm drawing. Not
Yeah,
only
Judge
that,
confirms
but
later
top
that
card of
the
Ivan's
top cards
library
should be
also
revealed.
be revealed because currently
This
those
gets
3 cards
clarified
are in
later.
Ivan's hand.
Touche.
They're actually in Ivan's hand right
Great
now.
point.
Now, that's not going to make too much of a difference. It helps Ivan and Caleb about the same.
What did I win? I won
But
CubeCon, friend.
A very small interaction, a really interesting card, Sylvan Library. Fun fact
Oh,
for
Dabu says you're correct.
fun fact. Well,
There you
that's because I'm correct. Fun fact for kids at home: don't ever cast Brainstorm during your upkeep before you resolve your Sylvan Library trigger. You legally can't even do it without calling a judge. You have to have a witness to put the cards back because Sylvan Library will let you put cards back. Will let you put cards back that you've drawn.
Yes.
This turn,
CFS, I
not
did win a
cards
prize,
you've
but
drawn from Sylvan
I don't
Library.
want to answer that question every 5 minutes, so I'm going to wait until the very end before I show off my booty. That's right. I'm going to show off that booty on stream.
A clinic. Oh, and the birds to block if need be. This looks like we're almost. It almost looks like we're setting up for a hoof.
Yeah,
This-
Bird's actually kind of a great
Yeah.
stick here because that likely going to jump in front of that Mull Drifter and going to let Grist likely tick down next turn if Caleb puts any resistance up.
Oh wow! Oh, you can vault.
We have a Garrick. This is that. That's
And
by
actually,
1,000
Garrett
cuts.
can threaten to lethal next turn. Yes,
Yes.
untapping lethals next turn because.
And a demonic tutor.
Good grief, Gavin the Sea.
Sometimes
He was
you gotta
15
roll.
minutes away from me,
That was
Avison.
some time, though. So again, Garrick's ultimate gives all your creatures. Oh no, he doesn't have the other. Never mind, I forgot he had a second creature. Just kidding, not ultimate, but it gives all your creatures +3/+3 and trample for at the low price of 4 loyalty. So that's 3, 5.
So the Birds of Paradise is actually kind of
3, 6,
obnoxious.
9, 10, 11, 12.
I almost tossed his Shaker right here so that I can clear the Garrick.
Nonetheless,
No, but of course
I end up
we
choosing
still
not
have
to.
Oracle Moldiah,
and we
have,
just tutored up a Baloth.
and
So, or whatever it's called, the 5/5 that gives +X/+X. That will come down next turn, guaranteed.
and revealed a land off the library for free with Oracle Moldiah, essentially drawing Ivan just another card. We are going
Good.
to
It'll probably be at a similar time of the year, Avison, yeah.
I think that so it went after Garrick. I think if it had gone after Grist, I think we would have seen a block.
Okay. Time Walk. So Time Walk. If we can get a Mind Twist for
Yeah, so I tank
if
on
we get a full Mind Twist here, full Mind
stealing the
Twist
Birds of
call.
Paradise, playing the birds, and then that makes sure that I can clear the Garrick. I can't remember why I didn't.
Maybe.
Still in.
So Sylvan
It's hard to burn a
Library,
hostage taker on a
Oracle
Birds of
Moldiah,
Paradise,
put
right?
your
It's really
land
hard.
back on top, so you only draw 1, then play 2 lands off the top.
Okay, hear me out. Let's do this.
I don't remember
We can
what's
go
under Shell Dog.
Land.
It's probably sweet.
2-mana Time Walk. Get back Lutri. Attack Planeswalker. Yeah, if we can.
This might be the
if we can have
counterspell
that 4 or
game
5 turns
where it
after
just like
this,
never
we
gets
can-
activated.
So we have another result to report in our last.
Nah, I think
matchup.
Snapcaster only ended up under Shell Dock once,
Daniel
and that already
Reeves,
happened.
Which is on a Boros aggro/mid-range deck, takes down the last quarterfinals. So
Daniel
Something
won
broken
that.
happen soon. I mean, I can spoil you if you want, but
what we have left.
I'll probably just let this
is
one
Daniel
play out.
Reeves on
It's pretty
Boros
sweet.
Mid-range. We have Peter Beckfield on Grixis Control, and we have Nick Miniker on Mono Green Ramp. And I believe those are the 3 best decks in this draft.
Yeah, just serve it, Garrick.
And the
You're-
players are no slouch.
No spoilers.
You're up for some
No spoilers.
for some wonderful
I want to spoil them.
that is great. Great to hear. We're gonna have some more great magic coming, but we're slamming in.
My hand is really good at this
Birds
point.
Again, birds. You theoretically need.
Oh,
to
it was. This was the counterspell game. Yeah, there's a counterspell under Shell Dock, and I almost use it this next turn,
So what are we holding? Oh,
but it ends up being
Perfect
slightly better to do something different.
Now again,
A heads up line by Ivan then.
yep. Again, there is a land up there, and that's just going to go directly back on top of the library to get played for free with Oracle.
Which is too bad because if Ivan was tempted to pay 8 here, Caleb would be in better shape.
Yes, but I think Ivan is aware, and
But cards.
Well, Ivan's got so many free cards
True.
with Oracle.
Yeah,
You
Stradius. This is
a
Magic
lot
the
of what you
Gathering.
need to do with Sylvan Library sometimes is clearing lands
Yes.
off of the top of your deck.
Yes.
Well, when you have Oracle and it lets you play
Yes.
2, that's just not necessary.
No, and also again, the power of playing it this way and getting Sylvan down early and maximizing card advantage is that you get to.
It is not open deck lists.
The earlier you draw your cards, the better, the more options you have. Down
Oh,
the
Ivan's
road.
here. It took me a second to piece together.
So a card drawn on turn 2 is so much
The
better.
great Ivan Mayer was in my chat.
A card drawn turn 20, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, Judge clarifying that. Okay, another library. Got
I
it.
don't know about
Okay.
Badagaboosh.
Thank you for the heads up. But again, we're just gonna create a hoof here and win.
So yeah, so again,
It'll be published on my
what I
stream.
had said
It's
moments
literally on the
ago,
Cloud Goat
you
Ranger
actually
stream right
do
now.
draw all of those cards, so the next card down is revealed because at the time those cards are in your
I don't think I'm
hand.
gonna put it on
It says
YouTube.
Top card of your library, face up. Everyone gets to know.
Wow. Full value off that. Oiga Vault.
I
Okay.
don't think I would be hoofing. We know that there's interaction in Caleb's deck. No need to just tap out and try to
Although-
do that. That gives Caleb an entire.
They
free
don't
turn.
have access to deck list, right?
No, but
So Ivan might be thinking there's like a 5/6 that flashes back an instant or something like that.
I
He
would.
doesn't necessarily.
Well, he does know that there's a cryptic command which was cast in game 1.
True, but even if there is a cryptic command, he's still got.
Can you
the
watch other matches as a player? When your match
Stuff like-
finishes, yeah, you can boot
I-
other matches.
I might just
Totally fine.
go for it here.
I
Geeky
would-
Jackson didn't just go to
I would
CubeCon
go to my
Avison.
tech
Geeky
show,
Jackson was like
see what I can
crushing.
do.
He was like one of the higher point totals after the
I'd say make
first
him have it.
6 drafts.
I think
It was like him, Sam Black, a couple other people.
Okay, so
Both
we're gonna.
time.
So, but even a counter tap here. Well, you don't counter tap, right?
Well, I don't know. That depends on the rest of the interaction in Caleb's hand.
We
Are you asking me, Gary Oak?
Shelly Die. What do you think?
I live
is
here
Shelly Die,
in
by the way?
Wisconsin.
What would you like to be under Shelly Die if you're Caleb right now?
What would I like for it to be?
So a few viewers from the stream
Damnation.
crashed with me,
Oh, Damnation.
I'd
Yeah.
like it to be Damnation.
and a few
That's right. Okay.
and J Bro and
that's
Parnell, the
that's
two
good
people
Damnation.
commentating right now, also crashed in my place.
And instant speed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
the
something
critical part.
Yeah, and actually, can we talk? So why did?
So right now I'm
Sheldock
deciding
actually
whether or not to
cast
use the counter spell that's under
Source
Shelldock or to use
Source
Cryptic
spell
Command.
instant speed?
Shelldock Isle's only requirement is that both players have 20 or less. All players in the game, and in Cube, it's just generally both players. All players in the game have 20 or less cards in their library, and then simply says cast the card, which completely
No,
avoids
yeah,
any
one
timing
player.
restriction.
It doesn't say cast the card, it says play the card. So you can play lands off Shelldock Isle, but it has to be your turn when you can make a land drop. I eventually decided Cryptic Command here and tap.
One player. Good
Yes.
call. Good call.
So that.
This
what
turn
is
would have been
your
much
thought?
quicker
Yeah,
for
so
me if I was less sleep
Therefore, why
deprived.
did Shelly Die let you do that?
So I reached to grab a card, and then I'm like, nah, I don't want that. Tap your stuff.
Puts the card onto the stack.
And that's anything, right?
That's
Planeswalkers.
No matter what. Just not land.
Change my mind mid cryptic
Or
resolution.
conspiracies, that's true. And we do have a cryptic command.
And there's the Tireless Tracker, which we knew about.
which
We were
is
aware of
going
it.
to tap all of Ivan's creatures,
And I've got a pretty clear win here.
Fascinating.
which essentially, it's the hidden mode of cryptic command, which is
With my opponent at 7
counterspell
life.
gain 4 life.
Why
But when the
AKA
hoof was on the
Ghost
stack, I
Knight.
was doing the math
That's-
for
that's right.
Crater Hoof.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh wow! Oh my! That is bonkers.
So, hostage taker. Oh, and we have a crater. Oh my god. Okay.
And then the Mole Drifter no longer doesn't have summoning sickness, so I have enough creatures to get in
Oh my god, that's insane.
with all the blockers from Ivan tapped down.
Wow!
God damn it, J Pro.
Wow! Let's go.
He's got the hype.
Victory.
He's
Oh,
got the hype.
When do you
He
get
didn't think I was
to
gonna get there.
see
He
you?
didn't think I was gonna
Let's
get there.
go. Chad,
He didn't
let
have
me
the
get- let me
faith.
see the emojis and the appropriate reaction for what just happened. Let's go. Wow.
In case anyone is not watching and just listening, to explain what just happened,
Thank you.
in a very quick sequence, Caleb was able to counter the crater hoof. putting
Got some
it
chat
into the
responses
graveyard.
here. Wow!
Hostage
GG.
taker taking the
You gotta watch
taking the tireless tracker, and then casting
What a play!
Animate.
What a
Not
format!
his life total that's
Holy
above
the
8,
molies.
Get back the crater hoof. Give all of his creatures
just enough.
That's kind of fun.
Wow.
Get
the
back.
master.
to get back crater hoof. Give all of his creatures plus
What a
X
game!
plus X equal number of creatures and attack Ivan for lethal because of course no blockers and Cryptic Command did all of the work on the front end. To
Imagine what
cap
J-Bro would have done with a bell there. Oh my god, I'm so glad they took away J-Bro's bell.
Pretty remarkable. we talked about how Caleb didn't come back by being an amazing Magic player.
By
is the
being
answer.
Caleb. Caleb D is the place to be. I will also, and again, that's why I said
I have a sickness.
Ivan's deck is
And the only
a
solution is more time
favorite
warps.
in this particular matchup, but Caleb is unstoppable. He is.
And
by
I think I
right,
boarded in Mere
yeah.
Battlesphere.
the
Just to have more shit. I don't know. I don't know what I did.
Ivan, that's tough because you felt pretty good.
I'll skip
risk
through
it?
the sideboarding.
I'll look through your deck or whatever, and I'll just keep it stable. Okay, so we're
Having
back.
stuff to
That
like
does
attack
feel rough, though.
planeswalkers is pretty good. And Mere Battlesphere is pretty good at that.
Snatching
Oh, I know what.
specific-
I'd actually boarded out. So for going in for game 2, I boarded in the Battlesphere, right? Like I said. I also boarded out the Hexmage Depths combo. In game 3, I realized my opponent had enough planeswalkers that boarding out Hexmage was fucking stupid. And so I needed the Hexmage in my deck. Basically, for game 2, I wanted to cut a swamp and add an island. And make my Cryptic Command mana better. And then in game 3, I realized that no, I just actually need to have the Hexmage in my deck, and so I added the swamp back in, reverted it more to its original build, basically. And so because the Hexmage is coming back in, obviously the Dark Depths is coming back in as well.
Which is never where you want to be.
Yeah.
I've been really before that command and control the game.
Yeah, actually,
Vintage
Michael,
Cube happens immediately.
GG's,
that's right.
Ivan.
Can our producer? Yeah, we should switch my name to Team J-Bro.
Thanks for saying hi.
I'm feeling.
Thanks for the
I'm feeling,
match.
Feeling spicy.
All right.
So
I've been back on the play, but also looks like on a
Caleb
mulligan.
okay. To say Caleb.
What was the
took
winning line?
the,
It was a Snapcasting Reanimate on Craterhoof that I had
courtesy
countered.
1 point, because what just happened? No, it was just an accident.
1 point of emotional damage.
Yep. I think that's fair.
So now we're
What
1-1 in this game 3
oh,
here.
and Ivan is on the mulligan now.
Ivan on the
is
mulligan
this
to
how it
6.
happens?
Ivan on the mulligan. Well, I think there's a.
If Ivan goes land, creature ramp, planeswalker,
Well,
or
It's funny you say that because he opened on Birds of Paradise and Garrett.
Caleb, but Caleb.
I end up reanimating a lot of my opponent's things over the course of this league.
No, the judge. Never mind. Okay.
I don't have
Okay, so
Ivan does have a Birds of Paradise.
I was talking to the
and
judge. I think I was just asking for some space,
that
and the
is
judge was like very courteous about it. He was like, "Could I have a few inches?" He's like, "Yeah, no problem."
A really early planeswalker.
Okay.
This
that
this
is
was
very
my
rough.
this was like the best hand that I had.
Turn one.
I think the
Caleb
turn 1
playing
vision. I think my hand was just beautiful here.
And
But
there's,
Ivan
there's,
playing Ancestral Recall
That's true.
and Bird getting in
So
for one.
and we know Ivan is immediate.
Aggressive.
We know Ivan's immediate.
There's a little bit of tension here with whether I want to try and save the time walk to combine with Lutri,
But take an 8.
or if I just want to
Right away
fucking
range.
fire stuff
It's
off.
in his deck, and he knows that. He knows what can happen.
Okay, so for the insolence, because that
So I'm gonna
bird
hold
attack
off on that
happened-
decision and
And
just kill the
you're gonna
bird.
See 3 off the top. Ivan's gonna definitely say, "Yeah, I want this."
Yeah, you take it. You don't.
Yeah, but I didn't play the Entomb Ugly Paintings. I wouldn't describe this as a reanimator deck.
That Crater Baiter is no joke. It instills fear in both on whoever it's cast against. Okay, so we're up to 3. Is there a planeswalker? Okay, down to 16. Yep. Is there a plane?
Okay, we have a
Kodama's
Kodama's Reach.
So
which,
maybe there was another
actually-
land, and he values the 4
Yes,
life land. That's
yeah,
fine.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, that's fine. Although anyway.
Sometimes you don't need to just if you're gonna cast Kodama's Reach, you don't need to just pick up
A
two
very
extra
honest
off.
reanimate.
Correct.
Only reanimating like Crater Hoof and
Although it does get like out of your deck, and you do have
It
like,
reanimated some
stuff
fucked
and
up shit.
spells later, so
And he does.
you could go either way with that, but not mad. Although not taking the 4 life here might mean you get to take an extra card somewhere else.
That's gonna say that's always available to you next turn.
right.
And Ivan likely.
there's a Frightening Search in here, Ugly Paintings. That's one enabler.
Following that up with
And a Frost
and
Titan.
a playoff.
We could fucking turn 3 a Frost Titan with this reanimate.
Island and a counter spell.
No,
He's got half. Oh,
I don't lead us.
okay. Let's see. Oh,
I just decided to time walk.
Time walk. That's a little
You
better.
know what
than
time walk?
So I was thinking about putting the Lutri to hand
You
and
know
trying
what
to
time
like get to
walk's
5
good?
mana. The thing is that like I'm
Also
kind of
good
far
with
away from
suspense.
that.
Hachi-machi.
So I'm just digging into the Ancestral Vision.
Okay, Caleb is in the strict driver's seat right now.
Caleb.
And now on my
showed
extra
all
turn, I
of
could have
his-
put Lutri to hand to
Yes.
to copy the vision. I had a few interesting calls
In
here.
case you were not sure what kind of cards, what kind of cube you were drafting, it's the Vintage Cube.
That's right.
Caleb going Time Walk into Vamp 2.
I think I put Snapcaster on top.
And now, and
For the
also,
walk.
by the way, Caleb's.
What do you think he's gonna get?
Let's see. What do you get here? I like Ashiok.
I like Ashiok too.
But we have to remember, Grist is in the mix. I don't mind Oh, we don't. Did we decide what Urzen?
Yeah, I think I just assumed that Ancestral Vision's going to give me gas. I'm just get Snapcaster for walk.
I think Ashiok is a likely pick.
The coverage is really sick, Sub-Zero, you're not wrong. I'm really excited about next year, too. One of the days, I actually went home early to take a nap,
Right.
and then when I woke up, coverage was still going on, and I just got to see David McDarby and Parnell like commentating Darby's Cube. It was really fun.
Yep.
Now, Caleb does need, obviously, a second black, but if he has a Swamp and either...
They got the wrong Ashiok up.
or Dark Depths,
Yeah, there we go.
It's a 3-card combo at this point for Caleb.
I don't mind Narset here. You know what's good against Sylvan?
Oh, Narset.
Narset would have been really strong.
Yeah, no thank you.
It probably would have actually been better than what I did.
Just take your draw, please.
No, Narset.
Oh, I think I got
Okay, we have
Cryptic.
That's Cryptic Command.
I think I literally vamp tutored for Cryptic, and I just like thought that was better. Leave the Time Walk in the
Okay, so
graveyard
one
for
time walk
Snapcaster
for
later.
we got 4 more.
Counter whatever the next turn is and draw a card.
Caleb might say, you know what? You have a Sylvan Library, but I have an Ancestral Recall that's...
Yeah, I had so many good options. So like if I get Force of Will with Vampiric Tutor, then I can spend my turn putting Lutri to hand, and then Lutri gets to copy the Ancestor Vision, and then burning 2 cards to the Force of Will to answer whatever Ivan plays this turn. Doesn't matter because I'm drawing another 3 cards. So there was that. There was Snapcaster for walk. There was grabbing Cryptic and just holding it up this turn. There was so many like good lines, and the commentators pointed out 2 more. Right, there's also Ashiok and Narset, which I didn't really put much thought into at the time, but Narset would have been great.
Yep. And I'm just gonna try to grind you out with the amount of cards that I
Pack
have.
one, pick one was Mox Sapphire. Yeah.
And this has got to
There's
get
gotta
countered.
be
Gotta be
countered, yeah.
countered.
I'm just like, yeah, anything at all.
And the classic, I think, I don't
Wow.
think there's ever been mana that Cryptic Command's been cast off of more than Island,
Yeah.
Island, Swamp.
100%. Sometime next would probably be Plains.
Plains.
But
I think
or-
Swamp is ahead of it.
Yeah, or 4 Islands.
I think Lutri ends up copying
now strictly the
different draw
driver,
spell this
Caleb
game.
is so far ahead, and he hasn't even gotten back his companion.
Yeah, well, he's, you, with the new rule, you do have to use 3 mana to get
Correct. Okay.
it. Caleb has...
What signal is he sending here?
Caleb really likes divination, is the signal he sent to me.
That's right.
He also could have a
Last
reaction.
game they were like,
And it is.
And it is.
last game they were like, Caleb didn't want to put divination in his deck, and this game they're like, okay, I think Caleb might really like divination.
Okay, so now we're
Coverage is learning from my habits here.
I think this is the grind out game. I saw it when Caleb potentially just I wouldn't have been surprised if he just got the Cryptic Command to say, you know what? I don't need to get cards. I have cards. I need to stop Ivan from making big plays that I can't deal with.
That's right.
I got this reanimate. I already got this Mole Drifter. I'm getting 3 more.
Yep.
So many cards without discarding? I think I have 7 right now,
He
yeah.
also still has the Mind Twist left in his deck. He still has the other.
Remember that the
ones
Vamp
left in
Tutor
his
was
deck.
-1
He
card?
still has
Mind Twist is
Lutri.
big.
Yeah, Mind Twist would be big. And also for Ivan, we don't. We're kind of we're not under pressure, but we can't just keep willy-nillying Sylvan.
So here Ivan is like thinking, basically I can see from his body language that he's considering what to do with Primal Command. And so I was just like, you're casting Primal Command, right? And he's like, yeah, and he flips it over, just deciding the modes. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to counter it, whatever. Whatever you're doing. Let's save time.
Okay, so and again,
Don't have to think
Ivan
through all that, right?
12,
Don't need to slow
12,
roll.
If you take 8, is only 2 hits with Mull Drifter.
Yeah.
So we're not out of the wood. Like that Mull Drifter is not irrelevant.
No, it's not. I think Ivan has about 1 more draw off Sylvan this game.
Yes, that's
and
right.
it probably is not right now.
And even with an additional card, Caleb's drawn so many cards and has so much advantage. Let's take his
It's Lutri time. That
5th
is
land for
bad
Mull Drifter.
time.
I didn't hardcast Mull Drifter. I evoked it and then reanimated it.
And we're casting.
Wait,
I'm just tapping all my mana,
We're casting Treasure Cruise.
announcing that I'm copying the Treasure Cruise with Lutri.
With Lutri, I think there might be some shortcutting going on.
But the Lutri was cast first.
I think there might be some shortcutting going on. We're gonna find out.
When you say shortcutting, you mean that he legally can cast it first and copy it because he's basically just saying this is
I
what's
think
happening?
he may have verbally said, "Here's
Gotcha.
what I'm gonna do," and he was just putting them in play.
That makes sense.
And it looks like that is what the players have
Now,
discussed.
can we
Caleb gonna cast 2 Ancestral Recalls.
can you describe why that Lutri is able to copy an 8 mana spell? Normally mana spell?
It just says copy an instant or sorcery cast.
Oh, it's any.
Here I think I have to discard Friend of Turn.
So That was
I'm
pretty
very tired.
That was pretty
Ladies and
straightforward.
gentlemen, I'm extremely tired. Okay, so how do you like?
Lutri
casting
probably
one
should
season?
have some kind of restriction on
I
it.
like it a lot.
Well, how do you like casting 5 or
I-
4.5?
I like it. I like it about 4.5
Two
times
Mall
as much.
Drifters, 2 whatever that's
Treasure
called,
Cruise.
Treasure Cruise. And
Everyone's
it's
really
like
sleepy at this point. Yeah.
Pretty,
I was actually really
pretty
happy to be able to
Wow.
do this
Now,
stream
notably-
today, where I like go over the
notably,
coverage
yeah,
and
one of the
see what they
time
say and
walks-
stuff instead of grinding, because I've played a lot of Cube over the last however many days.
Sometimes you trade time off.
And it's nice to have a nice chill stream and just
pretty good.
relax with my chat,
Caleb
and my
made so
my
many cards
trophy,
that turn, I think he had to
and
discard
my
3
victory
cards.
beers.
Now here's my question:
It's good.
Are we gonna get
Tomorrow I'll
to
be back on the
see-
grind. I'll be back on the
Well, actually,
gameplay grind.
You know what? Caleb could deck himself. He doesn't have the threat.
Ugin's
density
here.
to do
I think I let it resolve.
Possible against Team Deck himself.
Just like, yeah, that's cool.
You bink here, right? You
I-
bink
I think this is the least I've been
Yeah,
worried
yeah,
about in
definitely
Ugin
go
ever.
down.
My hand
Oh,
is
yeah,
nuts
go
right
down.
now.
Caleb doesn't have the free counter spell.
No force will. This Ugin is resolving. This is a
I'm like, yep, okay.
Wow.
This is a really big deal.
And Caleb, what does Caleb have to do with Planeswalkers?
This is not a big deal.
on the board.
Mole Drifter.
I've got the win here.
Well,
I'm actually not
that's-
really joking.
that's
Uh,
that's not where. Well, no, you know what he has? He can chain. He can chain time walks.
There's a time walk. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
And it's gonna end it with Dark
And I haven't seized the
Depth
win,
on the
just
down
like straight up.
line. How about an extra?
'Cause the
turn?
Time Warp
Here's
gives the 2020
Ring
haste.
that bell. Caleb Durward
They gave him the damn bell back.
That
is
is
going to
incredible.
pull this out.
The power of Caleb cannot be denied. Wow. Good job. Air high five for that.
Hey,
Pink.
I honestly,
Incredible.
I was a little frustrated with Caleb
What was
there,
chat's response?
only because I was gonna say all of those lines, and Caleb just like firing them out. Obviously, no respect for coverage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to tell Caleb
Hey,
to slow down.
Ah.
That is incredible. Wow.
What a play.
That is-
Oh, I'm
that
still
is
way back up for the other
wild.
one.
All right, chat. Let's see those emojis.
I'm on
fly.
old chat.
Vampire
And
Hexmade's
actually-
removing the counters to Dark Depth.
What a match!
Just
And-
incredible.
That was a hell of a
You know what's
match.
interesting about that matchup? I believe that was the deck that was best suited to beat Caleb's deck. I think that was the best.
Maybe.
Well, or there's one other one,
Maybe.
but the other one's a bit of a glass cannon, right?
I
And
am
remember,
not sure.
we've
I
got
think
two
it's,
damnations.
you know,
We've got
I
a
believe
counterspell.
I believe J Broer
We've got
is
we've
correct
got some
that was probably my
spells
worst
in
matchup in the
we've got
top 8,
Timewalks.
and
I
that there
think
is
this
another
probably
really
the
really
best
strong
matchup.
deck, and it is a bit of a glass cannon, and I believe I made it in the finals.
Green.
I
So
think
we're gonna skip ahead to the next match.
So, wanna get down to really
made
our
only
just turn. And,
Seeing the range
Oh, I
of
like
J
this.
Broer
This is
expression
really
is kind of incredible in fast motion here.
We haven't. Who would? I'm
actually who was over here
from
the match. You've take the back.
Yes.
Really impressive wins.
incredible
in that
wins.
game.
That is some of the best magic you'll ever
Daniel
see on
Reeves
camera. And not
was
only
friends
that,
with the Cube
Cube
creator.
allows for these amazing like interact.
I think they're both Detroit players, if I remember correctly, or Boston. I don't remember.
Like you wouldn't
Yeah,
get to
that-
see
that-
this
where is
stuff.
it? Where
My
else-
brain
where
is
else?
fried.
It only happens in Cube.
But he was very down on his
Daniel on a
his gameplay, and then he was like, and his deck, and then he just like has this fucking
White
sick
red
start,
Oh,
and
you want to see Newmont?
talking with him, he's just like very
That's a
clearly
yeah, you know
knowledgeable of
what?
Vintage
I've
Cube.
competed against
So
Newmont, and
Daniel
I played in
Reeves-
the Cube for charity. He's never beaten me. Newmont, bring it. I'll take you on too.
So Daniel Reeves has actually played this cube, this specific cube,
So Caleb
quite a lot.
is Gonna be faced with
Like
a
weekly.
more aggressive opponent this round.
Yes,
Because he's
And-
friends with the Cube
and
creator.
The rest of the way for Caleb and really all of our drafters, we actually kind of have a nice spread of what is left over.
yes.
We have Caleb, who's kind of acting as like a control combo deck. We have Dan Reeves, who is going to need to act as more of the aggressive.
You're not
deck.
wrong,
And
Hey
then
Shit,
on the
what's
other
up?
side of the
You're not
bracket,
wrong.
We have my initial pick to win, which is Peter, who is playing the.
I
true
keep on
control
hoping
deck,
that I'll
Virtual Control, and
fucking,
then we have
like,
Frank
not need to
Mike,
wear
the best
them.
deck available left in the draft was just
But I should probably
Nick,
just fucking
drafting a
chill out
mono
for some new
green Ram.
braces, huh? Some of them are getting a little ratty.
Okay, so this is an interesting deck. It does have Thraben Inspector though. Okay, so Daniel Reeves' deck has a couple powers. It's got Mox Ruby. It's got Thraben Inspector. Okay, Solitude's pretty good.
Solitude's pretty good, yeah.
Sponsor space?
It's not-
Sponsor up the
not a-
fucking
not-
the
like,
sleeves.
this matchup, it's not
The issue is that if
exactly
a sponsor
Thunder.
drops me, I
I
need to
think
get new
Solitude
need to
is
get
one of the
new
best
sleeves, huh?
answers to Dark Depths.
It is good to yeah. Great point. You are totally
Get some
correct.
flames
Although,
on them. Love that.
actually, the 20
Love
life on
that.
the Dark Depths
It is not
not-
arthritis. It is much
it's
stupider than
actually, like,
arthritis, and I'd rather not go
I
into it.
equivocate 4 life, like gaining 4 life is about drawing 1 card as far as like gaining extra turns.
Basically, when
So it's about
I'll just go into
I'd say
it.
it's about- it's a
I know I
weak
just said
split
that I
between
wasn't
half
going
extra
to, but
cards. I'll put it
that's a
like
dumb
that,
way to
which
end
in a
things.
deck like this,
Basically,
you
when I
have
was
to-
younger, Turn 1 Thalia.
my.
Turn 1 Thalia is so good against my deck. I'm staring at my hand, and like my first play is like a 2-mana removal spell. So the Thalia is like a multiple time walk, right? I just like can't do shit. I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
Off of a plains and a mox ruby.
That's what they
Anyway,
call
when I was
the
younger,
Itachi
I had
of the
carpal
bottom.
tunnel
As you might
symptoms, like the
remember,
hands
we
going numb and
identified a deck
stuff.
that has Thalia as one
And,
of the more problematic ones for Caleb.
Touche.
And
My
here
mom, we
are.
basically,
And Daniel has drawn a piece of
my mom was kind of
power.
just
I don't
hoping
know
it
who's
would
gonna
go
play
away.
now.
Two power.
My mom was a
I think he's
pediatrician,
gonna be casting this,
and she just brought me home like wrist braces to wear while I was drumming and typing a lot.
Might try whatever he's getting or something.
And when I wore the braces, the symptoms would go away.
It could be anything.
It could be,
And when I didn't wear them,
yeah,
like my wrists would go numb
I
and
think
lock up, and I wouldn't be able to hold on to drumsticks and
all the mana
stuff.
you have to get a card that's gonna draw you
And then,
cards. Probably the line I would
basically,
pick two,
when I
but
could
you know
finally
what?
like afford to go to
You
the
know what,
doctor
not
by
every-
myself,
You do you.
I do.
when I was finally
I-
adult and an adult and could go to the doctor,
What up?
they did tests and stuff, and they figured out that I no longer had carpal tunnel symptoms, but I did have bad wrists from
That
wearing
was-
braces
that
for
was
however
a
many
little
years.
over my magic there, to be fair.
And so,
we're
I ended up
looking
going to
at-
physical
and that's what I
therapy
mean, Raven Inspector,
for a few years to help them out.
Not as powerful as Raven Inspector, but similar.
Which is
to
kind of
it,
normal.
just a
If you
trigger
talk to
and
somebody
critical
that ends
value
up
against
wearing
an opponent.
a brace for a
Although
long time,
Daniel does not have
they end up having
the
to do
fixing
physical
needs
therapy to
that-
We have a
make that
wasteland, a red
appendage
source,
less
white source.
shitty.
Now, how's Wasteland against
Hey, Lone
Dark
Silverwolf thinks the 49 months there.
It can be good, but I don't think it's going to be.
But yeah, it'd be a
good.
lot
It's not
simpler to just say
Caleb's not
carpal
gonna
tunnel.
forget about it.
Oh, very important part of
Wasteland
this
Light.
game that I didn't mention. So I'm like tilted off about this Thalia bricking me, and I can't do anything. And then I draw I actually drew the Hexmage, the 2-mana 2/1 first strike, but I wasn't thinking, and I ran out the island instead of Polluted Delta, and then I realized that I couldn't play the Hexmage to trade with Thalia, which would be a pretty good play, right? Run it out, trade, takes less damage, get some pressure off the board. But I played the wrong land like an idiot. So people have been mentioning like my opponent's fucking missing triggers and stuff. We're all exhausted. It's all the end of the weekend and stuff. This is one of the mistakes I made. Only my mistake benefited me greatly, because now I still had the Hexmage in hand because I didn't trade it with Thalia. And this turn I draw Dark Depths, and I'm like, oh, well that's very nice.
Going to be sitting on the battlefield
Glad I didn't
as
throw
a
this
solo
fucking
player
Hexmage away.
for the entire game.
which is when he has double red and. Although interesting, what do you think about
And
casting?
a lot of white tips.
You can take lands
Yeah,
back.
how do
I'd
we
already
like
passed
that?
Judge Siwi, but whatever. It's whatever.
How do we like that Sentinel here?
I actually, given the setup where you can't utilize.
I think in regular
it,
REL you can just be like, oh, I meant to play this other land.
Raven Inspector seems like the play.
I don't think you
because
can in
can
competitive.
cast it- You can. Yeah, you can.
It's
cast
it's
it
it's really whatever
immediately,
though. It's not the
not have
point.
to worry about what your opponent's doing.
Right.
And hitting a land, and well, not just a plane.
The cubes
a
were
mountain,
not
which is
proxies,
actually
correct?
Exactly what would have happened.
Wow.
Now, ironically,
Wow.
this is going to work out. This is going to work out exactly right, because we're
So
gonna
has
go
burned the
red,
ultimate
we're gonna
price,
play a Thraben
kill the
Inspector for
Thalia.
white, we're going to play a mountain, and then we're going to draw 2 cards.
Well.
So I know about the Season
sometimes
Pyromancer
that's how the-
because of the Imperial Recruiter. I'm staring at this Wasteland. I'm looking at this Hexmage Depths in my hand. I'm like, God, I hope this fucking Wasteland gets cast. And at this point, my opponent asks for a clue. And I know that means they're going to play Thraben Inspector. And then when they play Season Pyromancer, they're going to be tapping out to do so. And I get, and my brain just goes like ching, 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 like fucking, like a cash register, you know? Just like, yes. My brain's just like, yes, hearing him ask for the clue.
1-1 because he's got this good edge.
Because now I might be able to make it 2020, and maybe that'll
It's
do
a non-land
something.
That's going to garner him a 1/1 from the Season
Good point.
Pyromancer.
Good point. Great point.
If it's a land, it is a loss.
Okay, Actrivian, thanks for clarifying.
Nope, not a land. Oh wait, is it?
At the time, I realized that I wanted to
Oh,
do
no,
something
it's not.
different.
It's a
It felt like it
land.
was too
So,
too late,
well,
but
Guesses?
But this
Do
is
a land.
okay. Now we're back on Thraben Inspector.
yeah, almost as though
Last turn,
someone
because
was
we're
ringing a
going
bell
land,
somewhere
there's no
else in the
land
room.
over
Exactly, head
Yep,
dirtle.
ABT. Always be Thraben.
Always be Thraben.
That's a new hashtag ABT. When you see me on Twitter, I want to see the Always Beat Ravens. Yeah,
Ooh, there's a Thundermon there. I actually like my opponent's deck a lot.
We're still just like one damnation away from like it is.
I think Boros stuff is good in Vintage
pressure,
Cube.
but it's also like not that much pressure to a degree. These are all 1/1s and 2/2s.
They're tiny. They're tiny. We're gonna draw 2 cards by discarding that extra mountain from Daniel's hand from the Seasoned Pyromancer. Not gonna bring along any elementals with it.
Now Caleb just wants to start string.
My opponent has done so much.
I believe the 1/1 counter is representing a clue
Thank you very much.
on the side of Daniel. Maybe we can get a clue token. All right. Well,
oh wow.
We have decided to say it is time.
Let's see if chat said anything.
To come to town.
Daniel tapped out, and there's no doubt.
Daniel did tap out.
Good grief. What do we need off the top? It's a 5-mana spell.
DC's on it.
Oh wait,
wow.
That land comes to play tapped. Daniel's land comes to play tapped. He can't Solitude.
Why does it come to play tapped?
Because it's the thing. It's the 3/4. He has a 3/4. He can't do it. He's dead. He's Dobbs.
What?
I don't know what J-Ray's talking about.
Land is a come into play tap if you have like 3 mana out card or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. It's this thing. It's
Inspiring Vantage. Is that the card you're looking for?
No, Cave of the Frost Dragon.
Okay.
I believe that's a Cave of the Frost Dragon. Where's, yeah, Daniel. Yes, Cave of the Frost Dragon. Okay. So even if he draws it, he can't cast it. And that is not going to do it. Wow.
It's a Wear and Tear, a Sword of Fire and Ice, some other card.
I'm going to give you a turn.
He cracks Clue here, looking for either Swords to Plowshares or Solitude. Those are his 2 outs.
Nope, can't deal with it.
It cracks the Clue. Okay.
Let's go to game. Let's go ahead and pack this up and go to game.
If he drew the Solitude off the Clue, he did draw a white card, which he would have been able to pitch.
It's live, but not live enough.
Thanks
Ivan,
so much. Great games, Ivan.
Top paid competitor.
Yeah,
played great
fantastic
all
job.
weekend. Glad we got to see you on coverage.
Played great here.
Oh, zoom auto scroll. Thank you. You can tell how much fucking how much Twitch I watch. This is embarrassing. My chat is like giving me like basic Twitch usability things. I just stream Twitch. When I watch it, I'll like it's mostly like say hi to friends and type in the chat and stuff. I'm learning all these functionalities. Twitch, literally my livelihood for many years. literally the longest job I've ever had by quite a lot.
This is wonderful. So good. We will see you back next year. You had a hell of a run, my friend. Hell of a run. I'm glad that you made it to CubeCon.
Yeah, Mr. Streamer, not Mr. Viewer. Exactly.
Right. That's why we're all here.
How much did it cost to get in this tournament? Well, it was like 4 days of events for like $200, and that also gave you a ticket to GameHoleCon, which had a lot of sweet things going on. I ended up playing some True Dungeon at GameHoleCon and going through like the Artist Alley and stuff. I meant to go back and like buy a bunch of sweet dice that I saw. And then I ended up getting just like super busy with CubeCon.
I mean, honest to God, that is true.
It's amazing. And although
my favorite non-Twitch job, I had some
material objects.
It was either when I was landscaping and I was like just graduated from high school and had like no supervision whatsoever. That was pretty good. Paid in cash under the table. I also did a few jobs that were grant funded, and those also had very low supervision. And some of those had nice snacks.
Amazing as it is, cannot compare to the memories being made this weekend. Truly.
Whoa, that cube looks different. Oh no, it's the same.
This is a once in a lifetime
that's what I got.
opportunity. 2022, 2023 will be great as well. We'll see you then. All right, we go back on the stream. We're getting.
Is that my booty?
How does
my booty.
Daniel's reaction change knowing that
Caleb showing his booty on stream. Terms of service. Excuse me.
Well, Daniel can tutor up an answer for it for 3 mana. He could have.
That was a CubeCon sticker on J-Bro's suit. Yeah.
They did not have the list ahead of time.
I don't think he did.
But
a Hex Mage tattoo? Yeah.
Which is not irrelevant. So
naturally,
I think this is the literal first time I've ever done anything with that card.
Hell yeah! Thank you. You had fun. Come back next year. Awesome. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, pretty much
CubeCon.
everyone I talked to had a great time.
Yeah, people are
And
just,
we're stoked to
we
come
get
back
that
next
left and right
year.
all day, every day.
Yeah.
We're just like, thank you so much. This is amazing. Da-da. You know what? Thank you to everyone, because this would not happen. Just like a cube draft.
Time Walk Tattoo, that seems more likely.
They don't show up.
I like
They
Amy
don't show up,
Weber.
so thank you.
I like
to
her stuff a
everyone.
lot.
Okay.
Daniel gonna be back on the play.
I like her
Led
use of
with,
color and stuff.
Turn one
I have a few of
Thalia
her
off,
originals on my
Barney
walls.
Strong,
Not Time
and
Walk,
then
of course.
lost to a Merit Wash.
And again, that's why I think
It's a
Hell
card
yeah,
I
Joe
really
Mama.
like in Daniel's hand. It's gonna be an unexpected one for Caleb. He's shipping it back.
is it unexpected absence?
It is unexpected as Mana Tithe.
Oh, Mana Tithe.
Like a Mana Tithe.
Oh
a
shit,
lot.
what up?
Mana
Hey,
Tithe,
Zunalix, thanks for the
right.
44
That
months.
is a card
Cheers.
That costs so little and does so much. It is 4 spec for white.
I was playing during the
White
Hexmage
has a couple
Thopter era.
blue spells. He's got a couple
I didn't play
he's got
Hex-
4
Hexmage
spec and
Thopter, though.
Ancestral in his deck, both for white.
And extended.
This is a matchup.
The
where
one
putting on
tournament
so
I
much
played during that
pressure,
era.
and once Caleb, binking that
The one tournament that I played during that era was
such a kick in the shins. Now again,
I played
I
a
still think
blue-white
Caleb's
Thopter deck.
this is a very
And I used Stoneforge Mystic to
favorable
find Sword of the
matchup
Meek,
to Caleb.
or
I
it
hope
could
that
go
we get a
find
victory out of this.
like Sword of Fire and
Lightning
Ice.
Reeves is
Batterskull,
not
Sword of Face of
generating
Famine. Those cards
sort of
hadn't been printed
value
yet.
and not putting
But I
the
still really liked
pressure that you need in a
Stoneforge
matchup
Mystic
like
getting
this,
Sword of Fire and Ice and Sword of the
especially
Meek.
when Caleb
I was
has
kind of early on that
twist,
card. Most people weren't on Stoneforge Mystic
5
yet.
potential time walks.
And then I also had like even Mind Sensors. So the Dark Depths deck
Damnations.
was like a deck full of tutors, right? A bunch of transmute stuff to get their combos. So Mind Sensor was a really good main deck card at the time.
Okay, so we're no turn
But yeah, I
one.
only played it in
Wow,
one tournament.
that-
Marsh Flats, but we do see a Shelduck Isle from Caleb.
Maybe
saying
this was the
if
Shelduck
you
Isle
go
Ancestral Vision
long,
grip opener. I think it was this one.
Start
I got
long,
this
start long,
confused with
or
an
it could
earlier
just get
hand.
wastelanded right here,
It could.
and that could be a kick in the shins for Caleb needing all those blue. Oh my. Okay.
So the
are we
reason to
playing
run out-
around?
So the reason to run out the Mox is in case your opponent has Thalia to run out on turn 2, and then you don't want your Mox costing a mana, right? My opponent also has the 1 mana 1/1 where you have to pay 1 or they draw a card. We saw both those cards, so you don't want to run out Mox in against red because the opponent might just have a shatter effect, but you do want to run out Mox against white opponents because they might have tax effects. And my opponent is Boros, which means there's a little bit of both going on there. But we did see 2 tax effects, and we didn't see any shatters. So you run out the Mox there.
Mana Tithe? Are we gonna get Mana Tithe? What if this is Mana Tithe? What do you think?
I don't think it's Mana Tithe, but I would do it. if I
Lutri
had
is
it.
pretty nuts.
Hey.
It does do some good things for
I mean,
me.
if you can turn Mana Tithe into Strip Mine, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Nope,
Strip Mine is better than Mana Tithe. So
Strip Mine's better. Well, in most situations. So we see the Mox come down to avoid Thalia, but let's see.
yeah.
What-
That is
what
going to
do
be
we see turn-
a lot of the
Ooh.
time, and we have a solid.
Oh, it is
drawn,
okay.
And that's exactly what happens as we see Thalia come on turn 2. Caleb correctly predicting. I don't normally it's not right to just play your Moxen out before you can sneak something into play.
Right.
But when you know Thalia is lurking,
And this deck is running Wear Tear and other. I think there's a couple artifacts.
No info, no
But,
plays on the play.
anyway,
I don't know next
we're
deck.
seeing,
It depends on my hand. It depends on
Thalia
how important the
coming
Mox
down.
is.
Oh, and he's got Thraben Inspector.
Sometimes,
Okay, it's gonna
if
be tough for Caleb. to
your
win
opponent plays a
this
draw
one.
7, you
Thraben
also lose the Mox.
I think
And against an unknown opponent that might have
I'm gonna
discard that
call
could hit it.
going to game 3.
you're gonna go
In the
ahead and
dark,
call
I usually
call
run it
early.
out.
Caleb did get Ancestral Visions, but that's basically Thraben Inspector on delay. We have a Thraben Inspector on the board now, so Lightning.
Well, big difference. Thraben Inspector.
This is not my first time playing with power. I've played in Vintage Champs before. I've played other powered cubes before.
It does when you're milling your opponent out sometimes.
Yeah, okay, that's
Thraben
fair.
Inspector can't do that.
Yeah.
But let's see. Now again, Thraben Inspector not being able to be played turn 1.
I don't
is
own power,
Really rough for Daniel.
so
but
Yeah.
I don't have like a ton of
It actually
experience
is
playing with it, but
correct. But we also remember
not,
Caleb can get back his companion and copy his
super new
spend
thing either.
for the double recall. We saw the double recall. Well, we saw triple recall before. Technically,
We're gonna
That is the
start
plan.
with
J-Bro is
double,
correct. I am
and
planning on
Caleb
copying my
just
recall.
setting up for this draw 6 with Lutri on Ancestral Vision.
Joe, thank you.
Coming into the red.
Who am I
circle,
hoping
we're
wins
gonna
here?
see Soulfire
I'm hoping that
Grandmaster,
Caleb guy
which
gets
is
a win.
Which is an
Thank you.
interesting inclusion in Daniel's deck. Because we're really only buying back a couple of creature removal spells.
See,
There's not a ton of burn that Daniel has access to that's cheap.
Parnell said he calls something.
We have a Pyroblast, which probably came in. That's probably a pretty good one.
Parnell told me later that he called something with his Soulfire Grandmaster.
Okay.
That's about it, honestly.
Daniel
I haven't heard any
has
calls yet, though.
The Okay, so Soulfire is
Soulfire is for the most part just a 2/2. It's again doesn't have a ton going on for Daniel's
it's not.
deck.
Yeah, it's not exactly.
But here's the bad thing, and this is really dangerous. You know where Soulfire Grandmaster would be really good? If Caleb could somehow get it onto the battlefield.
There's the call.
Which he can. Yeah, he's got reanimate. This can
And
happen.
it does not take much.
Oh, if Caleb goes infinite,
and this
I'm
is,
warning you right now. If Caleb goes infinite, I'm gonna lose my stuff. I'm gonna lose.
Oh.
Oh no! There's another. Oh, okay.
But Thalia is one of the impediments of going infinite because it causes you to have 7 mana instead of just 6.
True. So Caleb might be playing the long game here. It looks like he is going for infinite. Oh my, Flame Slash. One of the most. Wait,
I'm just vamping in response because then the Thalia is not in play.
You're gonna get taxed if you don't do it now.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a spell.
Vamp Tutor.
Now,
Okay.
Vamp Tutor obviously wildly powerful in Caleb's deck, especially in the face of minimal pressure.
Yes.
I can't remember what I grab here at all.
What do we like here?
No idea.
Again, Flame Slash, one of the
Could just be walk.
most efficient removal spells of all
I already have
time.
the Lutri in hand, and the walk
remember,
lets me
Caleb's
dig into
drawing
the
6
Ancestor
cards
Vision.
in 2
I can
short
also see
turns.
getting Damnation.
Like, we just need to clear the field, keep everything kosher. I think we're going for the. I think we're just gonna Damnation.
Yeah, I
here.
think so.
Because the
Caleb
tax.
just needs time.
I think
Well, not
associating
only
me
that,
with
but
Cube
the
is correct,
tax
Bishop. I talked to a
from
lot of people
Thalia
this
is
weekend
relevant.
who are
It's coming
wearing
back.
Caleb
It's
D
coming
Cube
back.
shirts, and
The tax man always collects.
said that this was
Yeah,
basically
Caleb doesn't need an extra land
my brand, my format.
He's already got 5, so he can pay for the tax now.
Parnell was on top of it all weekend. That was my impression as well, the Nun. Yeah.
No, we could see Titan.
Oh, Frost.
That would be awesome.
I think I'd want.
I don't have a 6 land for Frost
I want
Titan.
to get the Damnation out, so that's
Yeah.
out, and I've cleared the battlefield.
That's fair. That's fair.
Frost Titan going to be a
Frost Titan would be
really
sexy, though.
tough one for Daniel Reeves to
Yeah.
deal with.
I think I'm a little
Yeah,
bit scared of getting
solid.
Damnation and then getting Wastelanded and having it stranded in my hand.
But gaining 6 life and discarding 2 cards is not where you want to be
That
when your
is,
opponent's about to get a 3/2 and draw 6 cards.
Yeah, I would say that is not a winning combination. I would say if Caleb was doing half of that, that's not a winning combination.
That's a fair point. Now Caleb is at 13 because again that cost him 2 life. So 13
Mediocre
goes
beats
to
are
10.
still beats. Mediocre
Yep.
beats are still
My favorite
beats.
cards. I like that Time Walk
13
card a
to
lot.
10 is not like.
And I won't sign
not-
any
oh,
proxy Time Walks,
are we gonna
so
see-
that's gotta be an
Are we
OG.
gonna see double time walk here? Do you want the double time walk or double recall? I think we're going double time walk here. I'm gonna predict it. I want to see double time. Oh no, Thalia's. Never mind. Just kidding.
I think we
need
still
a
got to
land
deal
for
with that
that.
Thalia.
We need a
so-
land.
If someone had me sign an original piece of power, I would draw a penis on it.
Up not knowing. No, because he knew this happened late. Never mind. Just kidding. Okay.
That seems like a
I think the
decision that
plan-
should
I
get
think the plan
punished.
was likely get Damnation, cast Damnation,
Yep.
and say
And
you
draw
have
6.
you have 1 turn to cast something. I'm gonna draw 6 on my turn.
Oh,
and then
shit,
you're
what
gonna
up?
Need
Oh shit, what up? Hey,
to
Destinova, thanks for
Yep.
51
back
months.
from that card
That's right.
advantage. We have 4 mana here, which is not a Damnation unless
You forgot about the tax.
yeah. But well, let's see what's happening. Frantic Search.
Okay, so Frantic Search can draw him into another land, which he can
We
play.
can still cast the
which
Damnation.
allow.
But
Yep.
we're only untapping 1 swamp, so maybe that's not it.
How many cards are in the library? He can't be at active. Oh, he wants the mana for Cryptic Command.
Yeah, Moon Moon.
That is interesting.
Okay.
Well, it's especially interesting because we are.
Oh, yeah,
basically
I'd sign
locked
those
onto
Chem there.
Lutri next turn to draw
That'd be a
next
really
turn.
good choice.
Yes.
So Caleb has
But-
to have something else up his sleeve. I don't think it's just Cryptic Command.
Yeah.
That would be kind of silly to me.
Caleb is a sleeve holder. Now, interesting, we discard the 2/1, which is actually really, really good in this matchup.
Yeah, just as a
because
blocker.
not just as a blocker. Look at the equipment in the deck.
Caleb hasn't seen any of that yet. We do
Right.
see a time
We
walk.
did see.
though.
J-Bro calls it. We did see the time walk. Okay.
Well,
knew it.
J-Bro called the double time walk. I said he's going to go for the double recall, which I
Yes.
believe is exactly what's going to
That's
happen
true.
because he's going to pay the 1 for the recall
Yep.
to get around that.
I think I have
Thalia.
access to
How
Snapcaster.
about 3 more?
And not
So I'm,
only
like,
that,
Bummed
we're
about
also
losing
going to
my
get Shell Doc's
my Lutri
activation
here.
next turn. This
because
is
Lutri could
insane.
combine with Time Walk still hypothetically.
Don't you tap after dis? No. Okay, so he's paying for that, which is correct. The tax.
Here comes Lutri.
Lutri's gonna cast to copy it.
Yes, please. I'd like to draw 6.
I was just asking to make sure that I wasn't paying 1 for the copy. I didn't think I was, but Doesn't hurt to ask the judge, right?
I will be doing the drawing.
Okay, so this is a prime example of why Lutri is so strong in Cube, because every single deck it gets to be.
Lutri's really good with ancestral vision.
It's just a 3/2 flash.
It's so good with
That's
ancestral
not
vision.
terrible. You always get in your hand.
Because it's a free spell, right? So like
You
the
also
it's hard to
can
pair
do
Lutri with something that's
insanely
expensive.
powerful things in Cube.
And Vision's
So
literally
Lutri
free.
Got to him, what, third pick?
Haste no Schwartz into the 62 months.
Something like that.
Yeah, I
Bonkers.
think third or fourth.
Third or fourth. Bonkers.
What's the infinite in the deck? You'll see.
Actually,
You'll see
probably
FPS. I don't want to spoil it.
Powerful cards in this cube.
Yes.
Because it is a free card for every deck.
Every
the
single-
only requirement it takes is for you to draft it.
Yes. And it can be mono red. Sometimes you just want a couple lightning bolts or whatever.
Or you could have a couple of triumphs and you're not even playing it, and
True.
you could be playing it off color.
True, you could get multiple reanimates.
Yeah,
Or multiple mind twists. No, multiple Hymnotorox.
yeah.
There you go.
We did not name our own decks. No,
Okay.
that was coverage.
A lot of things you could do, or multiple swords plowshares. There's a
J-Bro at dinner. J-Bro actually asked me how would you have named your deck. I just said like I would have called it blue black walks.
not good. Not good. Caleb's like, I got so many cards. What do I not need? My 3-mana planeswalker, which warps the game.
Now, Caleb, it looks like he's and there goes the see you, David. Thanks.
We
See you guys.
have the Wasteland for Sheldon.
Not far off, no.
Is Daniel going to be able to
See you,
spend a
Derek.
turn killing it? And I think the answer is you have
God damn it,
to,
Mark.
because obviously with that draw 6, Caleb is in free spell territory with
Yes.
Sheldon Isle.
Well,
And so Reeves here
also
decides to
getting rid of
pass and hold
mana
up
when he's
Resto,
dead so much, and he's only
which means
got
that I'm not
5
getting
mana
wastelanded,
is not
fortunately.
relevant with all his cards in hand. And
That's true.
actually,
Dolly's still on the battlefield.
correct. And Daniel has
The other benefit of leaving up the wasteland is it
Uh,
keeps Reeves from getting Dark Depths.
That's really good for that 2-1 to grab.
But yet Daniel opting to say you can take it, whatever is under that Sheldon Isle, I am willing to accept.
Thanks so much for coming. See you
I'm
later.
willing to accept. Caleb gonna count his library just to make sure. I feel pretty confident there's not more than 20 cards in there, and we will find out this turn.
Caleb might be worried about decking himself. I think that's the only risk at this point.
I think you actually could be right. Caleb
I'm
considered
not worried about
Sheldon
taking
Isle, maybe
myself,
not
so I'm just-
quite yet.
just
Maybe
double
wanted to have
checking.
Something else before Sheldon Isle. It looked like that was a. It looked like
I
that
didn't
was
name
a
it the 5 turns
little
parts, no
trick.
Schwartz.
Is this gonna
You
be a
have to ask
Joe
J-Bro.
Thalia?
Snapcaster
Oh my!
Mage.
All right.
And we definitely want to take another walk
Remember-
on the wild side with Time Walk. here.
Remember, this isn't Caleb 2 turns. This is Demir 5 turns.
So the target has been Time Walk. He is gonna. Caleb is
Yes.
gonna need to pay another mana. There he goes.
Yes. Oh, it's delicious. You love to see it.
And,
So many turns.
you know what I think I spot in Caleb's hand? A Damnation.
Well, that's
That is gonna be.
that's one
poor.
way to get rid of Thalia.
Yeah, that's gonna be poor for Daniel. And
Well, although what is Daniel holding on to? Is this an angel to blink the
well, oh my God. Oh, we no longer have the Time
1,
Walk,
2, 3, 4?
but we do have the Time Warp left.
So yeah, the reanimate was 2 mana.
Oh man.
Caleb
because of the Thalia,
I know
and-
Caleb. I know
I was thinking I'm taking an extra turn anyway. I lose 2 life here. It's a bummer if
There's
if Reeves has 5 damage with a burn in hand.
nothing he likes more than take. And not
But the
only is it
Grandmaster
great,
is going to give me some life
there's
back.
nothing
I'm
he
not
likes
thinking about
more.
going
And not
infinite. I'm
only
thinking
that,
like,
this is
all right,
infinite
fucking take some.
removal for the 2-mana removal spells. This is wait, swings.
And
wow,
Reeves does not fire off Resto.
Interesting.
Well, it's not, that card has
Oh.
life link, and Caleb has 40 cards in his hand.
And right.
I think
he's-
you could probably figure it out.
Yeah, you're right. And also,
Time
there's
Walk
pro-
does require you to actually win the game with damage.
True.
So
he
it probably
could-
just wants to get started.
It's right because Caleb could deck himself. Still, that
And
is-
the Resto
Oh, there is a
is
Resto
there.
Pesto. Wow, fascinating line from Daniel. Not to
And-
block.
This is presenting close to lethal, but there is absolutely no way that Caleb doesn't have a response in the form of a
Is this
counter spell, a
cryptic?
kill spell.
But again,
I think it's just a kill spell. I think it's just gonna be like Heartless Act.
but that
that's
still
my
gives an
guess.
additional activation off of Thraben,
Yeah.
which is not nothing.
So
Oh
there-
no,
Ultimate price there goes.
Caleb didn't regrow it.
J-Bro's all
Oh,
confused.
and then okay, that's what's
I
going
know.
on.
I think we have a counter spell. We're gonna
But did
You were
you-
correct, J-Bro. I did not regrow
I
it.
would have been tempted to
bounce
bounce.
the Snapcaster Mage.
I
Yeah.
would have been tempted to.
I wouldn't have been
but-
tempted. I would have just done it.
Okay, well, but again, Caleb Durwood is the
Yeah,
master.
he's smarter than
Whatever's
me.
going on is correct. but oh my, if there's another land.
I don't agree with their assessment that like whatever is going on has to be correct. I'm like really sleep deprived and stuff here, and
It's
obviously
gonna be pretty good.
Oh
I make
shit,
as
what up?
many mistakes as the next person, right?
Oh,
Hey, Gam Chan, thanks for that 68 months there. One more, huh?
Caleb is not prepared for.
That's
Caleb gonna lose a life off that Force of Will again. Not irrelevant.
Not irrelevant.
What did I pitch to the
Now,
forest? Did
here's
anyone
the
see? I forget.
Out of mana.
I remember not being
mostly
happy
out of
about it.
gas. Caleb
Yeah.
doesn't have a lot
Which is some
going
sweet
on
card.
in the battlefield, but he does have a 2/2 lifelinker,
Yep.
which is going to prove to be very, very
Not-
frustrating for Daniel.
Not only 2/2 lifelinker, 2/2 lifelinker that is not red or blue.
And then I cruise and I get
Brilliant.
lost and
It is.
Absolutely.
That is
can't quite remember how many lands I've played.
So let's see.
But the table judge helps me out by backing me up through the previous
I
turn.
think the first card he's gonna buy back is.
Well, I would have thought it was that removal spell. Because if he did buy back the removal spell,
J-Bro wants me to rebuy the draw 3 here too.
He has 9 mana. That is in.
I'm only at 5 life. I can't just like take 3 even hits though.
No,
Why not?
because first he's got to draw 3.
You're right. Good call. Good call. Doesn't have it yet. Gotta find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair point, Zach. But
Gotta
I still
find it.
I'm still making mistakes
Now,
and
we're
shit,
not
right?
gonna-
Like it's not
we're
a
not
it's
gonna
not like my
buy-
plays should like never
we're
be
not-
questioned,
obviously
right?
not gonna buy back that treasure cruise. That one kind of has diminishing returns.
It's
Cast-
getting a bit
Although-
much is kind of what I'm
if he
saying.
did? What if he just
A bit of an
cast full
overstatement.
body
Shit,
every
what
time?
up?
I mean, well, then he probably would deck.
Oh, shit, what up?
Yeah.
Hey,
All right,
Cookie
we're back to
Infernos, thanks to
9.
14 months
Back to
there.
9.
No, that's
Nope.
8, right?
Even fucking
Oh yes, that would have been his 9th land. Yeah,
Even
he
Finkel
needed
makes
to play
fucking
land
mistakes.
before
Right.
casting the cruise.
Wow. This is
So we're gonna see an attack for 2 to go put Caleb back to 7. He has
Oh,
to be.
they're
he has
just-
It
to
is a
be
very
really
J-Bro
good.
thing to say, yeah.
this turn? I do not remember.
I'm gonna let the staff on the floor determine
Yeah, they
that
know.
fact.
Yeah, I can't remember, but
Yeah, we're clarifying. My opponent's correct. I had played a land. Then my opponent's like, oh no, never mind, I trust you. And the judge is like, well, we can walk this back. Basically, so I was thinking through the turn, and I was thinking that I was one short of soul firing back Time Warp,
yes.
and so I fired off the cruise to like get in the range to hit lane drops for that.
Yeah,
And then my
Caleb
draw
also
hit a few
remember,
lands, so I was like,
Caleb
okay, well this, and then I played it, and like I
Oh,
fucking
they are okay. So
had the mana for now I have mana for Time Walk, or the Time Warp Grandmaster next turn, but like my head fucking
which is
fucks up like how much that is. So anyway, point being, my opponent was correct, and I'm glad we like went back through it, even though it doesn't end up mattering at all.
5, 6. This is Frost Titan. That's gonna be pretty dang good.
yes.
Basically, what the table judge did is just walk through what were my mana considerations last turn, and we went through all of that, and then it was like, okay, so then did you have an untapped land? And I was like, no, I didn't. I tapped out for the reanimate,
Caleb's at 7 because he
and that made it very easy to tell that
Right.
Grandmaster.
But
that I
I'm
already
sorry.
played a land.
His creature is tapped. That's going to leave him at 1, and Caleb's
Yep.
still probably in the driver's seat despite being at such a low life total.
Yep, you're right.
Okay. Then I equipped it, which is good. That means, hey, you can't tap this again next
No,
turn.
but he can tap.
Right,
the sword.
Snow Schwartz. I think they should pull that back a little bit.
Well, not,
But
that's
he could-
that's a legal
he
Magic
could
the
tap the
Gathering
sword.
play.
Yeah, putting the sword on
And
the
actually,
tracker
sword,
means that the Frost Titan
Soul
can't
Fire's
tap it
nice.
down, and then it could
Okay,
potentially
so
brick
is
the
it
Frost Titan on
future
future
turns?
turns.
I think it's.
But I just have the win here.
Oh my!
Caleb is going to take infinite turns. Caleb's going
Let's
to take
go.
infinite turns with his opponent's card.
That is what I'm
Hello,
talking
Sulfa,
about.
Grandmaster.
That's magic.
And
Yeah, when I reanimated the Grandmaster, that was not the plan. I was just like wanted a 2/2 lifelinker against
I
Boros.
saw this 15 turns
Yep,
ago.
ditto. Let's go.
Parnell immediately saw it.
Yeah.
I was not there yet. It took me a few turns. I was like, oh, I could do that.
Yes, Caleb did the thing. Achievement unlocked. Chat.
I would like to
Some
point out
emojis that represent
how
infinite
aggressively
Now,
medium
maybe
this
we'll
this
do
commentary
this
team
now
was on this
when
Time Warp
we
draft,
called
on this
the
Time
player
Warp pick.
five
They were
turns.
not about it.
That was,
That was
a,
a- They said I had a sickness.
That
We
is-
undersold it for Caleb.
A sickness,
yeah,
I say.
Caleb, well done. You
How
exceeded
dare-
expectations. You didn't get the full 4 player.
Game 3
Potential for Becker.
on.
Sorry, God.
So I,
Skip it forward a little bit in the next game.
Practice. Got to see come together.
Yeah.
You
son of a.
excuse me, and get on the stick. Faces
Dingworthy, definitely dingworthy.
Got this.
It's something that Con will.
Oh, they've got a fucking breakdown here. How often do I avoid taking Soulfire in draft when I have a Time Walk? It's not my favorite way to rebuy Time Walk for sure. I'm usually not white with my Time Walk decks. I would prefer to be blue-green. I really enjoy those decks. That's all. It's more of a color preference thing than anything else. But yeah, I usually like a lot of cards that combine with Time Walk do so, and they're also good cards. Soulfire Grandmaster is not an impressive card on its own, right? Eternal Witness is not embarrassing if you're getting back some Planeswalker or something. Grandmaster kind of has to pair. It's kind of a clunky piece of shit.
Trip.
Or a 2-mana 2/2.
I didn't even.
We
After the draft,
it's a partial magic.
we were.
But sometimes it do work.
Right.
Sometimes it does work.
Huge, and also especially for Caleb because his Mox gives him counterspell turn 1, which could be.
Someone did draft Storm,
or
and the Storm deck was
he doesn't
insane.
have his Mox turn
The
2,
issue with
but
the Storm
being able
deck
to
was that
stop
the only
that
win condition was
channel
Brain
turn
Freeze,
Yes.
and against the
and,
first round
and
opponent,
again,
it was the Channel player
Caleb
with
has
a bunch of Eldrazi. So
Caleb can also do the sort of unfair thing.
this is not the finals. Oh, wait, yes, this is the
that
finals.
elves have to sacrifice so
This
much
opponent,
material for them to be
this
one
opponent
with
busted the Storm player
But,
by nature of having
we're off to
Eldrazi in the
races.
deck.
Okay, so we're starting off with a very strong land, Shelly Deli. Although, if
Oh,
all
Mikujin, the
matchups
Storm Drafter is literally
covered,
here.
Very likely that's not going to get to activate.
Yeah, I would say that it's unlikely that.
Yeah, literal
either
worst
player is gonna have
matchup.
less than that many cards in their
I think
deck.
I heard you
Caleb is
talking
on
to a
board
friend
6.
actually
A multi
So-
6.
about how you
Going
just
to need
wanted to
some
dodge
sort
the
of card
Eldrazi
advantage.
players. I think I had an
Only if
Eldrazi
you
in my
build it
sideboard,
just
so I was
by
like sad to
camera,
hear you
that's gonna
bust
come back
out.
sick. Big deal.
No elf
After
turn
over
1,
hearing you
which is
say that.
huge. But we could just be he could be slow
Didn't matter,
rolling
though.
into a channel turn 2 for the win. Okay, well, there's no pressure for that.
I think I was planning
There's
on
no pressure, but
putting
there's
Luchi to
also
hand.
Nothing it really does.
Or maybe like suspending Ancestral or something. I remember the Narset play kind of gunked things up, and then it whiffed anyway. And I was like, God damn it, why did I play this fucking? Why did I play this goddamn Narset?
Cast,
If it's
right?
being, yeah, if it's being cast.
Oh, and a whiff. Wow. Is that okay? Not a channel. So Caleb, but again, the powerful part about Narset is not the opponent in this case, but being able to draw yourself. But Caleb whiffed the first time. Let's see if he can get the second. That is huge.
And this Narset's not doing me
That
any
is
favors.
huge.
Not finding me a Force of Will, which is really what I need
But
here
that
against the
punished
channel
one.
opponent.
Okay, that's a pretty good one. That's a spicy meatball.
So Vampiric Tutor coming off of the Narset for Caleb, and obviously that's going to play a big part in this game at some
Oh
point.
man, Lutri copying
Caleb
Vampiric
access
Tutor,
to
so good.
What his best card in the deck at the time is in any
Okay.
scenario.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
So
what it
we have
was.
Counterspell mana.
I'm like
Just
regretting
kidding.
not suspending the Ancestral Vision.
Okay. So
And-
again, there's one more window of opportunity for Nick to get it.
And I think Caleb's saying, you know what, if you didn't have anything on turn 2, I'm going to go ahead and tap on turn 3. Ironically, Nick does draw his
Ooh.
copy of Rofalos.
Wow.
This is a lot easier, at least.
Rofalos.
Rofalos doesn't need to untap. Caleb does have some interaction.
Well, and Caleb, remember, has the tutor, so upkeep we could see nothing. Just kidding. Okay.
Well, we don't have access to 2 black mana yet.
Oh, look.
Hell
there's
yeah,
Rofalos.
Mikujin. Multiple Madison players in the top
There's
8.
the other Rofalos.
Yep, and we
You love to see it.
Price.
Yep.
Obviously, Rofalos is a
With-
monocolored creature.
Yeah, the +4 life is very good. We also have Counterspell Magic up, which is
He's from
huge.
Boston, the nun.
We could see
Parnell.
There's the channel. This could be game.
Gotta cut him some slack.
Does Caleb have a Counterspell?
And here I'm very sad that Narset did not find me either Counterspell or Force of Will. I'm just like,
I would say
yep, that's a channel.
being closer to. I know we have a Woodfall.
Fortunately,
you have
Nick
another
has
Eldrazi, you have 2 big
Oh.
bangers.
like the
And I
Stone
see a
Worst
pin
card
now.
for him to channel in against me in his deck, which is the
Okay,
Blightsteel
That's
Colossus.
pretty good.
Okay, Blightsteel Colossus.
Blightsteel-
The rest of his cards are like
Blightsteel
literal
Colossus.
Emrakul, which
Dark
wins on the
Dex
spot,
Actually is, yeah.
and other Eldrazi.
Blightsteel,
The other one that
we're
I'd
gonna
seen
get
was
people
the
playing
10 mana
Magic,
Ulamog
yeah,
which
that I'd
Caleb
seen him
has
from him
to
playing a
do.
different game.
Not only Blightsteel, but one of the most resilient threats in all of Green. A 4/4 that makes 2/2s can sack. Okay,
And
so
that's
we need
going
to
to happen at the end of turn. We're going to get a manifest off of the top of Nick's deck.
That's right. And what Caleb needs right here is to start chaining time walks. Now we can still do. There is certainly a path. So he's gonna search up a time walk here, which gets him very close to the
Getting that Ancestral Vision coming
Ancestral
off.
Vision.
We have a
There's-
Lutri in hand.
And there's a Wood Elemental. Also,
Whisperwood Elemental, which should make a manifest at the end of Nick's turn. We're going to double check on the floor if we can get that corrected. That's not a May. We're going to go ahead and put that manifest down for Nick in just a moment.
but Wood Elemental is legal in this format.
It's
To be clear.
it's legal, but I don't believe it's been in a Vintage Cube that I've personally
Played Vintage Legends.
Maybe Mikujin. I mean, Storm can be really good
I have the
sometimes.
pleasure. That was not one of the cubes at CubeCon.
Not necessarily wrong.
Take a note, folks. Next year, bring your Legends Vintage Cube. Okay, so we're seeing if that manifests.
And we'll get that taken care of. So
Yeah, the judge is just reading,
Caleb has
making
has
sure it's a
cast that
mandatory
answer
trigger.
for what do we
It's like,
think
all right, I'm gonna
might
add that to the
be
stack.
coming down this turn.
I think it's got to be a time walk.
For one of my opponents to miss a trigger, they have to miss it. The head judge watching has to miss it. Commentary has to miss it.
Run out of time, ironically.
Very, very difficult.
Yes.
But anyway, and again,
It's a pretty friendly event.
already in this tournament have
One of my opponents in the earlier rounds, in the like actual like flights event, where things were like even more casual, I had a opponent reminding me of midnight clock triggers because I had like literally never played with it in paper before. I was used to arena keeping track of it,
We're in Caleb's draw step.
and then I ended up scooping to them when we were gonna draw in turns.
Trying to resolve that Whisper Elemental.
So I was happy to repay the favor
Let's
there.
focus on how Caleb gets out after the time walk. How does he get out of this?
It is not open deckless, Commander.
It was hard for me to remind people of triggers here though, because like I don't know, the whole thing felt so try hard. The way we did like the timed
And then you know what is good?
draft, like it was a competitive event.
Oh, what's it called?
All the secret deck lists and everything.
Blue Titan's good.
Yeah, there we go.
That's
Like made me treat it a little bit differently.
Excuse me.
That is right. That is
And
right.
not only that, but if we can chain one more time walk, if it's Snapcaster Matrix,
Yeah, it's
5
serious
time
now,
walk,
I guess.
we get
I guess.
the velocity, then we're probably going to get close to Shelly Deli. We're getting closer.
Yeah, that was my impression too, Mikujin. Super friendly, super fun. I only had like one salty opponent on like the entire weekend of playing against like infinite people.
Yep, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Okay, we have Snapcaster Mage, which is going
It's
to do
happening.
the time walk.
So
It's-
how many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
I think-
11, 12, 13, 14. So
I
we're
think
gonna
this is
get
the
there.
second time I Lutria
We're-
Ancestral
Oh,
Vision.
no.
I'm gonna not speculate on.
I think Strange dies.
I'm calling it. I'm
All right.
calling it. I'm calling it right now. This gets us there.
So I think
Jack, can someone do the math? Oh no, but he No, Caleb did mulligan. Nick mulligan.
no,
Yes.
no, Caleb
think we
did.
get
No,
there.
no, Caleb did mulligans to 6
Oh, he
for
did.
this. For this
I'm doing a quick count here
Caleb
to see if I can dig into Shelldock Isle from Lutriing the
What
Vision.
the count is, and
I think I might
whether
impact,
that
like,
is
how I
going to
tap
allow
for the
Caleb to
Lutri.
activate Shelldock Isle.
Now again, Nick is at 6. That's not irrelevant either.
Hey,
This
thanks,
is
Ultra.
Possible to quickly
Hi, indeed.
turn around. We also can see a hostage taker. We could see a
Hostage taker would be a nice one.
we could see a
Yeah, it's an older
Q12
method,
for
Rageous,
the,
but it checks out, huh?
4/4, and then we could reanimate it. We have options here. This is not over by any means.
So we have 3 mana on the stack, and that is going to copy the Ancestral Vision to draw 6 cards, as we've seen Caleb do
Okay.
multiple times.
So that allows him.
I think
to
this is literally the
survive
second
attack
time, but
from
yeah.
the Lightsteel Colossus,
A single one. That's
which
true.
is
Hey, that's
Yeah,
a good time
Lutri
on
and Ancestral Vision are insane.
that is huge. So and again, it's
Ancestral
also,
Recall,
another thing to consider is that's
It's hard to
not
like hold on to
In
it.
other words,
It's hard
he
for it to be
can
correct to hold on to pair with
poison
Lutri because you have to spend
and
3
not
mana to
take
put
enough.
Lutri in your hand,
Hostage
then
takes it,
and then
before
untap and then
game.
combine them.
So
With Ancestral Vision, it just fucking sits there in exile, and you have all the time in the world to get an otter in your hand
Does have a little
until you
bit of
copy it.
interaction.
okay, well, are we gonna see the line? We're gonna see him kill the 4/4 and then reanimate it here. Let's see it. There's step 1.
All right, so we have the Whisperwood Elemental, and we are going to see a follow-up with...
Right. GK. No wonder why Lutri was auto banning Commander.
And that's going to bring the
Let's
Whisperwood
go.
Elemental back, which is
That's
going to provide a
incredible.
lot of recurring
Wow.
blockers for Caleb.
Wow.
And now that 6 life start to come into play a
And not-
little bit more.
Not only that, it also removes a huge threat from Nick. Because again, if there is going to be a damnation or something like that, we've got.
So
the
Nick
answer. And this
channeled out
does
Blightsteel
present a
and
card.
Whisperwood Elemental
So
in past,
now
and I had
Nick
no
is
board.
really up against it. And remember,
And now Nick's at 6 life, and I have a board. I've got the Whisperwood Elemental.
We don't get many free blocks
And it's starting to look scary to even attack me.
Correct. But we have drawn 6 cards. So it's
We have
very
drawn 6
possible
cards.
we've gotten to something plus.
Well, not only that, Nick can't exactly just attack with creatures freely.
Correct. That's correct. So we can.
What about if you have 2?
Oh my.
What about if you have 2 blight?
I'm like,
That's huge. And Nick, and interestingly, he did not copy the 4/4. He copied the Blightsteel. So he's just going for it. But that putting him down to 4 is huge.
Wait a second.
He didn't pay the 2 life. He tapped with the Simic Signet. I verified before I countered how he was paying for it.
It's a Simic Signet. It's
Okay.
a blue mana,
Okay.
and that's not going to cost Nick
Okay.
2 life.
Just kidding.
I was
drunk.
on the same page.
Okay.
We
Yeah, Nick's deck was really nice. He was very confident about it too. Once we got done drafting, I asked Nick, I'm like, how do you like your deck? He's like, oh,
Was that a force?
I like my deck.
Oh!
He's just the most confident I've ever seen anybody.
Caleb has really turned this around.
Has to
And
keep
also,
Blightsteel on defense.
and not only that, the manifesting gets him closer and closer to that Shelly Deli.
It does.
Doing a recount here.
And if this is a Titan under there,
It is not a Titan under there. That's a little bit better.
Game over.
Wow.
I guess,
Or
I mean,
if
they're
he
both
has
great
any
here.
removal for
Or
that
if he just
2/2.
Oh
drew Frost
shit,
Titan.
what up?
I'm just confirming with
Or
the
if
table
he-
judge
he
that I
did
can
this
play a
time.
land
Or
off
if he's
Shelldock.
got the 2/3 hostage taker. Now,
I was pretty sure I could,
he
because I'm
also
pretty sure I have
has
before.
Time Lock.
But
He's still got another
doesn't
Time
hurt to
Lock
ask,
guy.
right?
Golly.
Hell yeah,
Caleb's
Con
really
Stingray.
turned
We
this
are
around.
indeed
Oh
old.
my.
And
Cheers.
We're gonna see the
Oh
Shelldock
my.
activation.
Is this a Titan?
Caleb's
I
like,
did,
oh,
Michael
Oh.
J. Yeah, I thought my deck was like a
Dark Town.
8 or a 9 out of
No,
10.
Dark
The mana
Town
was a little
versus
weak.
Blightsteel Colossus.
And
but very
and
strong
that
otherwise.
Does have to be Nick's land first turn, and we're gonna see Vampire Hexmage here, which
Can
is
you describe why Dark Deck's got to get cast off of that?
yeah.
Or
so
not cast played.
Yeah, I wasn't
that's a
sure
good
if I
play.
wanted
So
to
playing a
pop
land
this
is a
immediately.
Special action. It's actually called a special action.
Because there are some
land.
things that could
You can do that
punish
one
you.
time a turn on your turn. So if you activate
And
Shelldock out on your
I'd already
opponent's
seen the
turn,
Wasteland.
you're
I had
able
not
to
seen
take
Strip
your
Mine.
special game
My opponent
action
had Strip
to play
Mine
land. It
in
has
their
to be
deck.
on your turn
That could punish me
if you have not
waiting.
played one.
So I
While
finally
Shelldock
just decided to
Pile goes
cast
down
it.
timing restriction,
Or to
that's
do
for
it, rather.
casting spells, and lands don't follow the same restriction.
Gotcha. But you could do it on your opponent's turn.
If you can somehow play a land on your opponent's turn, but you'd have to have another card that allowed you to do so.
Touche. So we have a 2020 Merit Liege, again, the natural enemy of Blightsteel Colossus.
Actually, true.
And I don't know how Nick can come out of this. He doesn't have.
He needs to be able to cast Ulamog, but he
But
doesn't have
how?
enough mana to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Roflos is dead. Wow,
The
what a
channel's
game!
gone.
What a game! What looked like a terrible a game for Caleb is now turning into an unlosable situation.
And it
Wow.
it is going to be unlosable.
Great game.
And that's kind of the deck, huh?
Caleb's gonna take
Yeah, this is
it.
my
Hopefully
opponent's
Caleb
Whisperwood.
wins that Whisperwood
I'm like, wait a
a
minute.
little bit.
Caleb smart. I mean, Nick did make the correct play. He did not pay the 2 life for the Metamorph with the blue man on the table. That was correct. So
Yeah.
that was did not necessarily see that line myself, but it
I
was
didn't,
correct.
I didn't either.
Yep.
I didn't either.
Thought that was this.
Do I prefer paper Magic versus online? They're very different, right? They're very different.
Yep,
Secret
Secret
Lair.
Lair.
Magic Online's way better at getting like a lot of rounds in, right? Like it handling all your shuffling for you.
That
Obviously, I really enjoy not having to leave my house. That's really good. And getting to share my gameplay with you folks. But there's something about playing a tournament in paper and chatting with your opponents and shuffling up, and you can't really replace it,
If a constructs player do so, that's exactly what you said.
So the happy medium for me is getting my like 30 plus hours a week streamed in that I get to share with you folks, and then every month or two play an online paper, or play a not online but play a paper event and scratch that other itch.
Turn one channel into Ulamog or Emrakul, actually.
But it's hard to say that I prefer one or the other because they're both great.
That would be very hard for Caleb to come back from.
I think, Emrakul.
Although he could come back from it. Okay, here's,
I'm not planning on an Eternal Weekend. No, I've got too many tournaments coming up. I've got the Summit tournament into the regional championships, and that's kind of like all that's on my head right now. Is both of those tournaments happening next month.
I think again, I still think Demir 5 turns is favored in this matchup. Because
If the Summit tournament goes half as well as CubeCon did, I'm going to be extremely happy.
There is some resilience, but for
CubeCon was real buttery smooth.
But
all things considered, this was an event that had never happened before.
It doesn't look like anyone's
So many different cubes. Some people like straight up
that
told
being
them that
said,
it was
this is
not a
one
possible
you can
thing.
see This type of competition, this
And it
is
went very
amazing
smoothly.
Magic being stretched to its reaches. I'm so happy to be with you. CubeCon 2022, thrilled to be with you all. Thank you so much for hanging out, for being with us. We are just packed as peaches to be here today. We're coming to the end. It's been a very long day, the best 4 days in cubing. And if you like what you see, please give us a shout out on Twitter. Come next year, join the Discord group, come hang out. We're doing all this for the community, and we are happy to provide you with it. And yeah, it's great.
We're loving being here.
What happens if you accidentally shuffle in one of your opponent's cards? I think I remember that happening.
I hope we get one.
I think I remember hearing about that happening.
Obviously, we gotta get game 3 for the trophy.
Yeah.
And the judge was just like,
That's how it's intended.
Okay, let's see. Gen 1, did we get...
pull it out and
Okay,
draw a new
got-
card or something. They found out that they're openers, so it was easy for them to just be like,
Turn 1, which is a
all
very
right,
good
you
start
put
for
the
next
card
turn.
back in
So
the
we get
opponent's
last
deck,
game.
and now you both
No,
mulligan
in
to
fact,
7-card
this
hands.
card came up a little bit
And now it's
different.
fixed.
Roll falls first, and then the signet. If things
Very
went a little
casual
bit
solution to
different,
that.
Great shape last game, but we're gonna see.
I spied
Big for one.
They will Darkling Scribe. MTG Summit will have
Okay, now
coverage
2
going
mana,
on.
7 mana, do something. 9 mana.
I think
win the
Kingdom
game.
Events is putting
Pretty
on some
good.
kind of
We've
coverage.
also got a
It could be close to seven mana win the game in Nick's deck. He's got
True.
so many
True.
bangers.
In a competitive REL,
True.
Joe
Obviously,
Mama.
plenty to
But this
talk
isn't
about.
competitive REL.
And-
This is
and
regular
you see
REL.
Lightsteel Colossus in hand, as well as a 4 mana artifact that taps for 3 mana.
Yeah, you
And
just
that
fix it.
means
Thran
that
Dynamo.
Thran Dynamo. That means that we can get to either of the casting costs of Tooth and Nail in 2 turns. So Caleb is up against it, but again, that's
Yeah, this is
power
regular
of
REL.
deck.
They did treat
This
the
is
top
kind of
8
last
differently.
game, so any disruptions
They
can
weren't
be
letting us
disruption
like peek at our drafts and stuff.
Ooh, wow.
I told my opponent that this was
Aggressive.
that I was gonna get mocked for a mind twist on one.
Aggressive mind twist for
My twist
one.
for one.
It is not.
Wow.
This is the
I think
least
this is
impressive
a
mind
tempo-
twist
I think this is
ever.
a tempo play
You
for
never
Yeah,
want a
this
mind
is
twist
not
for
turn 2,
one.
turn 3,
It's
turn
like the
4.
most feel bad thing
Okay, what do
ever.
we see?
But we do hit an important
Wow,
one.
you
We do
are.
sack out.
Nick has to be stunned.
The
because-
thing is, I'm stuck on 2 lands. I have like nothing to do. All my hand is like 3 mana stuff.
Wow.
So if I hit my 3rd land, I'm not gonna be able to mind twist then. I'm gonna be playing other stuff. So I just fire off the twist.
Yep.
Just take my 1 for 1.
Forest still forest.
I consider forcing survival. I decide to let it
We're
land.
gonna look for another creature so that we can strike enough mana.
We're gonna
Nick
discard
tutors
his,
for Rafellos here. I think that means that he
And
doesn't
he-
have another 1 mana
We could get it back.
creature.
He could
Because
get
just
it
playing a
back.
1-drop here
Yeah,
with the
just to buy
Gaia's
a
Cradle
mental
would be
play,
really
just to,
good.
like, show your
But he ends
hand.
up
But
settling
I
on
would
Rafellos.
One mana elf here.
I think that makes most sense. It could even get the elf that makes 2 mana. Oh
Or the
my.
elf that makes a lot of mana.
Now that's interesting. So it's in forest mode, but not a forest.
Yeah,
This will
can't
not.
cast it this turn.
Interesting.
Yeah, top 8 was technically
so-
still regular
Despite-
REL, but they
despite that
treated
being
it like it was
more powerful, I think I
competitive.
would've gone for
In
an
some
elf.
ways.
I like the.
Is a way to describe it, I guess.
here, But I mean, again, Caleb's line was amazing. If he had pretty much anything else in that hand.
He had
he's
Igno
off to the
Landroga.
races, but being able to
Okay.
bink him
I think he
for
should have gotten one of those
4
there
3 mana, like
and just ran it out.
incredible. Great play by Caleb. That really worked out amazingly well.
Yeah, I
Think
think
if it hits the. Or go ahead, sorry. Yeah.
I think it really indicates that Caleb is, has plans for the
Interesting.
rest, and Caleb on 2 lands, looking like Caleb missed a land drop.
Oh wow.
If we're at Caleb's instep, which
Oh,
is a
wow.
little bit unclear, but we're gonna find out in a second here, and that would make a lot more sense of why we're mind twisting, because we know that we're not gonna get another chance to do so, and the discarding the Whisperwood Elemental for the acidic slime
Like vault.
really proves that Caleb is at his end step, likely going to miss his land drop, and if he doesn't have Force of Will, going to be left with no blue mana.
Yeah, right, King Floppy. Although Whisperwood ended up killing my opponent last game, so
Although not a land, another elf that
maybe it's better in the bin.
So we're off to the races here. If Caleb's not going to be able to Damnation unless we get.
And I'd originally planned on countering the Rafellos, and for some reason, I decided to let it resolve.
There's no acidic slime coming.
I was
right
like,
now,
yeah, cool.
And Caleb kind of hesitated.
The acidic slime kind of freaks me out. And I really wanted to Nick to serve with the Noble Hierarch there, because I had Snapcaster, and Snapcaster is like one of the fucking few things that I can do with 2 mana with my hand. I'm like, please serve. I wanted to trade so bad.
I think it's the flexibility.
And it looks like Caleb does have Force of Will. He's holding onto it with his right thumb,
Yep.
Which is the useful thumb. In other words, if Force of Will's all the way over there, it means you're ready to cast
yeah.
out quickly. You don't want to miss
Or
it.
if you're a lefty.
Touche.
Yeah.
Then
could
you
be
got
left
it.
side.
Or yeah. Ooh. Now
And
that's
Caleb's
interesting.
gonna play Ashiok Nightmare Weaver and gonna take 3 of Nick's
Wow.
cards, which is
Now
gonna
that's
include
exactly what I was
Blight
gonna
Seal
say.
Colossus
That's interesting because
and Mox Emerald.
and because of survival of fittest, this actually can remove the threat density that Nick needs for
I
the
think Exiling
survival.
Blightsteel
But
feels
making that
relevant, but maybe it
survival
wasn't
response is very
actually.
interesting.
And Nick's saying, okay, well now that those are gone, I might need to go
One-
get something that's a big banger.
1,
now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana.
I got bad news. Bad news for Caleb.
Now,
How do you like
Caleb-
acidic slime? How do you like?
If
double
the
acidic slime?
Ulamog hits 2 lands here, I basically
Exactly.
lose on the spot.
So Caleb does have the Force of Will in hand. This will just be a double acidic slime. So taking out the Ashok and the Swamp here also puts Caleb off of the ability to Damnation, which is huge.
It's a big deal.
J-Bro
And
agrees
it
though.
also with
J-Bro
that
also
extra mana
mentions
means
hitting the
one can
Ashiok.
Swing for one too.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh wait, that's not.
We got one more, but he's certainly got
The
mana
judge
for it. That
clarifies
is,
to him.
that's
He's got-
nine-
he's underpaid.
That's
not-
not correct.
That's 9 mana.
Not a big
and there we
deal.
go, 10 mana.
Oh, not swinging. Okay, there it's better. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
And we're
That
going
is
to take
correct.
out the black card and the black sword.
And J-Bro agrees with exiling
Exactly
with hitting the
counterspell.
Ashiok,
Of course, we're going to see the
but
Source
I
Will come
think
down
I'd
to
hit
Caleb
2
with
lands
the first
there.
game on the next turn.
Yes.
Maybe
but
both
listen,
islands.
But kind of well on his way to losing the game anyway.
It's going to be tough. I can't imagine how Caleb can win this. That being said, we've said that approximately 700 times.
J-Bro isn't the
Caleb's
CubeCon
gonna
champion.
win.
He's also not the Cube champion of Wisconsin. We 1v1'd on Wednesday night.
Creature draw is
We did a Supreme draft with a Vintage Cube
Not only that,
for title of
he
Supreme
also
Cube
still has
Cube Draft
non-feature
champion of
bangers that are
Wisconsin.
left, like Karn.
Extraordinaire.
He's in the driver's seat, and
And I had a very similar deck,
he
like
discarded
blue
the
black.
acidic slide, though, right?
Recall, Time Walk.
Okay, so he can't take
All 3 Vintage
Cube
Cube decks that I had on the weekend had Time Walk in
Caleb
them.
might have another counterspell in hand.
Oh, we still have Tooth and Nail with Entwine, and if this isn't going to get countered,
Better counter that.
yeah, well, we don't have real much of a choice. And we
Okay.
do have the counterspell.
So guess what?
Still alive, still Condemnation.
If Nick,
I am a filthy lucker.
if Nick
Hit you for
wants
one.
to,
The filthiest.
he's gonna get to hard cap.
Just
emeralds.
fucking rub that luck all over my body.
Yes, we're getting close to hard.
And
cap
never
emeralds.
bathe.
One more forest, I believe.
Yeah, so one more force would get us 4 plus 4 is 8, plus 3 is 11, 12, 13, 14.
Original
We're
Supreme.
14 mana with
Well, what we
Oh,
did was
yes, you're
we
right.
No, that's
we
really
used the
close.
whole
Yes.
cube.
Yes.
So each player gets half the
Caleb
cube,
is
and you take 2
might
cards,
be
then you throw the rest of the
Shelly's
pack.
coming.
It's
No,
actually
quite
a fairly
slow.
normal way of
I feel
handling
like the only thing that's
1v1.
going to save Caleb
I prefer Winston a little
from
bit,
death
but
is removal.
Or if Nick
Whatever.
continues to brick, he's thinned out his deck a lot. This could just be land
It's
after
got to be a
land after
lot.
land.
It does have to be a lot of
And
bricks.
Caleb could, and not only
You wanna see
that,
the trophy again?
Caleb could get to a situation where he gets his Lutri back, starts looping Time Walk, starts, a Wrath of God is approximately 700 Stone Rains here. Like
Yeah.
he is not
It is.
he's
It
not
takes,
out
it
of the-
takes Nick from 11
I'll think
or
about it.
12 mana down
to
to 3 mana.
That's amazing.
it's so heavy.
Stone
I don't think there's a way for me to display it on stream. I would need like a little shelf back there or something.
That's just 9 stone rings.
Someone suggested repurposing my my coffee cam.
Oh my, that's gonna be game. That's why he's checking the mana.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should be fucking taking this Ulamog or not. Going down to 5 life.
Wow.
This game's still not over.
Oh, what's the other card? What's the other card?
I believe it's a signet for Nick.
Wow.
And
Caleb Durward, the
and
master
we're-
of disaster.
and it's but still there's still plenty to there's still plenty of game to go, because Caleb not going to be able to finish Nick off. Going to take a big chunk of his library, but not all of it. And he's
How
at
many-
5.
Yeah, how many? But again, how many options are left?
I think it's 473.
Karn.
Well, we have Karn, we have Kozlik, we have Emrakul.
Oh, and Caleb still has Time Walk in the deck though.
Yeah, and we have
And my hand has
we're
Cryptic
on
Command, so drawing the second swamp here is not exciting.
We're on Emrakul mana because we played a land and a signet.
I'm thinking through all my options, whether I should be holding back for a turn, if I should be putting Lucio to hand, if I should be holding up Snapcaster for chumping.
Caleb doesn't have Detonation. Do you know why? Because he hasn't cast it yet.
Parnell is correct.
No, he just threw second swamp.
I understand, but there's been a delay,
Oh.
and that's the easiest
Fair.
play in Magic the Gathering
Fair
history, and I believe Damnation will get cast right now.
Yeah. actually,
And so finally I decide to attack, even though
3,
um,
4,
there's a chance I could die to something random, some random haste thing.
7, 8, 9.
And then I decide to attack because if I don't hit my opponent's library, then they have their whole deck available
16,
with survival, right? If they draw a random creature,
19.
and that could punish me.
What could he have?
At this point, I see exactly how many Eldrazi
Oh no,
are in Nick's deck.
Yeah.
And I feel extremely lucky that in the first game, Blightsteel was the only thing to channel
Lose
into.
the game on the spot because he draw his deck and lose.
Yeah, he can't win.
Uh,
Karn got taken
I
out.
think that there's 2 cards left. Caleb's like, well, I
2
don't figure it
cards.
out.
He needs something. He needs a questing beast. His questing beast in the deck.
No.
I mean, the
there's no
Snapcaster as a
questing
flashback
beast. He
blocker
need
doesn't
a
actually
questing
matter.
beast. I
I mean, it's
think
the difference
we're drawing
between
dead
5 and 1 life, right?
I think Caleb is going to win it with Reanimate on. Reanimating his opponent's creatures has won him every match.
Yep. Caleb is a man. We thought he was going one way when he juked, he jived. Like he thought he was going one way, went the other. This has been amazing. What an incredible display! The true master of the vintage cube, Caleb, going his own direction, not playing the Urza. Just
No, attacking with
absolutely
Fellows is
incredible.
3
This has
damage
been
here.
fantastic.
Caleb's showing why he's definitely.
I think he
smarter
gets
than me.
cloned to be 4.
That is going to get Caleb down to 1 life.
Unfortunately, well,
That's
it's not a
incredible.
cast trigger, and we're gonna attack.
Life. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Well, it's good. Yeah, I believe it was gonna attack for
Wow.
Caleb Durward.
Yay!
Is going to be the CubeCon.
Yay!
2022
Yay! Here it is, the trophy that I win.
Incredible
It wasn't
match.
spoiled
Let's
ever.
see him grab that trophy on camera.
Victory
I believe we're gonna have the
stream.
trophy
This is
delivered
actually the
over
happiest I've been
Caleb
to
with
win a trophy.
here
Yeah.
Um,
coverage.
There we go.
I don't know.
There
it is.
I've played a lot of Cube.
Caleb being the place to be. That's incredible.
I spent a lot of my life
the weekend, I
drafting
talked to him,
Cube.
like, it's just another thing, you know,
And it's awesome.
but
It's
you
fucking
really
sweet.
need-
I think it looks really
I
cool.
think this
It's got a nice weight to it.
Wow.
And it wasn't just like a trophy at some tournament with
Oh,
a bunch of
shit,
people I
man.
didn't know, you know?
And
Like, there were a lot of people that I respect in that field. A lot of really good Cube drafters.
shit, what up?
There's no question.
And I bested them. And now I have this and they don't have it.
Amazing depths of like,
Oh,
how
shit,
did
what
you
up?
there
Oh, shit, what up?
scoop or
Oh,
just
damn, we got
fall
some
in
fucking-
immensely? No,
some gifted
thought every
Subaruskis.
step of the way. Thought of the line,
Oh,
thought of the
shit,
line,
what up?
going,
Hey, thanks,
going.
folks.
Unbelievable. Fantastic. I will say I called it from the jump. I did call Caleb winning this.
Oh shit, what up?
There's a sub from Real Milkman that I missed earlier for 32 months saying the only reason I resubbed for the 32nd time is because you won and not all consistently great content.
Exactly why
Oh,
I
good,
said
good.
so.
I'm glad I won then.
Last cannon, just a little bit of disruption.
And then Dr. J Hero dropped a 10 gift
Oh,
subs.
shit,
Congratulations to Harold Goldfarb, to Homer127112, to Jesse McDonald, to Dundee TG, to Super Nippon, to Wolf, to Mr. Silicon, to JPGXE, to Fatboy on Slim 66, to Runchy, and to Rusty Venture.
Oh shit, what up?
It's true. Yeah.
And then KBB24 Mamba Forever gifted 10 subs. Thank you, KBB.
Oh, shit, what up?
Congratulations to Cascade418, to Horsefather Deluxe, to Rodriguez1986, to the Moosey Pants,
shit, what up?
Exploding Sorcery, to Robot Balloon Unicorn, Psycho TKT, Andropic Enter, Dutchco,
Oh shit,
and
what up?
Kudunk.
Caleb not only is going to get the trophy, but we also have
Hate Industry with the Subaruski there. Appreciate you, Hate. Papa Chulo, thanks for
Oh,
gifting a
shit,
sub
what
to
up?
Institute 11. Congrats, Institute. And Shanks200, thanks for the resub. Thanks for the 35 months there. Shanks says, congrats on a fantastic run. Nice to
Oh,
watch it
shit,
with your
what up?
commentary.
I would say he might
Nice, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I
I kind of want to see.
am 100% sure he's gonna get it.
I kind of want to see what
Yeah.
chat
Oh,
reacted
shit, what
to
up?
He can't win.
with the winning attack. That seems kind of fun to me.
He draws deck and loses.
Seems kind of fun if you're me
What up?
specifically.
Karn got taken out.
Can I put the trophy close to the camera? I'm gonna go full screen in a second. I'll show
Oh,
off some of
shit, what up?
my winnings and the trophy better and stuff.
Questing beast in the deck.
No, there's no questing beast.
Oh,
He
shit,
doesn't
what
need
up?
a questing beast. I think we're drawing dead here. I think Caleb is gonna win it.
Well,
Oh,
that's
shit,
the
what up?
team.
On
That's the game.
his opponent's creatures has won him every match.
Okay, reanimate. Yeah, it was okay. Pretty good.
Oh, shit, what up?
When he juked, he jived. Like he
true.
thought he was going one way, went the other. This has been amazing. What an incredible
Reanimate's been real good for me.
Oh, shit,
Yeah,
what up?
yeah.
Of the vintage cube, Caleb going his own direction, not playing the Urza. Just
Oh.
absolutely
shit, what up?
incredible. This has been fantastic.
Caleb's showing why he's definitely.
How the hell did we end up here? Indeed, indeed.
That is going to get
Oh,
Caleb
shit,
down
what
to
up?
1 life.
Unfortunately, well,
That's
it's not a
incredible.
cast trigger, and we're gonna attack.
life. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, heck of a game.
Well, it's good.
Yeah, the whole top 8 had like some really sick matches in there.
Caleb
I still think
Durward
my game 1 against
is
Garrett
going
was pretty
to
nuts.
be the
But yeah,
CubeCon
good stuff.
2022 champion.
Reanimate MVP. Yeah, Reanimate was really good. I very rarely play the value Reanimate, but I thought it fit my deck very well. Reanimate fit my deck well because not only was I threat light, so reanimating my opponent's stuff was legitimate, but also I had a bunch of utility creatures, right? Snapcaster Mage plays really well with reanimate. Lutri plays really well with reanimate. Well, not that well, but Lutri can copy reanimate. And then, yeah, so a little light on threats, good getting back value stuff, and then it also let me use Vampire Hexmage more aggressively. That never ended up happening. I never went like Vampire Hexmage, your Planeswalker, and then later use Reanimate to get back Hexmage to get back at Dark Depths, but it's nice knowing that if you have the Hexmage in hand, you don't have to hold on to it, because I need to combine this with Dark Depths at some point. You can fire it off, kill your opponent's Planeswalker, and then later combine the Reanimate, getting back Hexmage with Dark Depths for the win. So those were all my factors in deciding to run it, and it ended up working out way better than I expected. Literally winning me every match. All right, I did promise going full screen, so I could show off this here trophy here. It does look pretty sweet. I don't know how well yeah, it's hard to see the etching, but it does say 2022 CubeCon champ. It's hard to get it in the light. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 2022 CubeCon champion on there. And then you can see all my muddy fingerprints on the glass now that we go full screen. But it looks sweet. It looks sweet. No, obviously I can wipe the fingerprints off, polish it a bit. Really cool looking cube there. Like I said, the happiest I think I've ever been to receive any kind of trophy. And then I also got this sweet playmat. This is a really high quality playmat. Everybody at the event got a playmat that was pretty cool. And I had a lot of the sponsors like sign next to where they had their deal. J-Bro and all them signed their spot on that playmat. And so that one almost means more to me, but this one's also really cool. This is a one of. Everyone in the top 8 got a fancy playmat that said top 8 CubeCon. But this is the one of that says CubeCon champion. And J-Bro was suggesting that I frame this and hang it up on the wall. I don't hate that idea, right? I don't hate it. Usually my playmats end up being mouse pads at some point, and this one has a little bit more sentimental value maybe. Yeah, good stuff, huh? Good stuff. And people have been asking about prizes. So they gave me a stack of packs. And they were like 3 Time Spiral Remastered packs, which someone told me were like $20 each. And then there was a bunch that were lesser value, but there's like a big stack of them. So it was probably like $70 or $80 total. I don't know. And then there was other stuff. Like this Tough as Scales cube holder. Cube, playmat, deck box. I think what I want to do is fill it up with one row pre-modern decks and the other row proxied old school decks. Early on in the event, we were just like sitting there waiting for our COVID tests to finish, and the people sitting next to us just like had a long box full of old school decks proxied up, and that was really fun to just like mess around with before the event. I wouldn't mind having something like that myself, and this seems like it would be a really good carrier for it. It would also be really good for holding a cube deck, as I'll show you here. So yeah, you could put a playmat in here. You could have a row of decks. Sorry for bumping the old mic. Sorry, headphone users. Dragon Shield was kind enough to just like stuff it to the brim with Dragon Shield sleeves. So this prize is actually insane. There's these 3. I think I have another one floating around somewhere. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Dragon Shields. They're like $10-$14 a piece, right? So that's I don't know. That's sweet. It's like a year's fucking supply of sleeves right there, on top of this this cool deck box holder. So yeah, Dragon Shield, thanks for sponsoring CubeCon, because that's the bulk of what I won in terms of monetary value. Do it again next year. Yeah. Make sure they get their shout out there. Let's see. Shield the Dragon, yeah. You're voting on Battle Wits deck? There's no way I would build a Battle Wits deck in paper. That's just like, never actually happening. Did I ever get to play the unsleeved garbage cube pile? The unsleeved pile was brought by Warren, who actually stayed with me. So that was the cube that me and Brostoff Supreme drafted.
Oh shit, what up?
Yes. Yes, I got to play with it. Hey, Nine Walker, thanks for 65 months there. And thanks for the congrats. The real prize is the friends I beat along the way. Exactly, Naked Carpenter. Well, thanks for watching, Zach. I think I'm gonna go pass out now. Thanks for everybody for checking in and following this. I know a lot of people had to go to sleep early, so I'll try and have my commentary over the other commentary up on the YouTube tomorrow. Seemed like there's a little bit of interest in that. And then tomorrow it's gonna be back to my regular stream. Tomorrow I'm gonna be drafting some cube. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go do that. It might be an early stream tomorrow. Might be early. I haven't seen the girl that I've been seeing in a in a minute. we might want to hang out a bit. Yep. Good night, folks.